Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, but for the sake of the story, Roshi missed. As a result, he exhausted himself to death, while old King Piccolo successfully obtained 5 Dragon Balls. Coupled with the 2 he had swallowed, he had all 7. Then, he summoned Sharingan and wished for his youth to be restored. Why didn't he wish for immortality instead? Probably because Sharingan couldn't grant it. If Sharingan could fulfill any wish, there wouldn't be restrictions like someone who has already been revived before can't be revived again, or people who have been dead for over a year can't be brought back. It looks like the evil containment wave is already in motion, Kurumi suggested. Should we help Master Roshi adjust the rice cooker's position? If old King Piccolo gets sealed, Roshi shouldn't mind giving us the Dragon Balls. Seriously? Suta gave her a deadpan look. By the time you finish saying that, Roshi has already missed. Regardless of whether he missed or not, I think that's a bad idea, Kiss Shot interjected. If old King Piccolo gets sealed, how exactly do we retrieve the 2 Dragon Balls he swallowed? Since she, Kurumi, and Altair had recently rewatched the episodes of old King Piccolo's battle with Master Roshi, they were familiar with the storyline. Besides, do you know where Roshi is aiming to seal him? In the anime, I think it was a little to the right of the rice cooker, Kurumi said with a straight face. Suta stared at her for a moment. Was she joking or actually serious? Honestly. Can you guys take this a little more seriously? Altair sighed in exasperation. What's the plan now? Suta turned his gaze back to the battlefield, observing the fight. Old King Piccolo has the ability to sense energy. If we rush in recklessly and get noticed, we'll have to fight him head-on. We're here for a sneak attack, so let's focus on stealing the Dragon Balls first, then we'll figure out the rest. After assessing the situation, he turned back to the 3 of them. Sticking to our original plan first, we use Kurumi's shadow space to get close without being detected. Kurumi, you can extend your shadow space beneath Roshi's shadow to hide while using Bullet 4 to rewind his body's state, saving his life. Then, we wait. Once old King Piccolo vomits out the 2 Dragon Balls and places them with the other 5 on the ground, we strike. Kurumi and I will stop time, Altair will grab the Dragon Balls, and Kiss Shot will hold off any of Piccolo's subordinates if they try to interfere. After a brief pause, he added, if something goes wrong and our time stop fails, then we switch to plan B. Kiss Shot, you'll have to fight old King Piccolo head-on and keep him occupied while we make our move. No problem. It's been a while since I had a good fight. Kiss Shot's eyes gleamed with excitement. I said that's only if something goes wrong. Don't get your hopes up, Suta reminded her. Once we secure the Dragon Balls, we'll assist Roshi in sealing old King Piccolo while he's still frozen in time. That should wrap things up nicely. Yes, Suta wasn't planning to just snatch the Dragon Balls and run. If he left immediately, old King Piccolo would likely slaughter everyone present including Tien and Kyatsu and then rampage through human cities. Without the Dragon Balls left behind, they'd all be permanently dead. Suta wasn't heartless enough to just leave this mess behind. Of course, he had discussed this plan with Kurumi, Kiss Shot, and Altair beforehand, and since none of them had objected, it was settled. Otherwise, if he insisted on fighting old King Piccolo while forcing them to help, it would feel like he was just being a self-righteous idiot. Kurumi, is Bullet 4 and Bullet 7 ready? Suta suddenly asked. Kurumi's time manipulation required her to manifest her angel, absorb its energy using her guns, and then fire the corresponding time-manipulating bullets, a process that wasn't ideal for real-time combat. So, before they left, Suta had suggested she preload 2 bullets, 1 Bullet 4 to save Master Roshi, and 1 Bullet 7 to stop old King Piccolo. As for why just 2? Because she only had 2 guns, a pistol and a rifle. Yes, they're ready. Kurumi nodded. I loaded them while we were still in the real world, and I filled them with a lot of time energy. Rewinding Roshi's body and stopping Piccolo shouldn't be an issue. Good. Suta exhaled lightly, steadied his nerves, and said, alright, let's move. As soon as Suta gave the signal, Kurumi's shadow stretched out beneath her, expanding and swallowing the 4 of them into darkness. In just a single breath's time, they had completely disappeared, without a single trace left behind. Kurumi manipulated the shadow space, moving them toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Before long, they arrived at the battlefield where Master Roshi was facing off against Old King Piccolo. From within the shadow space, Kurumi silently observed the situation outside and gave a status update. Just as expected, the evil containment wave missed. Roshi's saying his final words now he's about to collapse. He won't die instantly after falling, Suta reminded her. Wait until he's down before you move, don't risk exposing yourself too early. Master Roshi's final words didn't last long. After shouting, "One day, someone will defeat you," he collapsed face first onto the ground. Chapter 63, Time abilities are totally op. Kurumi seized the moment when Master Roshi collapsed, silently expanding her shadow space beneath his shadow. Then, she extended the muzzle of her antique pistol out from the shadow space, pressing it against Master Roshi's chest. At the same time, Altair activated the third movement of Holopsicon, Representation Exposition, an ability that alters the composition of objects. She modified the air around Master Roshi and the soil beneath him, creating a vacuum barrier that completely isolated them from the outside world, essentially a physical version of a soundproof barrier. Inside the shadow space, Kurumi nodded at Altair. Immediately after, she pulled the trigger, and a time-infused bullet shot into Master Roshi's body. No gunshot could be heard outside. The power of time reversal silently took effect. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Master Roshi's body returned to its original healthy state. At this moment, he hadn't even had time to lose consciousness, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why did it feel like his body had suddenly recovered? Master Roshi's confusion didn't last long before Kurumi's melodious voice drifted out from the shadow space into his ears. "Hello, Master Roshi. No need to panic, I've just restored your body. We're here to help you." Hearing this incredibly pleasant female voice, Master Roshi's expression stiffened. His mustache twitched, and his eyes widened in shock as he muttered softly, "You guys. Who are you? Where are you?" Seeing that he was about to get up, Kurumi quickly said, "Don't move just yet. Please cooperate with us, we're about to ambush Piccolo, and we can't afford to be discovered by him right now." Master Roshi hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to comply, staying on the ground and pretending to be dead. His mind was still reeling from the shock of being saved by people whose presence he couldn't even detect. "You plan to ambush Piccolo?" Master Roshi whispered a reminder. "That guy is incredibly tough, he reacts extremely fast. The chances of successfully ambushing him are slim. Don't worry, our plan is foolproof." Kurumi selectively shared parts of their ambush strategy with the old pervert. Of course, she didn't forget to keep an eye on what Piccolo was doing. After Master Roshi collapsed, old Piccolo dug up the 5 Dragon Balls buried underground. Then, he found a spot, threw the Dragon Balls onto the ground, and coughed up 2 more from his stomach. As the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, they seemed to resonate, emitting a faint golden glow, pulsing, flickering, and gradually growing brighter. Kurumi quickly turned to Suta and the others, exclaiming, "Piccolo's about to summon Shinran. We need to move now." Under her control, the shadow space instantly relocated to a spot near old Piccolo. On the ground, a patch of inky blackness spread like spilled ink, rippling outward. Suta, Kurumi, Shinobu, and Altair emerged simultaneously from the liquid darkness. "Go!" Suta shouted as he took the lead. His time manipulation abilities came from Kurumi, but his version was more comprehensive. Unlike Kurumi, who needed to fire a bullet to activate her abilities, Suta could influence anything within his line of sight instantly. "Zawarudo!" Suta shouted internally, hyping himself up. In that instant, old Piccolo, who had been grinning wildly at the Dragon Balls, froze in place. Sweat dripped from Suta's temple. He could feel his body's energy draining rapidly. When he faced the vampire hunter dramaturgy in the Monogatari world, he could stop him for a full 5 seconds. But against Piccolo? Suta could barely hold him for even 1 second. Old Piccolo was already beginning to break free from the time stop, and Suta felt a wave of dizziness, as if he could barely stand. Fortunately, at that moment, Kurumi capitalized on the opportunity he had created. This was all part of the plan. To prevent old Piccolo from dodging her time bullet, Suta would freeze him for an instant, allowing Kurumi to follow up. Kurumi pulled the trigger on her antique rifle with a loud bang. A manifested bullet of time shot forward, striking old Piccolo's finger just as it was beginning to twitch. The time stop, which had almost ended, was seamlessly extended. This bullet was a 7 bullet, which could freeze time. Back in the real world, Kurumi had spent nearly an hour crafting this bullet in advance. By her estimation, the amount of time stored in this single bullet was at least 100,000 years. So even an insanely powerful being like old Piccolo, who could destroy a city with a single energy blast, was completely frozen, his thoughts grinding to a halt. A bullet infused with 100,000 years of time. Surely it could hold him for a while. How? Long. Can this last? Kurami? Suda asked between heavy breaths. Stopping someone as powerful as Piccolo had completely drained him. Even if it was just for a fraction of a second, it had taken a serious toll. Kurami quickly moved to support him, replying, I can't say the exact time, but... She estimated internally. At the very least, it'll last a full day. After all, I burned through 100,000 years of time for this shot. Honestly, she had never been this extravagant before. Spending 100,000 years of stored time on a single bullet. The old her wouldn't even have dared to imagine it. So. These are the Dragon Balls, huh? At that moment, Altair walked over, holding the 7 golden orbs in her hands. Suta looked at the glowing spheres in her grasp and felt a wave of nostalgia. These things were his childhood. Kurami, store the Dragon Balls in your shadow space. Kurami nodded. As she expanded her shadow at her feet, Altair tossed the 7 Dragon Balls in. The brilliant golden spheres were quickly swallowed by the inky blackness, vanishing without a trace. Altair circled the frozen old Piccolo and suggested, since he's completely helpless, why don't we just kill him? No. Suta immediately objected. Piccolo and Kami are connected. If he dies, the Dragon Balls will stop working. Then let me take care of him, a new voice spoke. Master Roshi finally stopped pretending to be dead and slowly stood up. He looked at the 4 of them with unconcealed shock in his eyes. The way they executed this ambush, it was completely beyond comprehension. Just what kind of power could so effortlessly suppress someone like Piccolo? Of course, Suta responded with a friendly smile. You can use the Mifune Demon Sealing Wave to seal him again. Don't worry, afterward, we'll restore your body to its original state. Chapter 64, If you love her, dig up her grave. Master Roshi circled around the completely frozen King Piccolo, Piccolo Daimao, a few times. Piccolo's face was still frozen in a wide, maniacal grin, making Master Roshi feel like the whole situation wasn't real. And it wasn't just Master Roshi. Suta himself also found it hard to believe. A boss this powerful was taken down so easily. Even he had trouble accepting it. It just proved that Kurami's angel combined with his unlimited time ability created a ridiculously overpowered combo. Of course, it wasn't without flaws. The more time Kurami infused into a bullet, the longer it took to prepare, making it unsuitable for real-time combat. And since she only had 2 guns, she could only preload 2 bullets at a time. After that, Master Roshi successfully sealed old Piccolo using the Mifune, evil containment wave. Kurami then manifested her angel again and crafted another 4-bullet to restore Master Roshi's weakened body. And with that, their Dragon Ball heist was officially over. But just before they left, Suta had a long conversation with Master Roshi. In summary, he explained his identity, convinced Master Roshi he was legit, and then urged him to go find this world's Kami, Guardian of Earth, and have him remake the Dragon Balls before summoning Shinra to create a new version of Piccolo Jr. After all, Piccolo Jr. was a critical character later in Dragon Ball. Without him, Goku might not be able to handle Raditz when he shows up, which could lead to major problems for Earth. After repeatedly stressing the importance of this issue, Suta finally left the Dragon Ball world with Kurami and the others. Creator's world at the entrance of a cemetery. Suta, Kurami, Shinobu, and Altair stood on the cement pavement, seemingly discussing something. It was already deep into the night. Beyond the cemetery gates, rows of tombstones stretched out before them. Each gravestone had a picture of the deceased embedded in it, with smiling faces frozen in time. The atmosphere was eerie. But the conversation Suta and the others were having completely ruined the mood. Do we really need to dig up the grave? Altair's expression was complicated, her face conflicted clearly. She wasn't thrilled about this. The Dragon Balls we took are from early Dragon Ball, so I'm not 100% sure if we need a body for resurrection. I've forgotten most of the details. Suta insisted, so, let's dig it up. If we recover the ashes and restore them, it's a good backup plan. I agree with grave digging, Shinobu said, looking at Altair. Once your creator is resurrected, her grave loses its purpose. Why are you hesitating? Yeah, we should dig it up, Kurami also agreed. Resurrection is more important than superstitions about graves. Altair hesitated for a long moment before finally clenching her teeth and nodding. Fine. Let's dig. That said, Suta and the others didn't lift a finger. They left the job to Altair. With her 48 military swords, her grave digging speed was actually quite impressive. About 5 minutes later, Altair walked out of the cemetery hugging a cremation urn. Her face carried the expression of someone who had just committed a grave crime. Suta was honestly a bit confused. Why didn't Altair just use her holopsicon representation exposition to alter the grave's material composition? Like turning the tombstone into a flower or something and then effortlessly retrieving the ashes? Of course, he didn't ask. Bringing it up would totally kill the mood. and possibly get him punched. Altair wordlessly handed the urn to Kurumi. Kurumi, unfazed, took it and got to work. Reversing 3 months worth of time means I need to load quite a bit of time into the bullet. Give me a moment, Kurumi said as she manifested her angel. The clock in her eye began spinning at an insane speed. This process lasted about a minute. Then, Kurumi lifted her antique pistol and absorbed the number 4 from her giant, clock-like angel behind her. Let's begin. She opened the urn, poured the ashes onto the ground, gathering them into a pile, and then fired a 4 bullet into them. Watching this, Suta suddenly recalled a moment from Date Alive. In Kurumi's battle against Kotori on the school rooftop, Kotori had severed one of her arms, but Kurumi immediately shot herself in the head with a 4 bullet. And her severed arm flew back to her, reattaching itself perfectly as if nothing had happened. This was likely what she meant earlier when reversing time on the body. Missing materials would be automatically summoned back. Sure enough, as the bullet's power took effect, Setsuna's ashes began to accumulate and expand. Particles of matter drifted in from all directions, continuously merging with the ashes, restoring them toward their original state. Gradually, Setsuna's physical body started reconstructing itself. From skeleton to organs to flesh and blood. Honestly, not a scene for kids. The pile of ashes slowly transformed into the nude body of a teenage girl. As the smooth skin started forming, both Altair and Kurumi suddenly turned towards Suta and stared at him. Suta scratched his cheek. Am I not allowed to look? Of course not, Altair stated flatly. Even if you are my benefactor, you don't get to see Setsuna's body. Suta, peeking at a girl's body is very impolite. Kurumi straightened her posture, deliberately blocking his view. As your friend, it's my duty to keep you in check. You're only saying this now. I already saw almost everything. Suta felt speechless. Altair and Kurumi's priorities were seriously weird. Seeing a skeleton rebuild itself with muscles and blood was fine. But as soon as the skin formed, suddenly it was inappropriate? Logically speaking, the former was way more disturbing, wasn't it? Alright. I won't look. Suta turned his back to them. A moment later, Setsuna's body was fully restored. Altair quickly dressed her in the clothes she had prepared beforehand. At the same time, Kurumi retrieved the Dragon Balls from her shadow space. As the 7 orbs gathered together, they began glowing with a brilliant golden light, pulsating rhythmically. When summoning Shinran, daylight turns to night. Luckily, since it was already nighttime, it wouldn't cause too much commotion. I think the chant was, "Come forth, Shinran." Suta stepped forward and called out. Instantly, golden light from the Dragon Balls shot into the sky, piercing through the darkness. The radiance was like a golden lightning bolt, ripping through space-time, linking to a place beyond this world. The sky twisted and warped, and then, a massive dragon bathed in golden light appeared. Suta turned to Altair, giving her an encouraging smile and gesturing for her to step forward. Altair looked at him with gratitude before shifting her gaze to the enormous 4-clawed dragon suspended in the sky. Her expression was filled with overwhelming emotion. The moment had finally come. Facing Shinran's imposing presence, she took a deep breath and spoke her wish. Chapter 65, Kurumi, is it wrong to want everything? Multiplayer mission Save Setsuna Shimazaki has been completed. Distributing rewards. Reward distribution as follows. Suta receives 5,000 points, Tokaizaki Kurumi receives 3,500 points, Altair receives 800 points, Shinobu receives 700 points. After Setsuna was resurrected, the system promptly announced the mission's completion. Suta, Kurumi, and Shinobu exchanged a glance. Being very considerate, they immediately returned to the real world. Altair and Setsuna had just overcome the barrier between life and death, reuniting in a touching moment. Obviously, they needed some alone time to cherish the moment overnight. And just to clarify, cherish here didn't mean anything lewd. They were just expressing their emotions, hugging, and crying together out of joy. That was all. Back in the real world, Suta stared at the mission system on his phone, occasionally glancing at Shinobu, who had elegantly resumed drinking tea. Something about this felt off. Shinobu got 700 points? It wasn't that Suta didn't respect her, but she basically did nothing the entire mission, right? Honestly, Suta wouldn't have been surprised if the system didn't give her any points at all. There just wasn't any combat situation that required someone with brute force melee expertise like her. At least Altair had contributed. She used her representation exposition ability to create a vacuum barrier, ensuring their voices didn't reach Piccolo. And after everything was done, she helped pick up the Dragon Balls. Sure, it was just picking up some orbs, but hey, contribution was contribution. Yet, Altair only got 100 more points than Shinobu. That didn't seem right. Shinobu casually glanced at Suta, seemingly reading his thoughts. She wasn't pleased. You're underestimating my contribution, aren't you? She said with mild annoyance. You actually contributed? Suta blinked. Of course. While it's true that I did nothing from start to finish, I was a safety net for you all. If your time-stopping plan failed, who would have fought Piccolo? Me. Without me there, your risk would have doubled. In fact, if something had gone wrong, you might not have even made it back. I would have made it back, Suta retorted. All he had to do was mentally say return, and he'd be instantly teleported back to the real world. You, perhaps, Shinobu admitted, but would you have abandoned Kurumi and Altair? Okay. She got him there. Kurumi, who was in the kitchen making tea, had been eavesdropping on the conversation. When she saw Suta rendered speechless, her lips curled into a smile that carried a sense of happiness. Suta sighed. So the system even considers hypothetical safety nets as mission contributions. He might have just learned an important lesson about future missions. If he was capable of completing something alone, he probably shouldn't bring strong allies along to slack off. Because apparently, the stronger the ally, the more points they'd get even if they did absolutely nothing. At this moment, Kurumi returned with the tea and placed a cup in front of Suta. Then, she pulled up a chair and sat beside him. Shinobu, seated across from them, merely glanced at Kurumi but said nothing. Suta, the 7 Dragon Balls got scattered across Altair's world. Is that okay? Kurumi asked, tilting her head. It's fine, Suta reassured her. I already asked the system because that world's laws of reality are different. Even if someone collects all 7 Dragon Balls, they won't be able to summon Shinran. He explained further, only we, the Friends group members, have the worldview integration function cross-world synchronization effect, which lets us break those rules and summon Shinran across dimensions. When Shinran granted Altair's wish, he vanished, and the Dragon Balls scattered as usual. Suta had actually wanted to stop them, but those orbs shot away at insane speed without warning, turning into stone before he could even use time stop to halt them. Honestly, he had thought of a crazy loophole. If he could stop the Dragon Balls, then have Kurumi use her 4-bullet to rewind time on them. Wouldn't they revert back to their usable state? If so, he could potentially create infinite wishes. Even though early-era Shinran wasn't very powerful, free wishes were still better than nothing. Too bad he missed his chance. Just as he sighed at the lost opportunity, his phone vibrated. Actually, all 3 of their phones vibrated. Kurumi, Shinobu, and Suta froze. Suta quickly pulled out his phone and checked. A Friends group member's wish fulfillment conditions have been met. Issuing new mission, multiplayer mission, save the data live world, mission description. Your friend, Tokaizaki Kurumi, wishes to change the tragic past of the Eurasian sky disaster, ensuring that all spirits survive while still preventing the catastrophic effects of my Otakamiya's sapphire crystals. As a friend, you should help each other out. Show your bond of friendship by assisting Tokaizaki Kurumi in saving the world. Mission rewards, 10,000 points. Divine Spark X1, D&D Ultimate Overhaul Edition. Note, this mission allows up to 3 participants. The group leader will decide who joins. A new multiplayer mission was issued. Suta had expected this. When he had traveled to the Data Live world to pick up Kurumi, he had already triggered her wish-based mission. But the system only issued 1 multiplayer mission at a time. If a new mission was triggered while an existing one was still incomplete, the new one would enter a pending state and only be officially activated once the current mission was completed. So, this wasn't surprising. What was surprising, however, was the mission reward. A Divine Spark. And it's labeled D&D Ultimate Overhaul Edition? Suta felt a mix of curiosity and confusion. Mentally, he asked the system, what exactly does this Divine Spark do? It allows the user to become a god. A god? Suta was stunned. His mind flashed to the Dungeons & Dragons lore. Are we talking about the kind of god that ascends, rules a divine domain, and becomes immortal? No. It grants divinity according to the Ultimate Overhaul Edition of the D&D system. What does that even mean? This label was so weird that he couldn't help but question it. Chapter 66, This Divine Spark is a bit too overpowered. A divine spark that doubles as a divine domain and allows free movement in the mortal realm without faith-based limitations? Hearing the system's explanation, Suta was stunned. The D&D deity system, how should he put it? It was an insanely versatile power system. Why? Because divine power was basically the ultimate cheat code. As long as a god had enough divine power, they could do practically anything, making them omnipotent in their own right. However, the overgod had imposed restrictions on the gods, introducing the faith dependency flaw. TL notes, an overgod, also called an overpower, was a type of deity or set of principles that existed beyond the normal ranking of the gods, bounds of the normal cosmology, and of concepts such as alignment. Overpowers were, whether entities or ethics, that which was venerated by the gods themselves, or at the very least respected or deferred to. Before this restriction, gods didn't rely on faith at all. Even if all their followers died, they wouldn't perish. They could simply generate divine power by acting in alignment with their divine domain. For example, a god of deception would gain divine power just by deceiving people. And their power scaling potential was insanely high. All in all, the D&D deity system was ridiculously powerful. Now, Suta was very interested in this divine spark reward. He asked, what level is this divine spark? And what divine domain does it come with? Divine spark level, infinitely upgradable. No assigned divine domain, the system's cold, robotic voice echoed in his mind. Suta. Level 0? Okay, that made sense. But no divine domain? Then how was this even a D&D divine spark? All divine sparks came with a domain. A completely blank divine spark was unheard of. If it doesn't come with a domain, how does the user acquire one? Suta asked the obvious question. In D&D, as long as someone met the conditions and declared themselves a god of something, they would automatically receive a corresponding divine domain and ascend to godhood. But if this version of godhood was modded, then how did it work? The final overhaul edition D&D Divine Spark allows the user to ignite divine fire, convert faith into divine power, and cultivate their abilities into divine domains. For example, if the host obtains this divine spark, they can ignite divine fire, collect faith to generate divine power, and then use that power to upgrade their existing abilities such as time manipulation, half cold half hot, or matter creation into full-fledged divine domains. So, I can literally turn my abilities into divine domains by feeding them divine power? Suta was shocked. That was kind of broken. Correct. The host's abilities originate from distinct fictional worlds, each governed by unique rules. As such, they are essentially divine domain seeds. By nourishing them with divine power, they can be fully developed into true divine domains. Upon hearing this, Suta's desire skyrocketed. This divine spark was ridiculously overpowered. It wasn't just a divine spark. It provided a built-in divine domain, a method to ignite divine fire without side effects, a way to cultivate abilities into divine domains, no faith dependency, infinite scalability. This was insane. It wasn't just a power boost, it was practically an entirely new power system. If this thing ever hit the system's shop, its price would probably be astronomical. Now, Suta really wanted it. Not only would it make him a god, but it would also solve all his energy system issues. Instead of limited stamina, he'd be using divine power as fuel. Talk about luxury. While Suta was fantasizing about his future godhood, Shinobu, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Her gaze flicked to Kurumi, her tone calm but pointed. Your wish is contradictory and unrealistic. You want both the fish and the bear's paw? During the brief downtime, she had apparently researched Kurumi's world. Which meant she now understood exactly how ridiculous this new mission was. She was one step away from saying, "You're delusional." Kurumi didn't respond. Because she knew. Trying to save all the spirits, erase the Eurasian sky disaster, stop Maio Takamiya from refining sapphire crystals without breaking the timeline? That was a nightmare-level mission. Just then, their phones vibrated again. Suta, Kurumi, and Shinobu all picked up their phones at the same time. It was Altair, messaging the group chat. Altair, I won't waste time saying thank you over and over, but I'll remember this favor. Altair, by the way, did you guys see the new mission? Data Live is Kurumi's world, right? Suta, yeah. You're probably not familiar with it, so let me give you a brief rundown. After sending that message, Suta quickly summarized the main plot of Data Live in the chat. He focused on the key events and mission-related details, making sure Altair understood the stakes before deciding whether to join. After reading through the information, Altair responded almost immediately. Altair, this mission is ridiculously difficult. It's a historical paradox that needs to be resolved perfectly. Suta, yeah. The Eurasian sky disaster was caused by Maio Takamiya's existence. But Maio is also the creator of all the spirits. If we time travel back and eliminate the event that led to Maio's birth, the spirits will never exist. That means mission failure. Suta, so we can't touch Maio. And honestly, I don't think we could even if we tried. That means our only option is to directly erase the Eurasian sky disaster from history without affecting anything else. In Data Live, spirits existed in a parallel dimension. When they manifested in the real world, they caused spacequakes, violent spatial tremors that varied in destructive power. C-rank spacequakes, damage radius of a few dozen meters. B-rank spacequakes can flatten a 1-kilometer radius. S-rank spacequakes can wipe out entire cities. Kurumi had once caused an S-rank spacequake that erased Tengu City from existence. And an SS rank could annihilate an entire country. But none of those compared to the Eurasian sky disaster. That SSS rank spacequake had completely devastated China, Russia, and Mongolia. The destruction radius was estimated at 800 kilometers, the equivalent of a 112 megaton hydrogen bomb. Shinobu, I'll be blunt, there's no way we can stop something of that magnitude. Even she admitted it? That was concerning. Altair, even you can't handle it. I thought Suta said you were incredibly strong. Suta, Shinobu's strength lies in close combat and regeneration. Space quakes, however, are essentially conceptual disasters. They probably don't even have a tangible form. Physical attacks would be useless against them. Just as he sent that message, his phone vibrated again. This time, it wasn't a group chat notification. It was a system prompt. 4th friend invite sent, 5th friend invite sent, Suta. Wait, what? Chapter 67, Who needs communication skills when you have a phone? Suta rubbed his temples, feeling a bit surprised. The 3rd invitation had just been sent not long ago, and now, 2 more at once? So his theory about the invitations being sent at fixed time intervals was completely wrong. It seemed. The system was sending them whenever it felt like it. As he pondered this, another thought struck him. People who received the friend invitations didn't always immediately enter the chat or change their nickname. So, before that happened, what was their default name in the group? Thinking back, when he first got his system phone, it had used a cold, robotic voice to prompt him for a nickname. At the time, he had instinctively given his real name. It was only later, when chatting with Kurumi, that he changed it to Kazuo Kizuki. Hey, system, when you send an invitation, you prompt them to enter a nickname first, right? Correct. What if they ignore it? Their real name is used by default, Suta blinked. Was that how Kurumi ended up using her real name in the group? Just as he was thinking about this, Kurumi spoke up in the chat. Kurumi, we have new members? Kurumi, Suta, why don't you identify them? Suta. Why are you tagging me? I'm sitting right next to you. He turned his head to look at Kurumi, who was completely absorbed in her phone, eyes gleaming with interest. He still didn't understand why she was so enthusiastic about new members every time. Kurumi, head of the Tasaka family. Ilyasva. Introduce yourself. Seeing these 2 names, Suta instantly had a few guesses. Tasaka family head. Is that Daddy Tasaka? Or just Tasaka-rin? And Ilya? Is it the one who got her heart ripped out? Or the magical girl one? If it was the latter, that reminded him of an old meme you can even see Ilya in Ilya's movie. Suta's mutterings didn't escape Kurumi's ears. She tugged on his sleeve, curious. Did you recognize the new members? Not exactly. I've narrowed it down, but I'm not sure yet. Honestly, he was a little surprised. The system had invited people from the Nasuverse this time. That was interesting. After all, the Nasuverse had an insanely deep and complex lore, something that had always fascinated him. Well then, Kurumi smirked mischievously. At least you know if they're male or female, right? Suta. Before he could respond, his phone vibrated again, saving him from Kurumi's playful interrogation. It was Altair, messaging the chat. Altair, Suta. I won't be joining this mission. I doubt I'd be much help, and more importantly, I need to stay with Setsuna. Altair, she just came back to life. If I leave and the government finds out, they might start causing problems. Suta, that's true. If the public finds out she's alive, your world's people would probably lose their minds. You should be careful. Altair, with my abilities, hiding her isn't an issue. But beyond that, I can't ignore the whole creator versus creation issue. I'm considering reaching out to Meteora's side to discuss this problem. So I won't have time for this mission. Suta sighed. Altair's world was a mess. He had his own thoughts about the issue. Suta, honestly, the best solution would be to completely cut off the connection between your reality and fictional worlds, making them truly independent. That would be the ideal outcome. Altair, cut them off? That sounds almost impossible. Suta, impossible is an understatement. That would mean altering the laws of multiple worlds. Right now, it's completely out of reach. But if I use one of my friend invitations on someone like the Mercury King, maybe they could solve it. Of course, even then, he wasn't sure. Because beings like the Mercury King or any near-omnipotent figures tended to have one major flaw: they were too powerful to enter worlds properly. In many settings, if they stepped into a lower world, they'd be like a mountain sitting on a piece of paper. The world would instantly collapse. So even if he invited someone that strong, he wouldn't dare bring them into Altair's world. What if they broke both the real world and Creator's world? And if they sent a weaker clone instead? Would that really be enough to fix things? It felt like a dead end. Suta, on second thought, let's not. These invitations are too valuable. And bringing in beings like that is too dangerous. There's no guarantee they'd cooperate. Altair, agreed. The safest path is to just get stronger through the system and solve it ourselves. Suta, yeah, That's probably for the best. At the moment, the only real way to grow stronger was Gaka pulls. Suta sighed again. Hopefully, the system would unlock more power-up function soon. Suddenly, Shinobu pinged him in the chat. Kiss shot, Suta. Have you figured out how to clear the data live mission? Suta. He glanced up from his phone. Shinobu was literally sitting across from him. You could have just asked me directly. With a deadpan expression, he turned to Kurumi and Shinobu. These two. It was like their face-to-face communication skills were deteriorating. Kurumi blinked innocently. What's wrong? Suta chuckled, ruffling her hair. Just discussing the mission. Then, looking back at Shinobu, he finally responded. Suta, I've analyzed the mission. It needs to be tackled in 2 phases. Step 1, erase the Eurasian sky disaster. Step 2, save the girls sacrificed for the sapphire crystals. The second step is relatively easy. We just need to reverse time on them before they die. But then, Suta's eyes narrowed. Something didn't feel right. Wouldn't making such a huge change to history cause a butterfly effect? Wouldn't that mean Kurumi might never exist? If the timeline changed and Mio never gave Kurumi her spirit crystal, wouldn't she disappear? He immediately asked the system about this. Friend group members will not have their memories erased by timeline changes. However, they may gain additional memories due to the butterfly effect. As long as you do not erase the cause of their birth, their existence will remain intact, Suta frowned. This wasn't reassuring. Kurumi's entire existence was tied to Mio giving her a spirit crystal. If history changed too much, and Mio never met Kurumi, would she still be here? This is risky. He exhaled slowly. If he wanted to fix history without losing Kurumi, he'd have to trick history itself. That level of precision was beyond his current capabilities. Which meant it was time to use his trump card. Chapter 68, I'm not even after your body. Suta's trump card was, of course, the friend invitation. He needed to invite someone who could help him prevent the Eurasian sky disaster while also tricking Data Live's history into staying consistent. Moreover, this person had to be kind enough to help. Strong, but not too strong, not on the level of the Mercury King, who could shatter a world just by stepping into it. After all, they were trying to save people, not destroy the world. Thinking about the friend invitation, Suta suddenly remembered the 2 new group members. Kurumi had tagged them earlier, but neither had responded. Could it be another trust issue? Suta muttered to himself. But honestly, he wasn't annoyed at all. After all, he himself had once mistaken Kurumi for a tea-seller scammer. He had no right to judge others for being skeptical. However, he did feel a bit disappointed. Why are neither of them big shots? If one of them had been a powerhouse, he could have saved an invitation. What? How do I know they aren't? Easy. Just look at their usernames, head of the Tasaka family. Ilyasva. Their names alone told him they weren't top-tier powerhouses. Suta, head of the Tasaka family. Ilyasva. Welcome to the Multiversal Friend System group chat. Everyone here comes from different worlds. You can check the group announcements for more details. After sending the message, Suta put down his phone and ignored it. He had more important things to focus on. This mission was his top priority. His motivation was sky high, first, because Kurumi was special to him almost like a lover. He wanted to help her. Second, that god-tier divinity core was way too tempting. I'm not after Kurumi's body. I'm after that god core. Across the table, Shinobu set down her teacup, then looked up at Suta. Have you figured out how to complete the mission? Suta replied honestly. More or less. I'm planning to use the invitation from my newbie gift pack to find someone who can help. I just haven't decided who yet. I need to do some research first. Wait. Kurumi, visibly surprised, suddenly cut in. An invitation. That's way too valuable. You're really using it just for my wish? Suta smiled at her. Why are you acting so distant? No matter how valuable the invitation is, it's not as valuable as you. Kurumi's eyes widened slightly. A slight blush crept up her face, as if she were a little embarrassed. Suta. You don't usually say things this directly. Are you really willing to use it just for me? I already said don't act like we're strangers. Suta sighed, shaking his head. This invitation was a freebie from my newbie pack. It's not some limited edition item I can just buy more with points later. Using it to help you is fine. Kurumi blinked a few times. Then, suddenly, she smiled sweetly. Is that so? Suta, this is already beyond just helping a friend, you know. If you say so. Suta cleared his throat awkwardly. Yeah, I won't deny it. If you were just a regular friend, I wouldn't be using an invitation for you. Kurumi stared at him for a moment, then her smile widened even further. She looked completely satisfied and stopped teasing him. Of course, Suta continued, I also have my own motives for this mission. I want that God core. That God core. Kurumi tilted her head. The name sounds weird. Something about a final revised modded version or something. Are you sure it's safe? It's fine. Suta's eyes lit up with anticipation. Even if the name sounds weird, it's definitely good stuff. Becoming a god. That was way too enticing to pass up. By the way, Shinobu, Suta suddenly turned toward her, are you joining this mission? Shinobu shook her head. No. Have you not noticed the participant limit for this mission? She picked up her phone, opened the mission details, and showed Suta. At the bottom of the screen, it read, this mission is limited to 3 participants. The host may select the team members, Shinobu spoke calmly. This mission allows only 3 participants. With you and her, that's 2 spots filled. The last person must be someone who can actually contribute. That's not me. Also? Suta blinked. What else? I've received a solo mission. So I'll be returning to my own world for a while. You got a solo mission? Suta's shock was written all over his face. So the system had finally started issuing solo missions to friend group members? This was huge news. Yes, Shinobu nodded. I need to return to my world and assist Hitagi Senjugahara. Suta. What's wrong? Did I say something weird? Seeing Suta suddenly fall silent, Shinobu raised an eyebrow. Suta didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Shinobu, you've only seen Kizumonogatari, right? You haven't watched the rest of Monogatari series yet? Correct. I haven't had time. In that case. Suta grabbed his laptop and charger, placing them in front of Shinobu. I still have all the Monogatari episodes saved. Watch them. It'll help with your mission. He wasn't worried about handing her his laptop. After all, he had already deleted all the questionable content including certain gens featuring both Kurumi and Shinobu Loli. Understood. I appreciate it. Shinobu nodded, then, after a brief goodbye, returned to her world. Since traveling between worlds was as easy as a single teleport, Suta didn't bother trying to stop her. Bzzz suddenly, Suta's system phone vibrated. Oddly enough, Kurumi's phone didn't. That meant this message was for him alone. Suta frowned slightly, then picked up his phone and checked. Shinobu has transferred 500 points to you. Suta's expression went blank. Classic Shinobu? She didn't even say anything, just silently repaid me. Wait, so points can be transferred? Another new feature discovered. Suta smirked. Should I start charging new members interest? Maybe open a high-interest loan business? Of course, he was just joking. First, because he wasn't that kind of person. Second, because let's be real, borrowers were always kings. The lender? Always ended up as the beggar. I'm heading back too. At that moment, Kurumi stood up, cleaning up Shinobu's teacup as she spoke. So soon? Suta raised an eyebrow. Why was everyone leaving at the same time? I need to return to my world first. Kurumi explained, I'll use 12 bullets to send myself 30 years into the past. Once you find our 3rd team member, just teleport directly to me. That was a clever use of the system's teleportation function. Even if Kurumi went back in time, the system would still place Suta next to her when he arrived. Got it. Suta nodded. I'll find our member as soon as possible. Chapter 69, Chosen. 1 Lili. After Kurumi left, Suta immediately began researching candidates for the friend invitation. He needed to invite someone powerful, but not too powerful, someone with a strong sense of justice, good communication skills, and most importantly, someone who wouldn't wreck the world for fun after the mission. Someone who could neutralize spacequakes. For the spacequake problem, Suta had an idea counteracting spacequakes with space itself. According to Data Live, spacequakes of the same magnitude can cancel each other out. For example, Kotori Itsuko had once used a spacequake to counteract one caused by Kurumi. Of course, trying to gather all 10 spirits to negate the Eurasian sky disaster was pointless. Even all 10 combined couldn't handle my Otakamiya's pinky finger. So, external power was a must. Suta pulled out his iPhone and searched anime characters with spatial abilities. It wasn't that he didn't know who had spatial abilities, he just had too much information in his head and needed a refresher. Let's see. As the search results loaded, Suta skimmed the screen. Kakashi Hatake uses the space-time jutsu Kamyu to send objects to another dimension. Naruto's legendary 50 out of 50 ninja. Sending things to another dimension won't stop a spacequake. Shirai Kuroko, ability, teleportation. Misaka Mikoto's #1 fangirl. Her power's useless here. Also, the Toru world is risky. Pass. Siren, Hersher of the Void, controls imaginary space. From Honkai Impact. She has a skill called Space-Time Tremor, which is similar to spacequakes. Theoretically, she could counteract them. But could she really negate an 800-kilometer-wide space quake? Suta fell into deep thought. Siren was strong, she had wiped Siberia off the map, after all. But destructive power didn't always mean rescue capability. And more importantly, would she even want to help? Let's keep looking. Natsuki Minamiya uses spatial control magic. Oh? The legal Loi from Strike the Blood? But she's too weak. Maxwell Demon controls thermal boundary gates for teleportation. That crazy pervert from Mangekyō? Actually, in the Little Garden world, anyone who controls boundaries can use spatial gates. Wait. Little Garden? Suta facepalmed. He had just realized the perfect choice. The Little Garden, the world of Mangekyō are coming from another world, aren't they? A third-person omniscient universe created by the gods. A mix of all mythologies into a single shared world. A paradise of gods. And within this world of war gods and celestial beings, 3 races reign supreme: pure-blooded dragons, divine spirits, star spirits, if born gods were the strongest in concept manipulation, then star spirits were the strongest in space-time control. To them, manipulating space-time was like breathing. However, since Mangekyō never focused on spatial abilities, Suta hadn't thought of them at first. Candidate selected: White Knight Demon Shiroisha. Several star spirits appeared in Mangekyō: Shiro Yorumao, White Knight Demon, Algol, Halloween Queen, among them, White Knight Demon was the best choice. She had a strong moral compass, she protected the declining Arcadia community. She was friendly, she could joke around with Aizen and the others. She was no longer violent, her past as a demon lord was long over. Convincing her to save 150 million lives shouldn't be too hard, right? She's perfect? Suta made up his mind. White Knight Demon was the one. However, he couldn't invite her just yet. He had to be careful about one thing: he needed to invite her before she regained her full divine power. Divine restrictions in Little Garden in Mangekyō: gods couldn't just enter the lower world freely. For example, if 3 born gods set foot on Earth, their divine presence alone would dry up the oceans, shatter the land, set the sky on fire. And White Knight Demon? As a full authority divine entity, her true form was far too powerful for any normal world to withstand. However, in the early story, her divinity was sealed. At this stage, her strength was much lower, around a 4-digit level. Strong, but not overpowered. Could still get work done. Had responsibilities in Little Garden, so she wouldn't stay in another world too long. She checks all the boxes. Suta was thrilled. Now, he just had one last question: can I specify a character's timeline when using the invitation? System: yes, perfect. Suta double-checked White Knight King's background online. Then, after making sure he had all the details, he took a deep breath. Alright. Let's do this. Use friend invitation, invite White Knight Demon during her floor master period, from Little Garden. As soon as the system notification popped up, Suta's heart pounded. He couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, he had just invited someone who could obliterate every member of the chat with a snap. Would she accept? Would she reject? Chapter 70, White Knight Demon, the Benevolent God. The moment the newcomer alert popped up, the group chat exploded with activity. Kurami, Suta, you found someone already? Kurami, Great Benevolent Deity Shiroisha. This is a multiversal chat group connecting people from different worlds. The group announcement explains everything. Feel free to read it. Altair, Benevolent God? The newcomer is a god? Suta. His eye twitched. Great Benevolent Deity Shiroisha. How do you even have the nerve to call yourself that? Suta, Altair. Yes. The newcomer is indeed a god. Suta, Great Benevolent Deity Shiroisha. Read the announcement first. If you have questions, ask me, I'm the group leader. Meanwhile, Kurami sent another message. Kurami, Suta, I'm still loading up my 12 bullets for the time jump. It'll take some time. When are you coming? Suta, don't worry. I still need to talk with the new recruit. Take your time. Kurami, alright. Also, what about the 2 other newcomers? They haven't spoken at all. Did you confirm their identities? Suta, not yet. I have a rough idea. Right on cue, a message appeared. Tasako household head, what is this phone? No matter how many times I throw IT won't go away. Suta. Oh, would you look at that? Just in time. Suta was a little surprised. He had just been wondering when the newcomers would speak up, and now, here they were. Kurami, Tasako household head. Didn't you read the announcement? Everything is explained there. Tasako household head, I read it, but the contents are way too absurd. If you told me this phone was some kind of mystic code, I might believe that. Tasako household head, and what's this nonsense about me being a fictional character? Kurami, the term fictional character is just a placeholder. The relationship between our worlds and reality isn't fully understood yet. But one thing is certain, reality has detailed information about all of us. Tasako household head, information? Who are you trying to fool? Based on your conversation earlier, you guys don't even know my name. Suta, actually, I do know. I just didn't feel like saying it. Now that the newcomer had spoken, Suta decided to trick her into revealing her identity. Tasako household head, oh? You're the group leader, right? Humphrey, just throwing out baseless claims won't convince me. Suta smirked. Time to bait the trap. Suta, I'm Sakura's boyfriend. That makes us family, don't you think? So, do you still believe I don't know your name? No matter who the Tasako household head was, Tasaka Tokiomi or Tasaka Rin, this statement would definitely get a reaction. Rin would probably be shocked. Tokiomi. Well, he'd probably get pissed and try to hunt Suta down. However, Suta's guess was wrong. The first person to react wasn't Tasako household head. It was Kurami? Kurami, Suta. Wait a minute, Suta, you have a girlfriend? Who's Sakura? Care to explain? Suta. Damn it. He forgot about Kurami. Tasako household head, wait, what? Sakura has a boyfriend? Impossible. I see her all the time at school, and I've never noticed anything. You're lying. Suta smirked. Bingo. It was Tasaka Rin. Suta, Kurami. I was joking. Just testing out the newcomer's identity. Suta, Tasako household head. Yeah, I was lying. But now, I know exactly who you are. Without hesitation, Suta used his admin privileges to rename her chat ID to Tasaka Rin. Kurami, Suta, if you pull that stunt again, I will be mad. Tasaka Rin, damn it. That was a setup. Who the hell are you guys? Suddenly, another newcomer spoke up. Ilya, Rin? So it was you? You must be behind this, right? Ilya, TSK, such cheap tricks. Don't think this means you've won. When the Holy Grail War begins, I'll make sure you suffer. Suta. Well, that certainly lured out the other silent newcomer. And from what she said, Suta could already tell this was the fate, Stay Night Ilya, Ilyasvail, the Lesser Holy Grail. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Ilya had already known Rin from the very beginning, even casually calling her in at first meeting. According to fate lore, Ilya inherited knowledge from the original Innsburn Holy Grail maiden while submerged in the Grail. Tasaka Rin, wait. Who the hell are you, calling me so casually? Do I even know you? Ilya, oh, you'll know me soon enough. Let's just wait and see. After saying that, Ilya went silent again. Tasaka Rin, Suta. You're the group leader. If all this stuff in the announcement is real, then you should know who this Ilya person is, right? Suta, of course. She's one of the masters in the Holy Grail War just like you. Based on Ilya's words, it seemed like the Fifth Holy Grail War hadn't started yet. Tasaka Rin, she's a master too? But I've never even heard of her before. How does she know who I am? Suta, well. You see, there's a person inside the Holy Grail. You just don't have the same kind of access. Tasaka Rin? At that moment, the third silent newcomer finally spoke up. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, this thing called a phone. What a fascinating tool. No matter how hard I squeeze, I can't crush it. Suta paused. Then, he sighed in sympathy for the system phone. Every newcomer tried smashing or throwing it away to test if it was real. Even the mighty White Knight Demon was no exception. Suta, actually, you should try throwing it away and then using your boundary gate to teleport somewhere else. See if it still follows you. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, oh, I already tried that. I even had an adorable little rabbit poke it with a spear. Surprisingly, not a single scratch. Suta. Wait. A rabbit? With a spear? That wouldn't happen to be the spear of Indra Brahmastra replica, would it? Chapter 71, next time, I'll make you wear the school swimsuit. Shiroisha's words made Suta pause. Had she really asked Black Rabbit to attack the phone with the mock divinity, Vasavi Shakti? That spear wasn't just any weapon. In the battle against the last embryo, it had taken down the Dragon King himself. It had an absurdly powerful ability, adjusting its output to match the enemy's strength, releasing exactly the amount of divine lightning needed to defeat the target. Of course, whether it was truly limitless in power was unclear. Despite its reputation for being able to annihilate galaxies, it was still blocked in the box garden, Hakanaiwa, by the simple invulnerable to swords and spears gift. What concerned Suta more was just how indestructible was the system phone? If Vasavi Shakti couldn't damage it, did that mean this thing had absolute durability? Suta looked at his phone, muttering to himself, why couldn't you have turned into a sword instead? Shiroisha, this is the first time I've seen something so sturdy. And after stepping into the boundary gate, I moved at the 6th cosmic velocity, the highest recorded speed in Hakanaiwa. Even then, this phone caught up with me. I'm not just amazed, I'm actually a little scared. Rintasaka, huh? 6th cosmic velocity? You're joking, right? You'd need to know the mass of the universe to calculate that. Suta blinked in mild surprise. Rintasaka, a mage, actually knew physics. So, she really did pay attention in school. But, girl, do you even realize that the physics in your world are dictated by a holy lance? Newton would be rolling in his grave if he found out. Suta, Shiroisha is referring to Hakanaiwa's version of the 6th cosmic velocity. It's just a term, it essentially means moving faster than the speed of light. Rintasaka, wait, faster than light? Are you serious? She was starting to feel like she had stumbled into something way beyond her understanding. Suta, no need to be so shocked. The system already told you we come from different worlds, right? Shiroisha's world is a divine realm filled with gods, and Buddha's a little pantheon created by divine beings. So, it's not that surprising. Rintasaka, a real divine realm? That actually sounds kind of cool. Suta, wanna see it? If you're interested, I can come pick you up and take you there. Rintasaka, tempting. But let's talk after the Holy Grail War is over. Shiroisha, Suta, you seem to know a lot about our world. Suta, you should have read the system announcement by now, right? As it explained, I have access to a lot of information about different worlds including yours. Shiroisha, I read it, but it's still hard to believe. Shiroisha, that said, if this phone could keep up with me even surpassing Hakanaiwa's speed limits, then I have no choice but to believe this system exists. Suta, I appreciate how quickly you're coming to terms with things. Shiroisha, oh? That sounds like you need a favor from me? Suta, that's right. I'd like to ask for your help. Of course, I'll prepare a reward in return. Kuramito Kaizaki, Shiroisha, let me explain. This concerns me personally. Kurami proceeded to summarize the mission details in the chat. It was better for her to explain in her own words. Her determination to rewrite history and save millions of lives would be clearer that way. After all, Shiroisha wasn't just some reckless warlord. She was a guardian of the weak, someone who voluntarily lowered her own divine status to help mortals. If she felt Kurami's sincerity, she'd likely be more inclined to help. 5 minutes later, Kurami finished her explanation. The chat fell silent for a moment. Then, she broke the silence herself. Kuramito Kaizaki, that's the situation. We need to travel back in time, save the victims, and rewrite history to keep the current spirits from disappearing. Kuramito Kaizaki, I know it's an incredibly selfish wish. But if you're willing. Shiroisha, please help me. Shiroisha. Kuramito Kaizaki. Is something wrong? Suta, Kurami, you don't need to call her miss. Just use her name. She's already. Cough. Anyway, just call her normally. Kuramito Kaizaki, my apologies, then. Shiroisha, I see. I understand the situation now. Saving 150 million lives. That kind of conviction is truly admirable. Suta, so, does that mean you're willing to help? Shiroisha, throughout history, I have always admired those who embody heroism. Shiroisha, but I'm not running a charity. If you want my help, you'd best have a proper reward ready. At that moment, in Hakanaiwa, Shiroisha was lounging in a ridiculously ungraceful pose inside a traditional Japanese room. The sliding doors leading to the courtyard were open, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of cherry blossoms inside. Nearby, Black Rabbit, dressed in an extremely embarrassing bunny girl outfit, was brewing tea with a face as red as a tomato. Earlier, Shiroisha had given her a new job as a game host. As compensation, she had demanded that Black Rabbit serve her tea in this outfit for an hour. Shiroisha-sama, your tea. Black Rabbit swatted away Shiroisha's hand as it tried to stroke her thigh, then placed the teacup beside her. Shiroisha took a sip and nodded approvingly. Not bad. You've improved. Next time, try making tea while wearing a swimsuit. Absolutely not. Black Rabbit's long rabbit ears shot upright as she took a few steps away. Shiroisha sighed in disappointment, then turned back to her phone, completely absorbed in it. It was actually quite entertaining. And the people in the chat? Very interesting. Kurami, especially her willpower and courage, were admirable. Honestly, Shiroisha had already decided to help the moment Kurami finished explaining. Helping someone like her? Not a bad way to spend her time. Besides, she'd be earning points in the process. What's not to love? Still, she had her own principles. She couldn't just say yes right away. If she helped everyone who asked, she'd never be able to stop. So, she always demanded a reward as a rule. Chapter 72, This is an artistic hobby. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Shiroisha, what kind of reward do you want? I'll prepare anything I have for you. Seeing Kurumi's message, Suta suddenly interjected. Suta, I have a proposal regarding the reward. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, oh? Let's hear it. If I find it interesting, helping you out isn't a problem. Suta, we can provide you with a large number of one-time use gifts. Tokaizaki Kurumi, wait, Suta, do we even have something like that? Suta, Kurumi, did you forget about the upload item function in the shop? Before, we had no points, so it was useless, but now it's different. Suta, let me give you an example. If I upload 100 years of lifespan to the shop and then buy it myself, the points come back to me, but I'll have a tangible 100-year lifespan item in my hands. In other words, we can use the system to extract conceptual things we normally can't and make them into actual items. Tokaizaki Kurumi, I totally forgot about that function. If that's the case, I can extract 12 bullets as a reward, each filled with extra time, which will definitely be useful. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, the upload item function you're talking about, the one mentioned in the group announcement? Suta, that's right. Shiroisha, how about this? I upload lifespan-based items, buy them back, and gift them to you. Even if you can't use them yourself, you can give them as blessings to others. Tokaizaki Kurumi, as for me, I can provide one-time use time manipulation tools, things like objects that accelerate a person's time for instant movement, objects that reverse time, and objects that stop time. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, lifespan items and time manipulating tools, huh? Sounds pretty interesting. Shiroisha was already a bit tempted. While these items weren't useful to her personally, she could resell them at the Thousand Eyes shop to boost her performance. Additionally, as a star spirit, she occasionally held trials to spice up her life. One-time use gift items like these could be given as rewards to those who passed her trials. At that moment, Suta delivered the final blow. Suta, Shiroisha, besides the one-time use items, I can also provide you with a variety of sensual and erotic outfits, all kinds of uniforms from different worlds. Are you interested? Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, yes. Yes. Give me plenty. I'm definitely in. Tokaizaki Kurumi. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Shiroisha, so this is the kind of person you are? Suta, this is an artistic hobby. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, oh? Kid, you're really speaking my language. Suta scratched his cheek. How did she see through his age so easily? Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, since I chose this nickname, I might as well show you some generosity. I'll help you out this time. It'll be like taking a vacation. You should be grateful to me, kid. With that, the deal was sealed, and Suta let out a sigh of relief. Though he was confident that Shiroisha would agree to help, everything was just speculation until now. Now, he could finally put his mind at ease. Preparing for the journey, I need to hurry and prepare the clothes. Suta wasted no time. He grabbed his iPhone and began searching for various sensual uniform designs. As Picasso once said, good artists copy, great artists steal, and genius artists directly copy-paste. Using his matter creation ability, he started crafting the outfits based on the images. Since he was simply transferring these designs to another world, he felt no guilt about it. Once he finished making the clothes, Suta traveled to Kurumi's world. He was there to retrieve the time manipulation tools she had created. Due to the special nature of the little garden world, manipulating time to travel to the past or future was likely impossible. So, under Suta's suggestion, Kurumi mainly created tools that could accelerate, slow down, stop, or reverse the time of objects, avoiding anything related to past or future interference. Since she had poured an immense amount of time into her bullets, her own time reserves were significantly depleted. But this time, with the help of the shop function, Suta simply uploaded a dozen 100,000-year lifespan cards, bought them back, and gave them to Kurumi. After using them, she fully recovered her time reserves. The shop function really made things convenient. No more situations where restoring her time required 2 whole months of waiting. Before departing Tokaizaki Kurumi, by the way, Suta, I asked the system earlier. It told me that group members can attack each other, like how Kiss Shot can drink your blood. That's considered harm. However, lethal attacks are prohibited, and the system will forcibly prevent them. Suta, huh? There's such a restriction? Tokaizaki Kurumi, yes. She nodded. I don't know if Shiroisha is trustworthy. Hopefully, nothing happens, but if she attacks you, remember you can instantly return to reality using the system, and she won't be able to stop you. Then, Kurumi stepped closer to Suta and adjusted his collar while gently fixing his slightly messy bangs, her actions incredibly intimate, like a devoted wife. Tokaizaki Kurumi, I'll leave everything to you. Suta chuckled lightly. Suta, wait for my good news. After a short farewell, Suta returned to reality. He sat on his couch for a moment, drank a glass of water, then picked up his phone and pinged Shiroisha. Suta, great benevolent deity Shiroisha. I'm ready. I plan to come over now, so send me an invite. Suta, oh, by the way, the system will directly teleport me next to you. Is it convenient for you right now? Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, I'm in my room right now. Black Rabbit has already left, it's just me. It's convenient, so come over anytime. Suta, alright. I'll be there soon. After sending the message, he took a deep breath to mentally prepare himself. Meeting a big shot like Shiroisha, of course, he was nervous. At that moment, his system phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up, expecting a group message, but instead, it was a private message from Kissshot. Suta wasn't too surprised, he had tested the private chat function before. Kissshot, I was scrolling through the chat history earlier. You're going alone? Isn't that too dangerous? Can Shiroisha be trusted? Suta, theoretically, she's trustworthy and shouldn't be a threat. But in practice, well, that's not guaranteed. Kissshot, then let me come with you. I can ensure your safety. Reading that, Suta froze for a second, then his lips curled up slightly. Like Kurumi, Kissshot was worried about him. That warmed his heart. But, Suta, Kissshot, it's not that I doubt you, but Shiroisha could probably summon a single star beast and turn you into a punching bag. Suta, don't worry, the system prohibits lethal attacks between members. If anything happens, I can instantly escape. She won't be able to stop me. Kissshot, there's such a restriction? In that case, I won't stop you. Go ahead. Suta, regardless, thanks. Kissshot, no need to be so formal with me. Just as he finished chatting, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was Altair. Altair, Suta, can you really trust Shiroisha? Do you want me to go with you? Suta, do I really look that weak to you guys? After explaining to Altair as well, his phone finally stopped buzzing. Suta, alright then. Holding a massive pile of erotic, sensual outfits, he smirked at his phone. Suta, system, teleport me. Chapter 73, the system phone is amazing. A gentle breeze swept through the air, lifting cherry blossom petals and scattering them across the neatly maintained garden. Inside a nearby traditional Japanese-style room, a low round table sat atop a tatami mat, exuding an antique charm. Upon it, 2 freshly brewed cups of tea emitted curling wisps of steam. A silver-haired Lilai knelt before the table. Her pointed ears and small black horns complemented her absurdly delicate and youthful face. However, her expression was anything but youthful, it carried the weight of years, giving her an oddly mismatched aura. As soon as the teleportation process finished, this was the scene Suta witnessed upon opening his eyes. The room had an incense burner, and the mingling scents of incense and cherry blossoms filled the air with an intoxicating fragrance. You must be Suta? White Knight Demon Shiroisha beckoned to him with a wave. You look about how I imagined. Come, have a seat. Have some tea. However, her golden eyes were locked onto the massive pile of risque outfits that Suta was holding like a predator eyeing its prey. Suta's eye twitched. She was really trying to act proper, offering him tea and all, but her hungry gaze completely betrayed her true nature. These are all for you. Suta unceremoniously dumped the outfits next to the table, took off his shoes at the entrance, and then sat down cross-legged. Oh. The material of these uniforms is fantastic. Shiroisha's small hands eagerly grabbed one of the outfits, rubbing the fabric between her fingers. And the design. It's incredibly unique. Not too revealing, yet ridiculously seductive. You hardly see clothes like these in the little garden. Hee, Black Rabbit is in for a treat. In truth, outer universes beyond the little garden had plenty of such outfits, but she couldn't simply venture out and grab them. As a floor master, she had responsibilities. The gods wouldn't allow her to wander freely. After all, she held 14 sun authorities. If she ran away and never came back, who in the infinite cosmos would be able to track her down? Hearing Shiroisha's words, Suta silently offered a moment of sympathy for Black Rabbit, exactly 0.1 seconds of it. Suta then pulled out a stack of transparent cards from his pocket and set them on the table. These are the lifespan cards and time manipulation tools. In your terms, they're basically gifts. Check if the quantity is enough. If not, Kurumi and I can prepare more after the mission. Shiroisha glanced at the cards with mild curiosity. These are like gift cards? Sealing gifts within cards. But you can even store attacks in them. This makes them more versatile than normal gift cards. She picked up one labeled Time Stop, examining it closely. Suta offered a quick tip. Just think, use, in your mind, and it'll activate. Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, Shiroisha mentally activated the card and lightly pressed it against her body. Instantly, the power of time stop surged forth. Her expression froze momentarily, but of course, such temporal effects had no impact on a star spirit like her. She wasn't testing whether it worked on her, but rather, she was gauging its strength. Shiroi closed her eyes, feeling the energy flow, and murmured, "This is indeed time-based power. And quite potent too. It even registers as a minor influence on me, a star spirit." She opened her eyes, nodding approvingly. "Not bad. These will do. Since I've already agreed to help, I won't squeeze you for more." Hearing that, Suta finally let out a sigh of relief. "So, do we head out now?" "No need to rush." Shiroi snapped open her folding fan, partially covering her chin. Her expression took on a more serious tone. "There are a few things about the little garden I'd like to ask you, kid. You don't mind sharing some intel, do you?" Then, she added, "Of course, I won't be prying for free. In return, if you run into trouble in the future, I'll help you again once." "Intel, huh? I don't mind." Suta nodded. "But I don't know everything. There might be some questions I can't answer." If she asked about Queen Halloween's past scandals, he'd have no idea. "That's fine. Just tell me what you know." Shiroi pondered briefly before asking, "I can't sense any spirit rank from you. How is that possible? Even ordinary humans are born with a trace of spirit rank." Spirit rank, granted by the world itself, defined a being's rank in the cosmic order. To exist within the little garden, spirit rank was a requirement. Without spirit rank, one could not be observed, meaning their existence would be erased. Suta thought for a moment and guessed, it's probably due to the system's cross-world synchronization effect feature. Even though I have no spirit rank, I can carry my world's cosmology with me, allowing me to maintain my existence in the little garden. Cross-world synchronization effect. Shiroi glanced at her system phone, her expression shifting to shock. If creating item cards was already a minor miracle, then this function outright exceeded the central governing laws of the little garden. Although surprised, she didn't dwell on it and moved on to her next question. "Kid, do you know about Ouroboros? Ouroboros? That demon lord alliance?" "So you do know." Shiroi's eyes lit up with an intense gleam. 2 years ago, my former friend's community, no name, was annihilated by Ouroboros. "You're aware of this, right?" Suta was about to respond when he suddenly froze in surprise. "Wait a minute, this is?" Just now, he had intended to say Arcadia, but the moment he opened his mouth, the words became no name instead. Seeing his confusion, Shiroi calmly explained, "That's just how it is in the little garden. A community stripped of its name cannot be called by its original name. Only the new holder of the name can use it." Suta pondered for a second. "Even if you write it down?" "Yes. It's forbidden." Suta smirked. He pulled out his system phone and typed, "Suta, Shiroi, are you referring to Arcadia?" "Shiroi." Suta grinned. "Looks like your world's laws don't apply to the system." Shiroi glanced at her phone, her emotions complex. The system truly surpassed the rules of the little garden. From her questions, Suta now knew exactly when she was from 2 years after Arcadia's destruction. Not long from now, Aizen and the others would arrive in the little garden. Chapter 74, so it can be used like this? Suta could clearly see the eagerness and anticipation in Shiroi's expression. After a moment of thought, he immediately understood what she wanted to know. "Shiroi, you're trying to ask me where No Name's members were taken, right?" "That's right. Ouroboros' ability to hide is a nightmare. I've been searching for 2 years and haven't found a single trace." Shiroi nodded, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "If you know where Ouroboros' base is, I can immediately start a rescue operation." Faced with her hopeful gaze, Suta, unfortunately, shook his head. "I don't know the exact location. And honestly, if you're thinking about a rescue, it's probably already too late." "What do you mean?" "Only a small portion of No Name remains in the little garden like Letitia. But most of the members, including Canaria, were directly exiled to outer universes." "What?" Shiroi's eyes widened in shock, a flash of panic and frustration crossing her face. Despite her countless years of life experience, despite her undoubtedly deep wisdom, her emotions were impossible to suppress when it came to her friends being in danger. Exiled to outer universes. No wonder. No wonder I never heard from them. Shiroi's golden eyes burned with fury. Finding someone in the infinite expanse of outer universes was harder than finding a single grain of sand in a star-filled sky. Even Queen Halloween, who governed the boundaries, couldn't achieve such a feat. "I remember that the Baron Lockroy and Komai Kazekage will eventually return to the little garden on their own, so there's no need to specifically search for them." Suta racked his brain, digging through his knowledge of little garden's history. "The one we really need to worry about is Canaria." "Why?" "Because she used gift, poet, The loss of her spiritual power, combined with the strain of creating the weapon her community needed, proved too much. One day, she collapsed and was sent to the hospital. The cost of using her gift drained her spirit rank, and she ultimately passed away in bed from exhaustion. Wait. Canaria dies because her spirit rank is exhausted? Shiroisha's delicate brows furrowed tightly. Spirit rank was the foundation of everything in the little garden. Even she wasn't confident she could resolve a problem related to the loss of spirit rank. If there was no other way, she might have to cut off a portion of her own spirit rank to give to Canaria. But first, they had to actually find Canaria. Yes. The weapon she created ended up being inherited by a boy named Aizen Oisakamaki. That same boy will soon be summoned by No Name into the little garden. Canaria's successor. Wait. Shiroisha's expression suddenly shifted to urgency. Kid. Do you know how to find the outer universe Canaria was exiled to? Suta was a little surprised by her reaction. I don't. Why? Shiroisha let out a frustrated sigh. This is bad. She quickly explained, dying in the outer universe isn't necessarily permanent. The little garden can observe all timelines. If we can find her exact location, we can adjust our arrival point in the timeline before she dies, rescue her, bring her back, and then rewrite history to create a false death record. But if her successor Aizen Oisakamaki has already seen her death, then her death becomes an observed fact in the little garden. And once something is confirmed by the little garden, it cannot be undone. So, there's absolutely no way to revive her? Suta asked. Shiroisha shook her head. There is no resurrection gift in the little garden. Maybe your world has such abilities, but here, spirit rank is the foundation of all existence. Once the fact of someone's death is confirmed by the system of the little garden, they cannot be brought back. Suta quickly put the pieces together. So we have to find Canaria before Aizen enters the little garden? Yes. Shiroisha rubbed her temples, already feeling a headache coming on. Finding Canaria in the endless expanse of time and outer universes was basically an impossible mission. But just as she was deep in thought, Suta suddenly smirked. That's easy. Leave it to me. His calm confidence immediately caught Shiroisha's attention. You can find her? Without hesitation, Suta pulled out his system phone, tapped the shop feature, and pointed at a specific item. I can't. But this can. The ultimate cheat, travel card. Travel card? That's right. The travel card allows the user to specify a world, a time, and a location for teleportation. Suta explained, we just have to input Canaria's outer universe as the target. Then, for the time, we set it to before she dies. Shiroisha stared at him, stunned. Then, there's an item that's broken? She suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. In that case, as long as we also solve the spirit rank exhaustion issue, Canaria can be saved. For the first time since the conversation started, Shiroisha's expression eased. She felt a rare wave of gratitude towards Suta. If I hadn't received this invite, Canaria's death would have been sealed as reality. She looked at him differently now. No longer just as some random kid but as a valued comrade. I'll cover the cost of the travel card myself. She tapped the shop screen on her phone. Once we finish our mission, I should receive system points too, right? Consider it my responsibility. Then, her golden eyes flashed with eagerness. So, kid. When do we start? Suta emptied his teacup, savoring the warmth. Then he smiled. If you're ready, we can go right now. I'm ready. Let's go. All right. Come hug me. Huh? Shiroisha froze, blinking in disbelief. She stared at Suta like he had just grown a second head. Was this brat really? Did he actually? Was he seriously? A mischievous grin tugged at her lips. Pa. Didn't think you had the guts, kid. Wait. No. That's not what I... Suta hurriedly waved his hands. It's a system rule. Male members can teleport with a handshake, but for female members, it requires a hug. Shiroisha narrowed her eyes suspiciously, then glanced at her system phone. This thing really is meant for making friends? Of course, despite her complaints, she didn't actually care. She shrugged and stood up. Then, without warning, she leaped straight into Suta's arms. Caught off guard, Suta instinctively caught the tiny silver-haired Lilai. All right, let's go. I want to start earning points. Shiroisha's tone was completely casual, as if they weren't physically pressed together. Suta sighed. System, teleport. A flash of white light enveloped them and the next mission began. Chapter 75, Altair wants to become the god of a new world. The silence in the group chat was broken by Suta's message. Suta, Tokaizaki Kurami. Kurami, how's your preparation going? Have you made it back to 30 years ago? Tokaizaki Kurami, not yet. I just finished loading the time into Zafki Eel. The further back I travel, The greater the energy cost, later stages increase exponentially. It took a lot of effort. Suta, Shiroisha and I have already arrived in the real world. We're ready to head to your location. Tokaizaki Kurumi, so fast? Give me a moment, I'll travel back now and notify you when I arrive. Suta, alright, no rush. We have plenty of time. Kurumi went silent after that, likely focusing on her time travel. Suta suddenly became curious. If Kurumi left her phone in the present and then traveled back 30 years, would the phone stalker mode still activate and follow her? Altair, so, you're all set? Then let me wish you success in advance. Suta, how are things on your end, Altair? Has the issue of Setsuna Shimazuki's identity been resolved? Altair, it's settled. Because I exist as a colorless entity, I can incorporate secondary creative settings infinitely. I had Setsuna create a fanwork where I was given the settings of electronic information alteration and memory manipulation. Once those settings were accepted by the world, I gained the ability to not only modify recorded electronic data but also alter ordinary people's memories. Suta. That's way too op. Though Altair's abilities all had restrictions, preventing her from doing something extreme like reversing the laws of life and death in the real world, the fact that she could acquire any ability she wanted was just absurdly overpowered. Suta, with those two abilities, fabricating an identity must be ridiculously easy for you. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, oh? You can acquire any ability you want? If you manage to gather billions of different abilities, you should try visiting the little garden. If the central system recognizes them, it might bestow upon you an immense divinity. Suta, speaking of which, Shiroisha, do you think you can solve the problem in Altair's world? The issue of severing the link between reality and fiction? Altair, let me explain the situation. Altair quickly provided an overview of the relationship between creators and creations in the world of creators, highlighting the core issues. Suta also supplemented her explanation with additional details. Suta, to use an analogy, the relationship between reality and fiction in Altair's world is like 3D and 2.5D, rather than a simple distinction between 3D and 2D. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, having one's fate manipulated at will. Truly a tragic existence. Such a bizarre world is rare to come by. Suta, so, do you have a solution? Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, unfortunately, this isn't my area of expertise. I definitely can't help. But I do know someone who can. Altair, who? Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, a certain arrogant woman who happens to be one of my greatest rivals. A terrible personality, absolutely infuriating. Suta. Altair, Suta. You know who she's talking about? Suta, most likely Halloween Queen. She's a character from Shiroisha's world, capable of controlling the boundary between worlds and the cosmos. If she were to intervene, she could probably solve your problem. Suta, but Altair, the Halloween Queen belongs to the omnipotent domain, and she's not subject to the omnipotence paradox. If her true form were to descend into your world, I'd bet your Earth would be gone before she even manages to sever the link between reality and fiction. Altair. Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, Altair. You might want to consider staying in your world for now and collecting as many abilities as possible. Once you've gathered an overwhelming amount, you could try visiting the little garden to obtain divinity. If that works, you might grow strong enough to resolve this issue yourself. Altair, seriously? Great benevolent deity Shiroisha, why would I lie to you? Altair, thank you for this suggestion. But my creator's life still hasn't stabilized, so I don't have time to pursue this just yet. I'll wait a while. Inside the rental apartment, Suta read through their conversation and glanced over at Shiroisha, who was still fiddling with his iPhone. He asked, can Altair really become stronger this way? Shiroisha lifted her gaze slightly and replied casually, the chances are pretty high. There's actually precedent for something similar in the history of the little garden like. You know about Letitia's younger sister, Lamia, right? Yeah, I know, Suta nodded. She was one of the vampire princesses from long before the anti-utopian war. Exactly. Back then, vampires were known as the Knights of the Little Garden, and they were revered. Their later reputation as evil creatures was fabricated by poets after Letitia fell and became a demon lord. Shiroisha reminisced for a moment before continuing. If I remember correctly, Lamia took on all of Letitia's negative reputation and was cursed with the equivalent of billions of demon gods' maledictions. If not for the omnipotence paradox suppressing her, her divinity could have surpassed even the omnipotent domain. Suta was a little stunned. So, the more gifts you have, the higher your divinity? Of course. Gifts originate from divinity, they're directly linked. The more gifts you accumulate, the more your divinity increases. Shiroisha nodded firmly. It wasn't only by claiming a major historical convergence point that one could amass a vast divinity. Otherwise, with just a few stories about Lamia circulating in the outside world, how could her divinity accumulate to the point of rivaling the chief gods of the divine pantheon? But Altair's abilities come from another world. Can they really be considered gifts and, in turn, supplement her divinity? Wasn't it you who told me that friends in the group enjoy the interwoven influence of different worldviews function? If this function truly exists, then under its influence, her abilities would be recognized as gifts in the little garden. Once the central system observes them, it would likely compensate by granting her a corresponding divinity for each gift. Stacking up to billions of divinity points would be quite impressive. It might not be as exaggerated as Lamia, but reaching 4-digit status wouldn't be impossible. I completely forgot about that. Suta hadn't expected the system's functions to be utilized this way. It was truly being exploited in all kinds of creative ways. Just then, his phone buzzed. Turning his attention back to the screen, he saw that Kurumi had tagged him in the group chat. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Suta. I've arrived a day before the Eurasian sky disaster occurred. You can come over now. Suta, alright, we'll be there soon. Setting his phone down, Suta turned to look at Shiroisha. Kurumi is ready. Let's head over. Hearing this, Shiroisha regretfully put down the iPhone she had been browsing. She seemed to have been searching for information related to the little garden. As for how she could read Chinese, don't ask. Just chalk it up to authority over the full spectrum of gifts. If you really want it, Suta chuckled, you can keep that phone. Just download everything you need in advance before taking it back to the little garden. But you'll have to figure out how to charge it yourself. Oh? You're pretty generous. Then I won't hold back. Without hesitation, Shiroisha casually pocketed the iPhone. At least let me take out the SIM card first. Suta felt a little speechless but decided not to say anything further. If Kissshot could use material creation to generate a gaming console after turning into vampire sludge, then making another phone shouldn't be too much of a stretch for him. Let's go. Shiroisha suddenly leaped toward him, and Suta caught her midair. Given their height difference, if she tried to hug him on her own, she'd probably end up clinging to his leg. Her head would be right at. Ahem. This position was much more convenient. System, take us to the Data Live world. Chapter 76, Your thought process is truly bizarre. As soon as Suta felt solid ground beneath his feet, he opened his eyes and found himself inside a cafe. This surprised him. Could it be the same cafe where he had coffee with Kurumi earlier? But he quickly noticed differences. The side of the shop facing the street wasn't designed with floor-to-ceiling windows, which meant it wasn't the same place. Night had already fallen, and the dim lighting cast a warm glow over the cafe's elegant interior. Compared to a casual coffee shop, this place had a refined, high-class atmosphere. The number of customers was low, adding to its exclusivity. Suta quickly spotted Kurumi in a corner. She wore a Gothic-style black dress that accentuated her pale, delicate face. Sitting perfectly still, she resembled an exquisite porcelain doll. Holding Shiroisha in his arms, Suta approached the table where Kurumi was seated. Shiroisha immediately leaped from his arms and landed gracefully onto the chair Suta had pulled out. Kurumi looked slightly surprised. You're Shiroisha? Was Shiroisha originally a child? As a star spirit, my form and appearance as a human are meaningless to me, Shiroisha said, noticing the curiosity in Kurumi's eyes and waving her hand dismissively. Then, she took a few glances at Kurumi's outfit. Though the dress covered her curves, it couldn't fool an experienced connoisseur like Shiroisha. So, you're Tokaizaki Kurumi? Even with that dress covering you, judging by your proportions and weight, your development is quite impressive. You might not have caught up to Black Rabbit, but for a 16-year-old girl, you're outstanding. Kurumi blinked in confusion, momentarily unable to process Shiroisha's rapid topic shifts. She instinctively asked, wait. You know my weight? But of course. Shiroisha said proudly. I am a great being who oversees the total mass of the primordial universe. Any star spirit must add a super prefix before my title. Your weight? A mere glance is all it takes for me to know. Kurumi turned her gaze to Suta, as if silently asking, is she always like this? Suta gave a helpless smile and pulled out a chair to sit beside Kurumi. After Shiroisha's comment, he found himself a little curious about Kurumi's weight. They say, if you weigh less than 100 pounds, you're either flat-chested or short. Kurumi's chest size was certainly substantial, far beyond what a 16-year-old girl should normally have. But since she was under 160 centimeters tall, estimating her weight was tricky. Suta, you're thinking of something very rude, aren't you? Kurumi suddenly turned her head, staring at him intently. No. I was just wondering where exactly we are. Suta quickly changed the subject. 30 years ago, Tang City shouldn't exist yet, right? As for this place. Kurumi thought for a moment before answering, It should be the northern part of Kanagawa Prefecture. Tengu City was built on the ruins of southern Tokyo and northern Kanagawa. So, the spatial quake that happens in Mongolia tomorrow will spread across the ocean and affect this place too? Even though he already knew how insanely powerful the Eurasian Great Space Quake was, Suta still couldn't help but be amazed. That's not quite right. Kurumi shook her head and explained, the Eurasian Great Space Quake covered the central part of the Eurasian continent, including what was then Russia, China, and Mongolia. As for Japan, it was actually destroyed by subsequent smaller space quakes. Of course, I say small only in comparison by Japanese standards. This one was around S-class. An S-class space quake was enough to wipe Tengu City off the map. Anything higher an SS-class event could sink the entire Japanese archipelago. Then it looks like stopping the Eurasian Great Space Quake alone won't be enough. We need to deal with this one too. Suta furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Kurumi. Do you have detailed records of the space quake events? I do. I've already gathered the necessary data in advance. Kurumi's shadow suddenly expanded, and from the inky darkness, a pale hand emerged, handing her a thick file of documents. Suta nearly flipped the table. That scene was straight out of a horror movie. Not great for the heart. Kurumi, seemingly unaware of how unnerving her action was, handed the documents to Suta. All the recorded times and locations of the space quakes are listed here. Suta quickly flipped through the pages. For about 6 months after the Eurasian Great Space Quake, smaller space quakes occurred worldwide. The major one in Japan happened 6 months after the Eurasian Great Space Quake. Like an eraser wiping across the land, everything from southern Tokyo to northern Kanagawa was reduced to a circular wasteland. From across the table, Shiroisha leaned in to glance at the data. Her brows furrowed slightly. So many deaths. This is going to be tricky. Hearing this, Kurumi immediately asked, tricky? Is preventing the disaster going to be difficult? The disaster itself isn't the problem. A mere space quake. I can wave a hand and erase it, Shiroisha said confidently, as if it was beneath her to even consider. Her real concern lay elsewhere. You two have seriously considered how to stop these disasters while keeping history intact, right? If these people don't die, the sheer weight of their collective fate will cause history to shift in unimaginable ways. That's something I haven't figured out yet. Kurumi pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly troubled. She had been struggling with this issue for a while, but no viable solution had come to mind. At that moment, Suta spoke up. Actually, you're both looking at this the wrong way. Shiroisha turned to him. So, you've got a solution? Let's hear it. Kurumi also perked up, focusing her attention on him. Meeting their expectant gazes, Suta slowly explained, the mission only requires that we prevent the tragedies caused by the Eurasian Great Space Quake and the deaths caused by my Otakamiya's sapphire crystals without affecting the spirit's existence. He raised a finger. That means we don't need to preserve history exactly as it was. As long as the key causal events that led to the spirit's birth still happen, everything after that is up to us. A slight smirk formed on his lips as he proposed an outlandish solution. The simplest way to solve this problem? We rescue all 100 million people, then throw them 30 years into the future. Kurumi took several seconds to process that. You're saying, take 100 million people and throw them 30 years forward in time? Across from him, Shiroisha twitched slightly, giving Suta an exasperated look. You brat. You're planning to solve this problem by flipping the entire chessboard, aren't you? As bizarre as it sounded, it was actually a viable solution. Suta chuckled and elaborated. We can do it like this. Shiroisha stores all 100 million people inside her game field. That way, their deaths are still technically recorded in history, meaning no butterfly effects to mess up casualty. Then, once all of the necessary events have played out, we release them back into the world 30 years later. Problem solved. Chapter 77, Shiroisha, the ultimate tool. Kurumi lowered her head in thought. Suta's plan was highly feasible. However, there was one glaring issue. Shiroisha, do you actually have a way to transport over 100 million people? Kurumi asked. Of course. I've created planetary-scale game fields before multiple times, actually, Shiroisha replied nonchalantly. Forget a mere 100 million, I could store this entire world's population inside if I wanted to. Kurumi forced a wry smile. That childlike appearance of hers was so deceptive it was far too easy to forget she was actually an absolute powerhouse. Suta, sitting beside her, didn't say anything, but he vaguely recalled that inside one of Shiroisha's game fields, there was a silver sun floating around. Was that truly just a planetary game field? Or was it stellar level? There's still another problem, Kurumi added after a moment. Dropping 100 million people into the modern era all at once. Are we really sure that won't cause major issues? Suta froze, carefully considering the implications. And then he realized, yeah, That was a huge issue. He muttered, "You're right. Food shortages, employment concerns, housing crises. If all these things aren't addressed, it would be the equivalent of suddenly creating 100 million refugees. If that leads to riots. 100 million refugees. That was a truly insane number. Handled improperly, it could even ignite a war. In that case, Suta suggested, why don't we stagger their release? As long as it doesn't disrupt key historical events, we can release them in waves, maybe a few tens of thousands at a time. Also, we should avoid Japan, since it has too many connections to the birth of the spirits. If we space out their return, that does make things much easier. I imagine that after a few instances of this, the world governments will establish special institutions to handle the situation," Kurumi said, considering the idea. At the very least, this plan was far less reckless than dumping 100 million people all at once. As for providing them with food in the beginning, Suta turned toward Shiroisha. "Shiroisha, if you can create entire planets, then producing a massive supply of food should be no problem, right? Creating planets? You're talking about the game fields I made back when I was at full power. Right now, making planets isn't that easy." But Shiroisha mentally calculated for a moment before saying, "If it's just feeding 100 million people, that shouldn't be an issue." "Alright, then that takes care of the food problem," Suta said with a relieved smile. "As for jobs, post-disaster recovery is bound to create tons of employment opportunities. Any remaining issues? Well, we'll just leave those to the modern governments to figure out." Of course, they weren't actually planning to wait 30 years before releasing those people. They'd obviously use time travel to fast forward and release them in batches. After all, waiting 3 whole decades just to complete a single mission? That'd be absurd. "We have the ability to freely travel through time," Suta pointed out. "We can afford to experiment a few times. If something goes wrong, we can just undo it and try again. Sooner or later, we'll figure out the most optimal solution. It's just that. Beside, it's gonna be a lot of work. Workload isn't an issue. As long as I get my points in the end, I really don't mind some extra effort," Shiroisha said, far more relaxed than Suta was. That made sense. She had already been fulfilling her duties as a floor master, handling tons of responsibilities without a single complaint. Despite her eccentric personality, Shiroisha might actually be the hardworking, diligent type when it came to her job. "Well, since you're the main force behind this operation and you don't have a problem with it, then I've got no complaints either," Suta said, nodding in agreement. "Let's move forward with this plan to solve the Eurasian Great Spacequake issue." With that settled, Suta moved on to the next topic. "The only thing left is rescuing those girls who died due to my Otakamiya refining the sapphire crystal." "That won't be a problem," Kurumi assured him. "Even after their transformation into monsters, those girls didn't die immediately after Maio extracted the spirit crystals. There was a delay. I can take advantage of that window. Once Maio takes the crystal and leaves, I can secretly save them. Even if they do die, we should still be able to bring them back." Suta turned toward Shiroisha again. "Shiroisha, you should have the ability to reconstruct souls, right? Soul manipulation, huh? That's not really my area of expertise," Shiroisha admitted. "But if it's just retrieving the souls of recently deceased ordinary humans, that's totally doable." With that confirmation, everything was finally falling into place. "Then that settles it," Suta exhaled deeply and smiled. "Let's get to work." Near the China-Mongolia border, an endless grassland stretched to the horizon. Scattered shepherds watched over their flocks, while the air carried the scent of damp earth. The soil beneath their feet was soft, and the wind rustled through the prairie. After spending the entire night discussing details, the trio arrived at the ground zero of the soon-to-happen Eurasian Great Spacequake. Suta was currently being held in Kurumi's arms, floating in midair. Beside them, Shiroisha walked through the sky as if it were solid ground. Suta glanced at her, a little envious. He did have a transformation ability like Shinobu's, but even if he sprouted bat wings, flight was impossible. At best, he could turn his hands into blades. Oh, right. He could also harden certain parts of his body. Kurumi held onto him tightly, as if afraid he might fall. Not that it would actually kill him. "They're here. Those 3 magicians you mentioned," Shiroisha suddenly announced, pointing eastward. Kurumi and Suta turned to look. Using his enhanced vampire vision, Suta barely made out 3 blurred figures in the distance. Isaac Ray Pelham Westcott, Elliot Baldwin Woodman, and Ellen Myra Mathers. These were the 3 magicians who created my Otakamiya. They had all been born in a magician's village, a village that was ultimately destroyed by humans. So, in retaliation, they planned to create spirits to wage war against humanity and the world itself. From Suta's perspective, that was textbook insanity. If someone kills your loved ones, Then you go after those responsible, dragging millions of innocent people into your revenge scheme. What the hell did they do to deserve that? Absolute lunatics. Of course, Suta had already grown numb to these kinds of villains in anime. So, when he spotted the three figures below, his expression barely changed. By the way, Kurami, Suta suddenly remembered something. That Isaac guy? He's actually one of the biggest antagonists in your world. Kurami blinked. He is? If you count from this moment onward, 25 years from now, he'll kidnap the second spirit, Nihonjo. Kurami's expression stiffened. For 5 years straight, he'll repeatedly torture her, gutting her open, drilling into her skull, slicing off her limbs piece by piece. Just full-on psychopathic madness. Kurami's crimson and gold eyes narrowed dangerously. The second spirit. He kidnapped her? And tortured her? For 5 years? Yeah. So, let's not waste any sympathy on him. Suta glanced down at the three figures. Of course, we can't touch him right now or we'll risk screwing up history. Be careful. A strange energy is beginning to gather, Shiroisha suddenly warned. It's probably that Ryaku you mentioned. Chapter 78, Shiroisha becomes a little puppy with her supreme perception. Shiroisha detected an immense power gathering over the grasslands. It's definitely Ryaku, spiritual power, Kurami confirmed. Looks like their spirit arts ritual was a success. Meanwhile, Suta stood there, completely oblivious to the energy shifts, feeling a bit embarrassed. I really need to work on improving my spiritual sense. It's reaching the critical point already. That was fast. Shiroisha focused her senses on the energy flow, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. It wasn't that she was alarmed by the power itself, far from it. She was simply puzzled. How are three seemingly weak magicians able to manipulate such an enormous amount of energy? Be careful. You two should fly a little higher, she cautioned. Then, she expanded her spiritual sense, enveloping the entire Eurasian continent in her awareness. Her ability to sense things was beyond absurd. Once upon a time, while stationed in the third heaven of Little Garden, she had perceived a battle taking place in the fifth heaven, several layers away, and memorized every detail. Each outer gate was roughly equivalent to Earth's total surface area. Perceiving across multiple outer gates despite all the dimensional and hierarchical barriers was something even gods and Buddhas would struggle to accomplish. Compared to that, covering a single continent was child's play. The spirit energy is compressing. The space quake is coming. Kurami tightened her grip on Suta and ascended even higher. Moments later, a crushing sensation swept across the central grasslands. The air itself groaned under the sheer weight of compressed spirit energy, releasing a high-pitched wailing noise. Suta suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. This must be the highest density of spirit energy ever recorded in this world. And then the earth trembled. Space shook violently. A devastating shockwave spread across the entire Eurasian continent. Suta's vision darkened as an abyssal void began consuming the land. Wherever this darkness spread, mountains collapsed. Grasslands vanished like illusions. Everything on the surface was devoured without a trace, as if some invisible monster was devouring reality itself. Cities in the distance? Gone. Forests and rivers? Erased. Had Shiroisha not prepared in advance, marking countless spatial anchors across the three affected nations, there would have been no saving anyone. However, under her control, these spatial anchors interconnected, forming a vast network spanning across 3 countries. From this gigantic web, ripples of spatial energy surged outward. Every life form touched by these ripples was instantly warped into a different space, disappearing without a trace. And so, the spirit quake's devastation was completely neutralized wherever the ripples reached. Shiroisha's godlike control over space-time was fully displayed. She even accelerated her own perception of time, allowing her to process everything at a hyper-accelerated rate. For her, the entire world slowed down. The space quake's expansion seemed to move at a crawl. Her mind working at maximum capacity, she quickly calculated all possible fatalities and extracted them into her game field. Meanwhile, anyone who would have only sustained injuries, she simply left them as they were. Of course, mistakes were inevitable. But when dealing with over 100 million people, a small margin of error didn't affect the overall success of the operation. Once the space quake subsided, Shiroisha finally exhaled in relief. The abyssal darkness faded. The world returned to calm. No living person remained in the disaster epicenter, though survivors at the periphery were still writhing in agony. Kurami and Suta slowly descended to Shiroisha's altitude. Suta swallowed hard, taking a moment to process the sheer catastrophic power they had just witnessed. Then, he turned to Shiroisha and asked, "Did you get everyone?" "There's always going to be some margin of error," she admitted, rubbing her temples as if mentally exhausted. She could shatter an entire continent with a single punch. That would be easy. But precise space-time manipulations on this scale? Even for her, It was mentally exhausting. If she hadn't set up her spatial anchors ahead of time, she probably wouldn't have been able to pull off such an intricate rescue across 1,000 kilometers of disaster radius. Alright, Suta nodded, flipping through Kurami's documents. Next up. The Arctic Circle. There are a few Inuit settlements there, and in 10 days, a spacequake is going to wipe them out completely. I'll prepare the 11th bullet to send you both forward in time, Kurami said, manifesting her angelic rifles. Shiroisha, of course, could time travel on her own. She couldn't alter Little Garden's past or future, but external worlds weren't subject to those restrictions. Still, since Kurami was offering, she saw no need to waste her own energy. Soon, Kurami fired off an 11th bullet, sending Shiroisha ahead in time. As soon as she vanished, Suta muttered, looks like the people inside her game field don't count toward the time travel headcount. Yeah. My own time expenditure didn't increase at all, it only counted as sending one person, not 100 million. Kurami had noticed it, too. Which was good news. Otherwise, if she had to send 100 million people through time, the sheer amount of time energy required would be astronomical. This makes things way easier. But if Shiroisha follows me back to the real world, then her game field will count those people again. She probably wouldn't be able to bring them all with her, Suta speculated. This was why he hadn't suggested that he and Shiroisha return to the real world first while waiting for Kurami to finish her time jumps. The system was designed to prevent loopholes. By now, Kurami had loaded another 11th bullet, aiming the barrel straight at Suta's forehead. I'll send you next, Suta, she said. Suta. Why did this feel like an execution scene? From that point on, the trio Kurami, Suta, and Shiroisha embarked on an endless cycle of time travel rescues. The Eurasian Great Spacequake wasn't the end. In its aftermath, over 50 smaller spacequakes erupted worldwide. This went on for 6 entire months. After repeating the same tedious task countless times, the three of them were starting to lose patience. Finally, the last spacequake arrived. This one struck Japan, obliterating an enormous circular region encompassing southern Tokyo and northern Kanagawa. Once Shiroisha saved the survivors, she sensed a new presence, someone overflowing with immense energy. The trio hurried over only to find Takemiya Mayo, recently taken in by Takemiya Shinji. At long last, she had appeared. This meant the stage was finally set in Japan. Suta and Kurami sighed in relief. At long last, the prime cause behind the spirit's existence was confirmed. Alright, Suta said, now we start dropping people back into the world. He turned to the other two. Remember, don't send anyone to Japan. Everything here needs to unfold exactly as it did before. Kurami hesitated, her expression darkening at the sight of Mayo. She deceived me. She turned me into a murderer. Cold rage flickered in her golden eyes. But she quickly forced herself to remain calm. Meanwhile, Shiroisha was already hard at work. As the most overqualified delivery girl, she started yeeting refugees back into the timeline. Chapter 79, Shiroisha declares, Black Rabbit, just you wait. Even after all these years, Kurami still vividly remembered Yamauchi Sawa. That humble girl with chestnut-colored hair, always tied into 3 braids, was the only friend Kurami had ever been able to speak to openly, a rare presence in her life as an isolated noble lady. Kurami cherished those warm, everyday moments when she and Sawa would walk home after school, chatting as the sky turned a deep shade of orange. Sawa was always so welcoming, often inviting Kurami over to her house. And Kurami, well, she enjoyed their study sessions, but more than that, she was especially fond of Sawa's pet cat. A little American shorthair named Chestnut. Unlike most cats, Chestnut wasn't shy around strangers. On the contrary, it would eagerly snuggle up to just about anyone. Kurami loved petting it. Unfortunately, someone in her household was allergic to cats, so she could never own one herself, a small regret that always lingered in her heart. Sawa's hospitality and frequent invitations had, in a way, fulfilled her dream of having a cat. However, that peaceful everyday life was short-lived. Humans imbued with Kamail sapphire crystal transformed into monsters, wreaking havoc across the city. A clueless Kurami had unknowingly wandered into one such crisis. And just when her life was at risk, a mysterious woman appeared and saved her. A woman who introduced herself as Mayo. From that day forward, Kurami accepted Mayo's sapphire crystal, became the Time Emperor Angel, Zafkiel, and began hunting monsters alongside her. The job was dangerous and demanding, so she started visiting Sawa's house less and less. During their rare chats, she had noticed Sawa's lonely expression. Kurami knew, but all she could do was silently apologize in her heart. Because she wasn't just doing this for herself. She believed she was saving the world. Mayo led Kurami in hunting down and eliminating over 50 monsters across the city. Through these battles, they grew closer. And yet Kurami had never spoken to Mayo outside the battlefield. At times, She wondered if Mayo ever met Chestnut. Would she finally smile? Kurumi had been waiting for the right moment to introduce them. But then... Turning a street corner, she came to a sudden stop. Mayo was exactly where she expected her to be, but the lifeless body at her feet wasn't a monster. It was a human girl. No, it wasn't just any girl. Kurumi's mind went blank. Because the one lying motionless on the ground was Yamauchi Sawa, her dearest friend. The scene repeats this time, with witnesses once again. Kurumi was forced to relive the nightmare. Staring at Sawa's lifeless body, she clenched her teeth, nearly lunging out of Shiroisha's concealment barrier to challenge Mayo on the spot. But before she could, Suta grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Suta sighed. Didn't you just stop me earlier for the same reason? Now that your friend is the victim, you're ready to throw history away? Humans really are emotional creatures. Don't be reckless. Suta warned. Takamiya Mayo could wipe the floor with you. Kurumi. Her urge to attack instantly vanished. She turned her head away, giving Suta a resentful glare. Suta. If possible, can't you be a little more tactful? Suta chuckled, meeting her gaze. I was just joking, a little trick to cool your temper. How do you feel now? Feel better? You're dreaming. Kurumi twirled the antique flintlock pistol between her fingers. The barrel spun lazily in circles before suddenly pointing straight at Suta. Whether it was intentional or not, he couldn't tell. Ahem, I'll be more careful next time. Suta calmly reached out and lowered the gun, continuing with Shiroisha here, we can deal with Mayo anytime. But for now, we should let history unfold naturally. After this is over, we can bring your friend back to life. I know. Kurumi sighed, lowering her head. Still. I just can't let it go. Then be patient, Suta smirked. When you get stronger through the system, you can go after Rain Muramasa instead. At that point, you can bully her however you want. Suta then casually added, or, I don't know. Maybe tie her up, drag her into a basement, and correct her a little? Kurumi. Throw her in a basement for correction? She suddenly imagined at least 10 different scenarios. A strange anticipation flickered in her eyes. You know. She mused, that actually doesn't sound too bad. This wicked woman deserves a lesson. Suta stared at her silently. Mayo, this isn't my fault. You brought this upon yourself. Standing at the edge of the barrier, Shiroisha remained completely silent. And slightly distanced herself from the pair. She had made up her mind. Unless there were other people involved, she was never teaming up with Suta and Kurumi again. These two had zero self-awareness. They shamelessly flirted at full volume, without a care in the world. This was a complete waste of her time. That's it. I demand compensation from Black Rabbit when I get back. She swore to get her revenge. Meanwhile Kurumi, her past self, finally stood face to face with Takamiya Mayo. Her expression was twisted with despair and rage. Her dark emotions threatened to overtake her entirely, nearly triggering a spirit inversion. She barely managed to stabilize herself using her fourth bullet. And then, she confronted Mayo. But instead of explaining herself, Mayo simply expressed her gratitude for helping her. And then she effortlessly defeated Kurumi, wiped her memories, and sealed her in an adjacent dimension. With that, Kurumi's origin was now fully established. As Mayo disappeared, Kurumi rushed out of the barrier, cradling Sawa's lifeless body. Shiroisha quickly followed, glancing over the girl. Her brows furrowed slightly. The fight took too long. The best revival window has already passed. She sighed. But fine. I'll do it anyway. With a flick of her hand, Shiroisha froze time. Then, channeling her authority, she reassembled the scattered fragments of Sawa's soul. At the same time Kurumi fired her fourth bullet, restoring Sawa's physical state. The reconstructed soul naturally merged with the revived body. Moments later, a girl with chestnut braids slowly opened her eyes. She looked startled. For a moment, her expression was tense until she saw a familiar face. Her guard lowered instantly. With relief and joy, she smiled and softly called out, Kurumi. It's me. It's really me. I came to save you. Kurumi's voice trembled and then, she broke into tears. Chapter 80, Scamming for Food and Shelter. After reviving Yamobuki Sawa, Kurumi stayed in the past era for nearly a full week. She slipped back into her old life, using her past identity. She spent time with her family, attended school, chatted with Sawa after class, and relaxed in a carefree routine, even making regular visits to Sawa's house just to pet the cat. Her parents, in fact, were still alive in the present era 28 years later. She would occasionally visit them in secret, but since Tam was always hunting her, she never dared reveal herself, fearing she would drag them into danger. But now, for the first time in decades, she was able to openly live as their daughter again. It was pure happiness. Kurumi even brought Suta to meet her parents and boldly introduced him as her boyfriend. As expected, Kurami's father was immediately skeptical of Suta and scrutinized him with intense suspicion. He even put him through several trials, clearly making things difficult for him. Meanwhile, Kurami's mother was extremely welcoming, constantly defending Suta, pulling him aside, and treating him like a son-in-law already. Their opposite reactions left Suta both amused and exasperated. But if he was being honest, that warm feeling of family was something he never knew he needed. For a moment, he almost didn't want to leave. Shiroi never once urged Kurami to hurry up and get back to their mission. This level of patience and tolerance earned her Kurami's deep gratitude. However, Kurami was not the kind of person to selfishly delay things for her own desires. So after spending a heartwarming week with her family and friends, she forced herself to say goodbye. Back to work, the remaining tasks were simple. Besides gradually returning small groups of displaced survivors to modern society, the only other thing left was cleaning up Maio's mess. Not literally, of course. Specifically, they had to rescue those who died due to her sapphire crystal refinement process. In the end, 10 sapphire crystals were successfully extracted. With that, their workload was greatly reduced. By this point, Shiroi was visibly annoyed from the tedium of repetition. They had been releasing refugees in batches of tens of thousands, which meant they had to do this literally thousands of times. And to make matters worse, she had to keep creating food supplies for them. Sure, governments had eventually caught on and formed an international aid organization to handle the mass influx of mysterious refugees. But that didn't make Shiroi any less irritated. And on top of that, she still had to clean up after Maio. So, one day Shiroi snuck up on the origin spirit, threw a sack over her head and proceeded to beat the living daylights out of her. Kurami enthusiastically joined in, channeling her inner sadist, mercilessly stomping on Maio's head with her heel boots. Watching from the sidelines, Suta's eye twitched. At that moment, he made a firm decision: never piss a woman off. After venting their frustration, Kurami smirked, flicked her hair, and coolly remarked, "That's just interest on what you owe us." Then she walked away. Maio, meanwhile, lay twitching against a wall, struggling to stand up. When she finally removed the sack, her beautiful face was now covered in bruises and swelling, her legs barely able to support her weight. Who the hell? She pressed a trembling hand against her aching face. Someone had beaten her up so badly, she couldn't even fight back. Maio was in disbelief. In this world, who could possibly exist with such overwhelming power? She wouldn't get her answer today. Because Suta and the others had already left. Mission complete. Multiplayer mission, save the date, alive world completed. Distributing rewards, Suta 1000 points plus Divine Spark X1, D&D Ultimate Overhaul Edition, Kurami Tokaizaki 2. 000 points, Shiroi 7000 points. After returning the last batch of 1 billion survivors, the system finally issued the completion notice. Meaning the next 5 years were guaranteed to follow the correct timeline, leading to the birth of all spirits. We never even needed 30 years in the end, huh? Suta sighed in relief as he checked the system interface. Honestly, with Shiroi around, this mission was never truly difficult. It was just the sheer amount of planning and tedious labor had made it exhausting. Kurami glanced at the reward screen, blinking in surprise. Suta, you only got 1000 points? She found it odd. Even though Suta seemed to be slacking off, he had actually played the most crucial role. Just inviting Shiroi alone was worth 10,000 points. Without him, none of this would have even been possible. Kurami hesitated for a moment. Want me to transfer some points to you? No need. Suta smirked. I'm actually the biggest winner here. Kurami raised a brow. You mean because of that divine spark? At this moment, Shiroi suddenly stepped forward, looking confused. Wait. That's what you're so happy about? A divine spark? In Box Garden, divinity isn't even that rare. If you wanted, I could just give you one myself. So what's so special about it? In the Box Garden world, a divinity core was simply an authority that elevated a species to its highest potential. A serpent-given divinity could become a god serpent. A demon-given divinity could become a demon god. It was valuable, sure, but not legendary. So why was Suta so excited about it? Suta just grinned. No, this isn't Box Garden's divinity. He paused, then explained, this is an entirely different system, one that can be trained and evolved infinitely. The growth potential is so ridiculous, it makes Box Garden's divinity look like trash. Shiroi. Trash? Shiroi's brow twitched. Suta coughed. I mean, respectfully, of course. But don't take my word for it. He held up his system phone. If you don't believe me, just check the shop. If this divine spark costs less than 500,000 points, I'll eat my phone screen right here, right now. Kurami wanted to grab his sleeve and warn him not to jinx himself. But Shiroisha had already opened the shop. She shot Suta a mocking look as if saying, "Get ready to eat your phone, kid." And then her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 81, My divine duties are a bit much in the system shop. The price of the divine spark displayed was 1 followed by 6 zeros. 1 million. Shiroisha's eyes widened in shock. That price was ridiculously high. Suta also showed a surprised expression upon hearing her exclamation. He had only made a random guess about the price earlier. He never expected it to be double his estimate of 500,000. What? You're asking if he was worried about eating his phone if he was wrong? Not at all. Worst case scenario, he'd just reach into his pocket, grab another one, and pretend nothing happened. Besides, with his vampire transformation abilities, swallowing the phone wouldn't even hurt. Scamming free food and drinks in the future? Easy. That price is kind of insane. Suta opened the system shop himself and was stunned. After all, a divine spark didn't directly grant overwhelming strength, it only gave the qualification to cultivate a divine power system. Sure, the potential was limitless, but whether someone could actually reach that potential was another matter. How many people in fantasy novels ever reach the final realm of their cultivation techniques? Just because you practice a nascent soul supreme deity slayer high venerable holy seeker of great booty supremacy of unholy penance destruction overlords technique, does that mean you'll automatically reach nascent soul supreme deity slayer high venerable holy seeker of great booty supremacy of unholy penance destruction overlord rank? Of course not. Could it be? Because it grants divine power right from the start, making it universally valuable? Suta speculated inwardly. 1 million points. Kurumi stared at the price, astonished. Even if someone claimed the entire reward for a multiplayer mission every time, they'd still need to complete 100 missions to afford it, right? Not necessarily. Suta thought for a moment before replying, we don't know if the rewards for future missions will stay at 10,000 points. They could increase or decrease, it likely depends on the difficulty. I'm actually pretty curious about this divine spark now. Shiroisha pulled her gaze from the phone, her expression thoughtful. If the system is assigning such a high value to it, then it must have some truly exceptional qualities. She turned her attention to Suta, a playful glint in her eyes. Brat, judging from how confident you were about its price earlier, you must know a lot about it, right? Care to enlighten me? Sure, no problem. It's not really a secret or anything. Suta recalled the details the system had provided when it awarded him the divine spark. This divine spark allows someone to ignite a divine flame and ascend as an immortal god. In simple terms, the divine flame acts as a converter that turns faith into divine power. Faith into divine power. Shiroisha immediately caught on to the key point. So, does that mean after becoming a god, you'll need to collect faith to grow stronger? Is faith your primary power source? No, only in the early stages. Suta corrected her. Later on, things change. Once I've accumulated enough divine power, I can use it to cultivate and establish divine authorities. And once I possess authorities, I can absorb source energy to generate divine power. Source energy? Shiroisha frowned. The term was unfamiliar to her. What's that? I don't fully understand it either, Suta admitted. But you can think of it as the fundamental energy that makes up the world. Shiroisha's eye twitched. So you don't actually know, huh? She pressed on, and how exactly do you collect source energy through your divine authorities? It's simple. Suta grinned. As long as I perform actions aligned with my divine authority, I can absorb source energy. For example, if I had the authority of deception, I'd just need to tell lies to accumulate power. Oh ho? Shiroisha's interest was piqued. That sounds like a rather convenient way to gather strength. But she paused to think for a moment before raising another crucial question. Faith and source energy both convert into divine power, but divine power itself seems like a vague concept. What can it actually do? Anything. Suta answered without hesitation. Shiroisha blinked in surprise. Even Kurumi looked over at him with skepticism. Anything? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Kurumi asked doubtfully. Not at all. Divine power truly is omnipotent. However, using it directly to achieve results is extremely inefficient. That's a dumb way to use it. Seeing their confusion, Suta elaborated, let's say I want to kill someone. If I just will it with divine power, it might cost me 10 units of divine power, something that could take days or even weeks to regenerate. But if I simply pick up a sword and stab them, the job is done instantly. Shiroisha deadpanned. That makes divine power sound kind of useless? Sure, omnipotence sounded great, but if the energy consumption was so absurdly high, what was the point? Not when combined with divine authorities. Suta smirked and continued explaining, if I try to manipulate time using divine power alone, it might cost me 10 units. But if I possess the authority of time, then using divine power for time manipulation might cost less than 1 unit. Shiroisha pondered this for a moment. She seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of this system. Eventually, she gave a nod of approval. When combined this way, it's actually a pretty solid power system. And with its limitless growth potential. Brat, you really hit the jackpot with this one. After hearing Suta's explanation, even Shiroisha was tempted to get her hands on a divine spark. Want to trade your divine spark with me? She offered. I have plenty of good stuff too, you know. Not happening. Suta rejected her without hesitation. Don't even think about it. He wasn't about to let go of this treasure. After all, his system allowed him to extract abilities from friends once their relationship reached a certain threshold. This meant he could acquire an absurd number of divine authorities in the future. This divine spark was practically tailor-made for him. Shiroisha pouted. TCH. Fine, keep it. Not like I needed it that badly anyway. She then checked her system menu and reviewed her accumulated points. Alright, since the mission's done, I'm heading back. There's a ton of work waiting for me in Little Garden. Brat, send me home. If she had came to this world using a traversal card, she could simply will herself back. But since she arrived via Suta's system, she first had to return to his world before she could leave. You're leaving already? Suta was surprised. Is it urgent? You still need me for something? Shiroisha asked. Suta nodded. Kurumi and I are planning to rescue a spirit named Nihonjo. She's currently imprisoned by this world's strongest magician, and I'm not sure if we can beat him. Okay, to be honest, Kurumi might not be able to beat him, and I'll probably just be there as backup. Also, I'm not sure if our fight will attract my Otakamiya's attention. Chapter 82, Flashing a pie while giving thanks is just common sense. After hearing Suta's explanation, Shiroisha immediately grasped his meaning. You want me to hold the line? How long are we talking? That, I don't know. We have to find Honjo Nya first. Suta shook his head. Using a travel card would undoubtedly make things easier, but each one cost 500 points. If they could locate her themselves, there was no need to waste resources. Time uncertain. Shiroisha furrowed her brow, then waved her hand dismissively. Then I won't go. The time flow between worlds is different, and I don't know how long has passed in Little Garden. I need to get back soon. However, she smiled, her tone warm with appreciation. You helped me out, after all. With 7,000 points, I have more than enough to use a travel card to locate the key members of Arcadia. So, I don't mind giving you two some helpful items in return. Items? Suta asked curiously. Something like Black Rabbit's Brahmastra? You really know how to ask for a lot. Of course not. Didn't you say earlier that the system shop's upload product feature allows even attacks to be uploaded? Shiroisha smirked, looking rather pleased with herself. I'll make you a few attack cards. She intended to follow Suta's example, uploading attacks, then repurchasing them herself to create powerful consumable items. It didn't cost anything, and she could earn some goodwill. A win-win situation. Attack cards, huh? But you only have 7,000 points, which means you can only create attack cards worth that amount. They might not be enough. Suta pondered for a moment before making a suggestion. How about this? Kurumi and I will transfer our points to you. That way, you can create stronger attack cards, and once you're done, you just transfer the points back to us. You're really not shy about asking for favors, huh? Shiroisha shot him a glance, looking exasperated. He was the one asking for help, yet he was still negotiating terms. Kurumi, however, simply nodded. I have no objections. Alright then, send them over. At Suta's word, he transferred his points to Shiroisha. After 2 multiplayer missions, he had accumulated 6,500 points. Kurumi had 5,500 points. Adding Shiroisha's 7,000 points, they had a total of 19,000 points to work with. Shiroisha received the transfer and immediately snapped her fingers. Then she snapped them again. And again. Each snap corresponded to a new item appearing in the system shop. She seemed to be testing the power-to-cost ratio, continuously adjusting the attack output. Watching her repeatedly snap her fingers, Suta couldn't help but feel speechless. Was she recreating Infinity War and Endgame? Before long, 3 cards appeared in Shiroisha's hand. She tossed them to Suta. 3 attacks from me should be enough to solve your problem. Afterward, she refunded the points to Suta and Kurumi and removed most of the attack-related items she had uploaded. So, items can actually be removed from the shop? Suta mused. Curious, he decided to try it himself and delisted the bag of instant noodles he had uploaded earlier. A moment later, the snack appeared in his hand, completely intact. He tore it open, took a bite, still as crispy as ever. Oh? That's a new feature unlocked. We can use the system shop as storage now. Kurami's gaze towards Suta became subtly complicated. He was really pushing the system's functionalities to their limits. Shiroisha, thanks again for everything this time. Ignoring Suta's newfound excitement, Kurami stepped up to the silver-haired Lily and sincerely bowed in gratitude. Thank you for coming to help me fulfill my wish. I'll never forget this kindness. Oh? You're quite the polite child. Shiroisha nodded in satisfaction before adding, but if you're going to thank me, revealing a pie is common sense. Kurami? Shiroisha chuckled mischievously. If you really want to thank me, let me touch those pie of yours, which are rather impressive for a 16-year-old. Kurami took several steps back. Shiroisha. Was this the kind of person she was? Ahem. Suta stepped forward to rescue Kurami. Shiroisha, weren't you in a hurry? I'll send you back now. Humphrey, you sure know how to pick your timing. Shiroisha didn't seem to mind. She had only been teasing Kurami. She often did the same to Black Rabbit. Not that she wouldn't take the opportunity if she could, after all, they were really big. Let's go. Shiroisha hopped into Suta's arms. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Oh, and when you have time, come visit Little Garden. I'll give you a proper welcome. Sure, I'll definitely drop by when I get the chance, Kurami replied with a smile. Kurami, wait for me here. I'll be back after sending Shiroisha off. After reminding her, Suta held on to Shiroisha and said to the system, return. In the real world, inside a rented apartment, Suta placed Shiroisha on the couch and went to the kitchen to make her some tea. Shiroisha, thanks again for your help. He played the role of a respectful host, serving tea to the big shot. It's fine. This was mutually beneficial. I should be thanking you for sending me the invitation. Shiroisha took a sip, but her brows furrowed clearly. The cheap tea leaves weren't to her liking. Still, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she asked, by the way, kid, when do you plan on using that divine spark of yours? Suta instantly became wary, stepping back. Why do you ask? I'm not trading it. Shiroisha rolled her eyes. Relax. I'm not after it, at least, not right now. I just thought of something that might benefit you. And what would that be? Suta slightly lowered his guard but remained cautious. Right now, he felt like someone who had just won 5 million in the lottery and was clutching the ticket tightly, afraid someone would snatch it. If it weren't for his trust in Shiroisha's character and the fact that she had helped him a lot, he wouldn't have explained the function of divine status to her in the first place. After you use that divine spark and become a god, you'll need to gather a lot of faith, right? Yeah. In that case, Shiroisha suggested, why not collect faith in Little Garden? Gods actually exist there, so people don't reject the concept of faith. Not to brag, but I have quite a number of followers myself. If you manage to build a reputation as a benevolent god, gathering faith will be a piece of cake. Suta considered her words. It did seem feasible. But then, a thought struck him. Wait, Shiroisha, are you suggesting this because you want me to join the struggling Arcadia and help out? Shiroisha sighed. You're sharp. Yeah, that's part of it. But it's a win-win situation. Think about it. Arcadia is full of easy-to-fool kids. Doesn't that sound tempting? Shiroisha, isn't it inappropriate to say that? I trust my judgment. Shiroisha shrugged. If it's you, I'd be fine with you using Arcadia's kids to gather faith as long as you take good care of them. Suta pondered for a moment before responding, not now. I'll think about it after I finish dealing with the Data Live world. Alright. Let me know when you've decided. With that, Shiroisha stopped talking, pulled out Suta's phone, and started downloading. Problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? TN, should I watch the anime again? So, I could translate better lol. Once it was done, she exchanged a brief farewell and returned to Little Garden. After she left, Suta pulled out his system phone and tagged Kurami in the group chat. Suta, Tokaizaki Kurami. I'm coming over. Are you free now? Kurami, I'm still at the place where you left. Suta, alright. After setting his phone down, Suta muttered a name to himself, Honjo Naya. A spirit who had been captured by Isaac and subjected to 5 years of inhumane torture. Since he had the power to do something, there was no way he would ignore it. Chapter 83, People who manipulate timelines are basically a bug. Just as Suta was about to traverse, his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that Kurami had tagged him in the group chat. Tokaizaki Kurami, Suta. I just received a solo mission related to saving Honjo Naya. Seeing this message, Suta was momentarily stunned. Suta, huh? You got one too? Tokaizaki Kurami, too? Wait, does that mean you received one as well? Suta, not me. Last time, Shinobu received a solo mission to help Hitagi Senjugahara. She's a character from the Monogatari series. Tokaizaki Kurumi, are you saying my mission is similar to hers? Suta, exactly. I suspect the system assigns solo missions based on your world's storyline or its characters. Suta, Shinobu? By the way, Shinobu, how's your mission going? Before long, Shinobu replied in the group chat. Shinobu, I haven't started yet. I just found that Hawaiian brat from last time. Suta, you mean Oshino meme? What do you need him for? Shinobu, my methods for dealing with oddity are too straightforward. Normally, that's fine, but when it comes to saving people, I can't be sure if my usual brute force approach will backfire. So, I'm seeking out that Hawaiian brat to brush up on aberration knowledge. Since he's an expert, he should know plenty. Suta was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Shinobu to take the initiative to study aberration lore. In the original work, she had the exact opposite attitude. Suta, Shinobu, didn't you watch the Monogatari series I gave you? The solutions are all in there. Shinobu, I watched it, but it's too vague. For example, when they perform a ritual, the scene just cuts away, leaving out all the details. And details are exactly what I need. Suta. He had completely overlooked that point. It made sense, though. Many works gloss over such details. For example, if a novel mentions performing a magic ritual, it rarely explains every step in detail. After all, it's not like they're writing a lab report. With that in mind, novels weren't particularly useful references for people like Shinobu. Suta, alright, that was my oversight. Shinobu, I wasn't blaming you. Anyway, I'm busy studying oddity knowledge now, so I'll talk later. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Suta, when are you coming over? Suta, wouldn't it be a bad idea for me to come now? Solo missions must be completed alone. If you get help from group members, you won't receive any rewards, meaning it's all for nothing. Suta, Kurumi, hold on. I'll ask the system about the specifics of solo mission restrictions. I want to clarify exactly what kind of help is prohibited. After sending the message, Suta shifted his gaze from the phone and began pondering. The rule stating that group members cannot help was quite vague. At what point does an action count as helping? What exactly would be considered a violation? The system hadn't specified any clear standards. Suta silently asked in his mind, System, regarding the restriction on group members helping in solo missions, what are the exact conditions? Yes, once again, he was looking for loopholes in the system. The system really had it rough, being stuck with a host like him. Soon, the system responded, during the execution of a solo mission, no other group members may accompany the participant and directly intervene, so direct intervention isn't allowed. Suta thought for a moment before asking, what about indirect help? For example, providing a free one-time use attack card? That is allowed. What about sharing intel in the group chat? Does that count as a violation? It does not. What if I offer strategic advice or suggestions? Would that be against the rules? That is also allowed. If the system had human-like emotions, it would probably have jumped out by now and slashed Suta in frustration. With this newfound information, Suta sighed in relief. The system's restrictions on helping were surprisingly lenient, almost ridiculously so. As long as he didn't directly step in and assist on site, it was fine. Then again, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, how many people would be willing to give away attack cards for free? Without delay, Suta tagged Kurumi in the group chat and shared the information with her. Tokaizaki Kurumi, so basically, you can provide me with intel in the group chat? Suta, exactly. And you can use the attack cards that Shiroisha gave you without worry. The system doesn't restrict that. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Suta, do you have any intel on Honjo Naya? Suta, I remember some things. Honjo Naya debuted 10 years before the story began under the pen name Honjosuji and became a best-selling manga artist. 5 years ago, she was captured by them and imprisoned in an underground facility on Narrow Island in the Pacific, where she was subjected to cruel human experiments. Suta, actually, now that I think about it, rescuing Honjo Naya is incredibly simple. Kurumi, you can time travel to before she gets captured and warn her. Or, you could just take out Isaac Rapellum Westcott. If something happens to him, no one will order her capture, and the torture never happens in the first place. Back when he was in the Data Live world, Suta had overlooked this possibility. But it wasn't really his fault. After all, they had arrived 25 years after the Eurasian spacequake, which was when Honjo Naya had already been captured and imprisoned. From that perspective, his first instinct had been to locate where she was being held and rescue her. That thought had been firmly ingrained in his mind, causing him to ignore the possibility of manipulating the timeline. Now that he reconsidered, people who could mess with timelines were practically invincible so long as they weren't up against someone who transcended time itself. Tokaizaki Kurumi, traveling to before she was captured. I thought of that too, but I don't know where to find her. Suta, Honjo Nai is a famous manga artist. Start from that angle, and you should be able to find her with a bit of effort. Of course, if you don't want to waste time, you could just buy a traversal card and specify the time and location. It should take you directly to her. Tokaizaki Kurumi, no thanks on the traversal card. The reward for this mission isn't high, so buying one would mean doing the mission for free. I'll just go straight for Isaac Rapellum Westcott. One decisive move, and the problem is solved. Plus, this is a great chance to use the attack cards Shiroisha gave me. Suda. Was Kurumi choosing violence simply because she found looking for someone too troublesome? Her thought process was starting to resemble that of a brute force warrior. After settling the plan to save Honjo Naya, Kurumi fell silent and stopped messaging. The group chat soon quieted down, suggesting that everyone was busy with their own tasks. Well then. I should get back to my own work, too. Suda opened his phone's task system and looked at his newly obtained rewards. His eyes shone with excitement and anticipation. Divinity. Chapter 84, Did I just hear someone call me handsome? After exiting the chat group, Suda turned his attention to the divine spark. His heart pounded with excitement, his eyes filled with anticipation and eagerness. After all, he was about to become a god. The temptation was simply too overwhelming. So overwhelming that an ordinary person might even be willing to eat dirt for it. Of course, compared to the average person, Suda had a much steadier mindset. After all, he was already immortal, capable of manipulating time, generating fire and ice, creating matter, regenerating his body, punching with a force of 4 or 5 tons, and sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds, just to name a few. Having accumulated so much power, his mentality had been tempered time and time again, allowing him to handle temptation with a bit more restraint. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Suda wasted no time and addressed the system. System, use the divine spark. No hesitation. The system immediately complied with his request. A radiant light shot out from his phone, merging into Suta's body. He felt as if a new organ had formed within him, a strange sensation, but not an uncomfortable one. Then, as if bathed in warm sunlight, a cozy, soothing warmth spread throughout his entire body. The warmth slowly seeped into his very soul, forming a space within it, a realm between the real and the illusory. As the space took shape, Suda suddenly felt as though his perception had become sharper, clearer. It was an indescribable feeling, but it was as if his mental awareness had surged dramatically. Or perhaps, his spiritual strength had undergone a massive leap. Even with his eyes closed, Suda could now sense every detail of his small apartment. His body had developed a new organ, one that could receive and process information before feeding it to his brain. And faintly, Suda heard someone calling his name. The voice echoed inside that illusory yet real space within his soul. Could this be what they call a divine realm? Suda closed his eyes and focused. Immediately, he became aware of a new instinct, the ability to immerse his consciousness into his soul space. Following this instinct, he took control of the space within himself. And suddenly, the voice calling his name grew louder. Suda sharpened his focus, listening closely. A vivid image appeared in his mind. A stylishly dressed woman in her 20s stood outside an apartment door, glancing toward the security lock as she muttered, "Suda, that guy's turning into more and more of a shut-in. Hasn't stepped out in months. So sad. 4 plates of steamed goose heart. Suda." He immediately recognized her. It was his neighbor. They were acquaintances, but their relationship was fairly indifferent. But hold on a second, was she really talking smack about him behind his back? How could she just casually roast him like that? Suda was so furious that he began to tremble. His entire body broke out in cold sweat in the middle of summer, his limbs turning ice cold. A moment later, he withdrew from the listening state and reopened his eyes. It seemed like he could disable this ability whenever he didn't want to hear anything. I can hear people calling my name. So this must be linked to faith? Suda suddenly felt intrigued. He immediately grabbed his system phone and tagged Kurumi. Suda, Tokaizaki Kurumi. Kurumi, try calling my name. Tokaizaki Kurumi? Tokaizaki Kurumi, Suda? Suda, not in the chat. I mean out loud, with your voice. Tokaizaki Kurumi, oh my, Suda-kun, what a bold request. You want me to call out to you? Tokaizaki Kurumi, this kind of thing should be said in private, don't you think? Whatever voice you want to hear, I can do it. I'll make sure it tingles you to your very core, Suda. Altair. Rintasaka. Rintasaka, Suda. You and the group members have this kind of relationship? Suda, don't misunderstand. Kurumi just likes to joke around. Suda, anyway, since you're all here, try calling my name. I just used a divine spark, and apparently, I can sense when someone calls me. Give it a shot, and let's see if I can hear it. Rintasaka, divine spark? Wait. You guys finished the mission? Suda blinked. Come to think of it, he and Kurumi had only discussed Honjo Nai in the chat. They hadn't actually mentioned whether they had completed the mission. Suta, yeah, we finished it. Shiroisha has already returned to her world. Altair, congratulations. Kurumi-san, your wish has finally been fulfilled. Tokaizaki Kurumi, thank you. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Altair. By the way, Altair, I have a request. Altair, what is it? Tokaizaki Kurumi, I've received a solo rescue mission. To complete it, I need to deal with a guy named Isaac. He's the founder of Dem Industries, which has been hunting spirits. Killing him alone won't change the bigger picture, so I'd rather just alter his memory and have him clean up Dem from the inside. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Altair, didn't you recently gain memory alteration abilities? Upload a few one-time use cards, and I'll buy them to test them out. Reading this, Suta felt speechless. He hadn't expected Kurumi to prioritize hunting down Isaac over finding Honjo Naya. He'd thought she was just joking before. But this decision was certainly efficient. Dem's headquarters had a fixed location. Isaac's position was obvious. Compared to searching for Honjo Naya, dealing with Isaac was much easier. It was the classic I can't solve the problem, so I'll just solve you instead approach. Suta silently mourned for Isaac. Not that he had any sympathy for the guy. Putting aside the 5 years of brutal torture Honjo Naya endured, Isaac was also one of the masterminds responsible for over 100 million deaths. He could go to hell 1,000 times over and it still wouldn't be enough. Altair, no problem. You've helped me before, Kurumi-san, so forget buying them, I'll just gift you a few one-time use cards. Tokaizaki Kurumi, no. If you personally hand them over, that counts as direct assistance, which violates the solo mission rules. Unless you had given them to me before the mission started, it won't work. Altair, understood. Soon, Altair uploaded several memory alteration cards to the shop. Curious, Suta checked their price, 50 points per card. Kurumi bought 3. Tokaizaki Kurumi, thanks. Oh, and Suta, I already called your name, did you hear it? Rin Tasaka, I called too. Altair, I called 3 times. Suta frowned slightly. 3 people had called him, yet he felt nothing. As expected, there were limitations. Suta, nothing. Looks like there's a range limit. I definitely can't sense calls from another world. Tokaizaki Kurumi, my guess is that it's tied to your power level. You've only just obtained your divine spark and haven't even gathered divine power yet. Your range is probably tiny. But this ability will likely evolve over time. Tokaizaki Kurumi, anyway, I'm off to complete my mission. Chapter 85, did the villain just get taken out like that? Kurumi stopped messaging, and both Altair and Rin Tasaka also fell silent. The group chat went quiet once again. With only 7 members, it was normal for it to be a dead group most of the time. Suta put down his phone and sank into deep thought. At this point, he had likely ignited his divine fire. That warm sensation in his body was probably the physical manifestation of it. Now, he had the ability to convert faith into divine power. To grow stronger, he needed to go out and gather faith. But using his real name while doing so, wouldn't that be way too embarrassing? For example, oh, Suta, who does not belong to this world, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray mist, you are the yellow-black king who governs fortune. Cough, cough. Suta borrowed from an existing example and imagined a scenario. Ultimately, he confirmed using his real name would indeed be ridiculously embarrassing. But if he used an alias, a secondary identity. System, if I create an alias, will I be able to hear people calling me by that name? Or, if someone places their faith in my alias, will I still be able to collect that faith? Yes. As long as the identity has a direct causal link to you, whether it's an avatar or an alias, you will be able to receive the faith. What about listening to believers? Can I only hear them physically speaking? As your divine rank increases, your abilities as a deity will gradually strengthen. In the future, you will be able to directly perceive thoughts. If someone within your sensory range thinks about you, you will be able to sense it. Suta was slightly startled. This ability was broken. He could sense it whenever someone thought about him. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about enemies hiding from him. Does my sensing range also increase as my divine rank grows? Yes. What about my divine domain? Will it expand as my power grows? Yes. Through his conversation with the system, Suta gradually pieced together the finer details of his divine rank's abilities. This divine core, modified by the system, was completely different from the ones in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. It was basically just wearing a D&D skin. Merging with the divine core hadn't instantly made Suta overpowered. Compared to before, his actual combat ability hadn't changed much. Since he wasn't a proper D&D god, he didn't suddenly become omnipotent, looking down on mortals as ants. He had to start from scratch and slowly level up. Right now, He didn't even have a divine authority or any followers. Without these two essential methods of gathering divine power, it was obvious he wouldn't be strong anytime soon. With a rank 0 divine core, I guess I'm just a quasi-god at this point. Suta estimated his current level. Rank 0 divine spark equals quasi-god. Ranks 1-5 equals demigod, weak divine power. Ranks 6-10 equals lesser god, low divine power. Ranks 11-15 equals intermediate god, moderate divine power. Ranks 16-20 equals greater god, high divine power. As for anything beyond that, there was no reference. The system told him that if he ever managed to ascend past this scale, he could name his own rank, whether it be supreme divine power or god of gods. It was up to him. Beyond that? Well, that was way too distant a concern for now. Faith, huh? Suta imagined himself wandering through different worlds, playing the role of a fraudulent priest to trick people into worshipping him. For a modified god like him, who had neither divine power nor divine authority, he was basically a weakling. So he had to start gathering faith as soon as possible and get through this stealth growth phase quickly. Once he accumulated enough divine power to form his first divine authority, he would finally be able to stand out. Speaking of which, White Demon's proposal is actually worth considering. Suta suddenly remembered Shiroisha's previous invitation asking him to join Arcadia and help take care of the struggling community. Well, more specifically, to help take care of the kids. Shiroisha probably made the suggestion because she saw that he had a lot of free time and lacked opportunities to gather faith. My blood and saliva both have healing properties. If I pretend to be a god of healing and trick some kids into becoming my believers, that could work. Resting his chin on his hand, Suta began contemplating. Of course, he didn't have to collect faith in Little Garden. For example, in Black Bullet, there was an entire horde of little lawless waiting to be saved. If he stepped in and took action, he could trick them into becoming his followers and establish a cult of Lalai believers, a religion of salvation. And besides Black Bullet, there was another viable option 6,000 years ago, in the world of Discord. AKA the setting of No Game No Life, 0. Various anime worlds flashed through Suta's mind. Thinking about it made him drowsy. Now that he considered it, aside from sleeping in the Monogatari world, he hadn't gotten any proper rest this whole time. Even though he was undying immortal, some habits weren't so easily broken. Following his exhaustion, Suta returned to his long-neglected bedroom and lay down. The next day, noon, Suta slept in until he woke up naturally. The moment he opened his eyes, his system phone vibrated, shaking off the last remnants of his drowsiness. After a quick wash in the bathroom, he picked up his phone and checked the group chat. Messages were scrolling past. Tokaizaki Kurumi, I never expected to actually attract my Otakamiya. That woman nearly ruined everything. Altair, my Otakamiya tried to stop you from dealing with Isaac. Tokaizaki Kurumi, not exactly. I had already altered Isaac's memories, so the mission was complete. But for some reason, Maio showed up. She seemed to recognize me as one of the people who knocked her out before and wanted to fight me. Altair, with Shiroisha's attack cards, my Otakamiya shouldn't have been able to do anything to you, right? Tokaizaki Kurumi, Shiroisha's attack cards don't work on my Otakamiya. I used 2 of them, and she blocked both. I had to use a preloaded 12th bullet to escape while she was defending. Altair, huh? Why wouldn't Shiroisha's attack cards work? Tokaizaki Kurumi, I have no idea. I asked Shiroisha about it this morning, but she seems busy and hasn't responded yet. Upon reading this, Suta's eyes widened in surprise. Shiroisha's attack cards didn't work on my Otakamiya? That didn't make sense. If they didn't work, then how had Shiroisha managed to instantly subdue Maio before bagging her head and beating her senseless? Tokaizaki Kurumi, Suta. Suta, do you have any combat data on my Otakamiya? Suta, I don't remember exactly. Let me check. Tokaizaki Kurumi, finally. What took you so long? Suta, I was sleeping and didn't see your messages. After briefly explaining, Suta set his phone down and prepared to look up my Otakamiya's information again. But then, he suddenly froze. His iPhone had been given to Shiroisha. His laptop had been lent to Shinobu. Suta was momentarily at a loss. For the first time, he realized he had no way to go online. Chapter 86, So I guess building a Gundam is out of the question. Suta found himself in an unfortunate predicament. He had Wi-Fi but no device to access the internet. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had the ability to create matter. Although he had obtained this ability from Shinobu, his version was actually more powerful in terms of versatility. For example, Shinobu couldn't create antimatter, but he could. Suta hadn't tested this himself, he had simply confirmed it with the system. Any conceptual ability he extracted from the members of the friend group would have a more complete version in his possession. Things the original user couldn't do? He could. Of course, this came with both advantages and disadvantages. For instance, Tokizaki Kurumi could manipulate time by spending time using her angel, Zafke Eel. However, Suta had to consume energy in order to interfere with time. If I use my matter creation ability, I should be able to make a laptop or a phone, right? Suta muttered to himself, somewhat unsure. After all, he wasn't certain if creating such intricate tools required an understanding of their inner workings. Probably not. Shinobu had managed to create a Nintendo DS. And she was a goofy vampire who only cared about eating donuts. She definitely didn't understand how a gaming console was constructed. Forget construction, if you gave her a simple calculus problem, she'd probably scratch her head in frustration. Yet, she was still able to create a gaming console. It was probably based on her impression of it. If Suta recalled correctly, Kami Araragi had borrowed a Nintendo DS from Nadko Sengoku. Shinobu had likely played around with one during that time, and after forming a mental image of it, she was able to recreate it using her matter creation ability. Impression, huh? Let's give it a try. Suta decided to test it out. He had a very clear impression of his old laptop after all, he had used it to write code for 2 years. Raising both hands, he focused his mind on recalling every detail of his laptop, its functions, its appearance, how it felt in his hands. His matter creation ability activated. The air between his hands rippled slightly. And then nothing appeared. Alright. It wasn't that simple, after all. Suta could clearly feel that he didn't have enough energy to create a laptop. Wait a second, my energy capacity should be more than enough to create something of this mass. Could it be? A thought struck him: the more complex an object is, the more energy is required to create it. If that were the case, then maybe a portion of his energy was being used to draw upon the information of that object's existence within the world. Which would explain why Shinobu was able to create a gaming console despite not knowing its internal structure. The world's information filled in the gaps for her. With this in mind, Suta decided to lower the difficulty and attempt to create a smartphone instead. This time, he succeeded. A brand new smartphone materialized in his hands. Suta then created a charging cable and a charger to go with it. It didn't have a SIM card, but with Wi-Fi at home, he had no issue accessing the internet. He connected to the router, quickly got assigned a private network address, and opened a browser to search for information on Mayo Takamiya. When he first helped Kurumi, he had rushed through the later volumes of Data Live to get familiar with the story. But at the time, he was speed reading to absorb the plot quickly. He hadn't paid much attention to the finer details. He knew Mayo Takamiya was insanely strong, but he wasn't sure exactly how strong. After thoroughly researching her data this time, he finally understood. Mayo Takamiya's second angel allowed her to unleash an arbitrary territory. An arbitrary territory was a special space where the rules of reality could be altered at will. The user could reshape its functions based on their own desires. To put it simply, it was basically a low-tier version of reality warping. Of course, it wasn't true reality warping. If she could truly alter reality however she wanted, she would have just resurrected Shinji Takamiya and made him immortal, which would have prevented all the chaos in the first place. At her full power before splitting off her sapphire crystal, Mayo Takamiya could expand her arbitrary territory to cover the entire Earth. In other words, if she wanted to, she could destroy the Earth. Wait, no. Destroy the Earth's surface? Either way, she was ridiculously strong. Staring at the screen, Suta was genuinely shocked. Hold on. At full strength, wouldn't Mayo Takamiya rank among the top tier 4-digit beings in Little Garden? Even though she is weaker now, she's still insanely powerful. So how the hell did Shiroisha manage to knock her out instantly with a sneak attack? Could it be that Mayo Takamiya hadn't had time to activate her angel before getting hit? That was actually very likely. In Little Garden, 4-digit beings weren't that strong. For example, Saurian Demon King, one of the top tier 4-digit beings, was already at the peak of his tier. Only monsters like Bull Demon King surpassed him. TL notes, spent minutes finding this dude, lmao. I was near to fuck it and let it stay Jialong Liu. Saurian Demon King's attacks were roughly continent level. His punches could match a stellar breath capable of forming land masses from ocean currents. Even then, it wasn't until he activated Host Master Authority, boosted his spirit rank, and used a lunar dragon skill that he reached the level of controlling a moon-sized celestial dragon. In that state, he probably had enough power to destroy the Earth. Comparing that to Mayo Takamiya's ability to cover the Earth with her arbitrary territory, it was difficult to determine who was stronger. As for Shiroisha, a 4-digit being herself, even if she was stronger than Saurian Demon King, it was likely due to her versatile abilities rather than raw power. After all, she had once been part of the Authority of Full Rights. Based on this logic, Shiroisha fighting a weakened Mayo Takamiya would make sense, but instantly knocking her out? That probably happened because Mio didn't have time to react. Just like Kurumi, who had to summon her angel, absorb the time numbers from its clock, and then fire a bullet to manipulate time. In other words, it took way too long. Suta, Tokaizaki Kurumi. I found the reason why the attack cards didn't work. Take a look. He uploaded the intel he found on Mio Takamiya to the group chat. Almost immediately, the chat became lively. Tokaizaki Kurumi, her power is that ridiculous? Believe it or not, she has literally stepped on planet busters before. Altair, Kurumi, it's a good thing you ran away. Tokaizaki Kurumi, looking at it this way, a mere 19,000 point attack card obviously wouldn't work on her. Suta, Tokaizaki Kurumi. Just avoid Mio Takamiya for now. You can time travel, she won't be able to track you. Rin Tasaka, wait. Destroying a planet? Isn't that a bit much? Altair, according to Suta's data, she might not be able to fully destroy a planet, but she could definitely wipe out the surface. Suta, Rin Tasaka. Your world has people like that too. Why are you so shocked? Rin Tasaka? Rin Tasaka, WHO? Suta, the guy who spams photon ray. Great deity Shiroisha, huh? That little girl can do all of that? Chapter 87, Mio Takamiya, go ahead and kill if you can change history, I'll admit defeat. Seeing Shiroisha finally respond, Suta was a little surprised. Kurumi had tagged her earlier, but she hadn't replied. Suta had assumed she was busy rescuing Canaria. Suta, Shiroisha, you're finally here. Were you busy earlier? Great deity Shiroisha, of course. Unlike you idle folks, I have tons of work to handle every day. Suta, but whenever I see you teasing Black Rabbit, you always seem pretty free. Great deity Shiroisha, that's a misunderstanding on your part. I have to patrol over 5,000 boundary gates weekly, suppress rogue monsters in various outer gates, process a massive number of land allocation documents for different communities, and review upgrade applications for many groups. On top of that, I'm constantly invited to gatherings and summits. When I get busy, I barely have time to breathe. Tokaizaki Kurumi, huh, so Shiroisha is actually this competent? That's surprising. Great deity Shiroisha? What's with that doubting tone? Tokaizaki Kurumi, I can't help it. The impression you give me is a little peculiar. Suta, by the way, Shiroisha, have you gone to save Canaria yet? Great deity Shiroisha, not yet. I haven't finished reading the novel I downloaded. Once I'm done and have all the details, I'll take action. Suta, wait a second. Aren't you worried that Aizen might arrive in Little Garden soon and make Canaria's death an observed fact? If that happens, she can't be saved anymore. In Little Garden, once the central network observes the disappearance of a spirit rank, it becomes a true death. If that happened, Little Garden would no longer be able to locate Canaria's existence in any timeline. Even using a traversal card to pinpoint her location wouldn't help because even if they found her, they wouldn't be able to bring her back to Little Garden. Since Little Garden had already recorded her as deceased, forcibly bringing her back might trigger a complete erasure by the central network. This was likely why Indra and the others had later found Canaria's location but ultimately chose not to bring her back. Great deity Shiroisha, those 3 humans won't be arriving anytime soon. Based on my calculations from the novel's timeline, we still have a few months left. Great deity Shiroisha, oh, by the way, I skimmed through your chat logs and got the gist of what's going on. Since that little girl Mio Takamiya has such abilities, it makes sense why my attack cards didn't work on her. I didn't use much power when creating them, after all. Suta, then how did you subdue her before? Great deity Shiroisha, I didn't think she was all that strong back then. She was far from the level you described in your data. And since her ultimate move relies on an angel and isn't an inherent ability, it means she can't activate it instantly at will. That's why it was easy for me to take her down in a split second. Great deity Shiroisha, crap. That annoying store clerk is nagging me to process more documents again. I'll talk later. Shiroisha quickly fell silent again. At that moment, Suta finally realized she really was incredibly busy. Tokaizaki Kurumi, oh, right, Suta, I forgot to tell you something. Suta, what is it? Tokaizaki Kurumi, someone turned our timeline hopping rescue missions into a manga and published it. And the worst part? The 3 main characters use our real names. Tokaizaki Kurumi, you, me, and Shiroisha. And they turned it into some love triangle filled with absurdly dramatic romance. Suta, this has Honjo Naya written all over it. Only her angel could investigate things so thoroughly. Honjo Naya's angel had no combat ability, but its intelligence-gathering capabilities were extremely bizarre. In terms of information acquisition, it was essentially omniscient. Of course, This omniscience was just a metaphor, it wasn't true omniscience. After all, true omniscience would mean knowing how to achieve omnipotence. And omniscience and omnipotence are considered equivalent concepts. If Hanjo Naya truly had that kind of power, she wouldn't have been captured and tortured. Tokaizaki Kurumi, I'm guessing Shiroisha's habit of dumping tens of thousands of people into the world now and then must have piqued Naya's curiosity. She probably used her angel to look into the true history. Suta, then she must know you saved her. She'll probably come find you to thank you sooner or later. Suta, by the way, is my Otakamiya still after you? Tokaizaki Kurumi, no. I traveled back to 5 years before the story began, and she was gone again. It seems like she only went after me on a whim. Suta, then let's put my Otakamiya aside for now. We'll confront her when we're strong enough. Suta wasn't in a hurry about this at all. After all, with Kurumi's time travel abilities, they could always go back in time and change history indefinitely. Under these conditions, my Otakamiya would never be able to permanently kill a spirit and retrieve their sapphire crystal. Since the situation wasn't urgent, they could deal with it when they felt like it, like taking a vacation. Suta, Kurumi, are you free these days? Tokaizaki Kurumi. Why do you ask? Suta, since I fused with a divine core, I'm planning to collect faith. I've picked out a few suitable worlds to establish followers, but since I'm not very strong yet, I need someone to back me up in case things go wrong. In terms of power, Suta was probably the weakest member in the chat group. He couldn't even beat Altair. Wait, no. Now that Rin Tasaka and Ilya had joined, Altair wasn't the weakest anymore, so now, his power ranking was third from the bottom. He was pretty sure he could beat Rin and Ilya, as long as their servants weren't involved. Suta desperately wanted to level up his strength. Otherwise, he'd keep relying on others to carry him, and that was honestly kind of embarrassing. Suta, Kurumi, are you free? If so, help me out. If not, I'll ask Altair. Shinobu was busy with her mission, otherwise, she would have been a good choice. Suta was certain that she wouldn't refuse him. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of closeness to Shinobu. Maybe it was a lingering effect from their past master-servant bond. Somewhere deep in his subconscious, he still saw Shinobu as family. Tokaizaki Kurumi, of course. Suta, come pick me up. Altair is way too busy to help you. Altair. Actually, I'm not busy. I've already handled Setsuna's identity and housing. Her life is stable now, so I have nothing to do. Altair, Suta. I can back you up. When do we leave? Tokaizaki Kurumi, Altair. No, you're very busy, Altair. I'll go instead. Altair, huh? But I'm not busy. Tokaizaki Kurumi, you are very busy. Altair. Suta. Putting his phone down, Suta twitched at the corner of his eye. He never expected Kurumi to be this assertive. Chapter 88, a date. After finalizing his plans with Kurumi, Suta quickly set off for the Data Live world. As soon as he arrived, he looked around. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting bright reflections on the polished floor. The surface gleamed like a mirror, and the refracted light was a bit dazzling. A sense of familiarity struck Suta, and after thinking for a moment, he recognized the place. It was the same cafe where he first met Kurumi. Seriously. This place is basically turning into my fixed teleportation point. At that moment, he heard the sound of delicate footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Kurumi approaching from behind. The moment she spotted him, she naturally wrapped her arms around his and led him to a seat by the window. This is 30 years in the future, right? When did you come back? After pulling out his chair and sitting down, Suta casually asked Kurumi. After confirming that my Otakamiya had disappeared again, I used Bullet 11 to return from 5 years ago. I couldn't stay in the past forever, after all. In that timeline, I had already left the neighboring world, and if I ran into myself, it might cause some unwanted consequences. Kurumi explained. The afternoon sunlight cast a warm glow on her face, the golden radiance making her skin appear almost translucent. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual ponytail. Her long, silky hair cascaded naturally down her back, and her black and white gothic dress gave her an air of elegance and nobility, like an untouchable flower on a high peak. Suta's gaze landed on the small red flower pinned to her hair by a ribbon. It was inexplicably cute. Sensing his stare, Kurumi smiled and asked, I tried a different style today. Does it look good? Yeah, it suits you perfectly. Suta nodded appreciatively. I picked this outfit just for you. It seems like you really enjoy seeing me in dresses. Kurumi added. Well, it's not like I've ever seen you wear anything else. Except for that school uniform from 28 years ago. How about wearing some lingerie for a change? Kurumi turned her gaze outside the window, watching the pedestrians passing by. Then, she suddenly said, the people from Tokyo and Kanagawa, the ones we sent overseas, have all returned, with the help of support organizations. They're back? Suta instinctively glanced at the people walking by and murmured, it's been 30 years. So much has changed. I wonder if they'll be able to adapt to this new city. Suta, this is a good thing. That's how I've always seen it. Whether they can adapt or not is their concern, not ours. Kurami's tone was serious as she continued, the people whom my Otakamiya used to refine sapphire crystals are now living well. The ones we saved from the Eurasian sky disaster are also alive and well in this world. There was some unrest at first, but everything has been moving in a positive direction. Her golden eyes locked onto his, filled with sincerity. Thank you, Suta. You helped me fulfill my long-standing wish. No, I'm not finished yet. Kurami interrupted him, then continued, but, Suta, you also indirectly caused a little problem for me. Huh? Suta was surprised. What problem? Kurami rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with a slight pout and a teasing tone. I've lost my purpose in life. I don't even know what to do next. Suta-kun, you have to take responsibility for this. Suta scratched his cheek. Well, there's still the matter with my Otakamiya. Kurami smiled sweetly at him. Now's not the time to bring up another woman's name. Fine. I'll take responsibility. Suta sighed, but rather than exasperation, his face held more amusement than anything else. So, how do you want me to take responsibility? I want you to go on dates with me when I feel like it. Kurami reached out her right hand to him and said, starting now. Come take a walk with me. Suta looked at her delicate hand before taking it in his. Kurami effortlessly laced her slender fingers through his, entwining them firmly. This way feels more comfortable. You're not allowed to let go, okay? She said playfully before pulling him along, walking out of the cafe and onto the bustling street. Kurami held his hand tightly, as if her grip reflected her slightly nervous emotions. But Suta's cooperation eased her tension a little. As they strolled, they chatted casually. By the way, now that you're back in this timeline, have you visited your friend Yamauchi Sawa? Sawa, huh? Kurami's expression turned somewhat melancholic. What happened to her? Suta asked. Did something happen to Yamauchi Sawa? She got married. Her daughter is about the same age as I look right now. She's in high school. Kurami sighed softly. When I went to find Sawa, I told her the truth and asked if she wanted to live on with me. But in the end, she asked me to absorb the remaining lifespan she had gained from the life extension card she used back then. Huh? You mean the card I gave her? Why? Suta was surprised. Was there really someone who could be so indifferent to immortality? Because, Kurami's eyes held a complex emotion. She wanted to grow old with her family at a normal pace. If she didn't, she would eventually become isolated and alone. She spoke with a faint sadness in her voice. In the end, she chose her family. And left me behind once again. She just chose to live as an ordinary person. She never said she was cutting ties with you, Suta reminded her. You can still visit her anytime. But it won't be the same as before. I guess I'm the only one whose time is stuck in the past. Kurami was still conflicted about it. For her, 30 years had passed in an instant, while Yamauchi Sawa had experienced them all. It was natural that a gap had formed. Suta gently squeezed her hand and patted her shoulder with his other hand. This just means you're sentimental. That's a good thing, Kurami. And actually, you don't need to be so sad. Think about it, you're different from normal people. You're the spirit of time, Time Emperor. Meeting her gaze, he continued, with the unlimited time I've given you, you can always go back and revisit the past. If you ever miss the days when you and Sawa were best friends, just time travel back 28 years and spend time with her again. For you, time isn't a barrier, it doesn't have any real meaning, does it? Kurami blinked in surprise, then let out a small, amused smile. Suta's way of thinking was as loophole-abusing and rule-breaking as ever. Shaking her head, she murmured, no, clinging to the past too much isn't a good thing. Then, without warning, she leaned in and nestled her head against his chest. Right now. Having you is enough. She whispered softly. Chapter 89, What I Mean is Just. Meaning Suta didn't immediately return to the real world. Instead, he stayed in the data-live world for a few more days with Kurami. Thanks to Isaac's memory modification, Dam Industries had completely abandoned its policy of hunting down spirits and was now functioning as a legitimate company. Aside from supplying manifestation devices to AST and military forces worldwide, Dam had even started expanding into construction and had founded the world's largest charity organization. Upon learning this, Suta couldn't help but feel both amused and speechless. Isaac, the great villain, has now gone so far down the path of virtue that there's no turning back. Since his personality had been fundamentally rewritten, it was practically the same as killing him once. But Suta didn't find this particularly difficult to accept. His sense of morality was that of an ordinary person, neither excessively kind nor needlessly cruel. For example, he would never feel compassion for bandits who pillaged, murdered, or committed heinous crimes. If he encountered such people, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Want redemption? Sure. But first, how about you die a few times and then we'll talk? Isaac reminded Suta of a well-known character from the Fate universe, Kairai Kotomine. The two shared a very distinct similarity: they both had PhDs in human suffering. Watching people suffer and die genuinely brought them joy. 30 years ago, when the human military wiped out the village of magicians, the only ones who felt outrage were probably Elliot Baldwin Woodman and Ellen Myra Mathers. As for Isaac, not only was he not angry about his fellow villagers' deaths, he was delighted. Because humanity had given him a reason for revenge. Because he now had a righteous cause to justify his slaughter. He didn't actually care about revenge, he simply enjoyed killing. I have to admit, Altair's memory modification card really works wonders. Suta muttered while reviewing Dem's current status. There were other beings in this world who could manipulate memories, such as Mio Takamiya and Hashimiya Mukuro. Mio could erase memories. Mukuro could seal memories. But neither of them could freely rewrite them. This was a strange limitation in the power system. Spirits were strong enough to destroy worlds, yet they lacked simple abilities to manipulate the minds of ordinary people. As for the arbitrary territory, Suta wasn't sure if it could alter memories. Honjo Nai had her 5 years of torture sealed away, but it was only sealed, not rewritten. If memories could be rewritten, then reverting her back to normal would have been a trivial matter. For this reason, Suta wasn't worried about Helen using arbitrary territory to restore Isaac's memories. With Isaac no longer a villain, no one was after Kurami anymore. Now, she could freely reunite with her parents. Unlike Yamauchi Sawa, who chose to age normally, Kurami's parents gladly accepted the lifespan card that Suta gifted them. Their reasoning was simple: we'll live for now, and when we no longer want to, we'll decide what to do then. Suta stayed at Kurami's home for a few days, and their time together was surprisingly harmonious. After that, Kurami reversed her parents' aging, turning them young again. And just like that, they quit their jobs and set off on a journey to travel the world. With nothing else holding them back, Suta and Kurami returned to the real world. Back in the real world inside his rented apartment, Suta sat on the sofa, browsing through information on his phone. Kurami, after preparing some tea for him, asked, "So, Suta, have you decided which world you'll visit to gather faith?" "I've already picked a few worlds. I plan to visit them all, but I haven't decided which one to go to first." Suta handed his phone to Kurami. "Take a look. These are my choices." Kurami took the phone and examined it carefully. Then, "I can't read this." Suta scratched his cheek and suggested, "Kurami, you should find some time to learn Chinese." "Chinese? Isn't that hard to learn?" Kurami sighed softly. During the 2 months she spent in the real world with Suta, she had attempted to learn it. But it was too difficult. "For example, what do you mean?" "Not enough meaning. Just a small gesture." "That's interesting." "Excuse me. And the ultimate headache, what I mean is just to show some meaning." A single meaning joke was enough to make her give up. "Yeah. I guess it's a bit difficult." Suta pondered for a moment before saying, "If we ever go to the Campione world and slay a god, we could gain Pandora's blessing and be reborn as a Campione. That would grant us the language of 1,000 tongues skill, making it possible to learn any language in minutes." Campione. Gods. Can be killed? Kurami immediately thought of Shiroisha and was stunned. Going somewhere that dangerous? Wouldn't that be risky? Noticing her expression, Suta smirked and reassured her, "I'm not talking about gods like Shiroisha. Different worlds have different power levels. Even if they're called gods, they can still be weak. Shiroisha, for example, is quite powerful. And don't forget she calls herself a demon god because she lowered her own spirit rank. Her true nature is a star spirit." Kurami thought for a moment and then asked, "So, you're saying there's a world where slaying gods grants benefits? And the gods there, aren't that strong?" "Well, strong depends on what you compare them to." Suta recalled the Campione world's heretic gods and explained, "If you compare them to Shiroisha or Mio Takamiya, then no, they're not strong at all. In fact, if we work together, we might even be able to kill one." And he wasn't exaggerating. It would be like fighting old Piccolo from Dragon Ball. If Kurami prepared Bullet 7 in advance, Suta could land the first attack, and they could take turns using time-stop abilities to lock down a heretic god. After that, all they had to do was figure out a way to kill an immobilized god. Considering that in the Campione world, Sun Wukong was almost burned to death by atmospheric re-entry, It was clear that gods there weren't invincible. A mere 1000 to 2000 degrees Celsius was enough to threaten them. And Suta could create antimatter. If I can generate antimatter, then I should be able to pull this off. Suddenly, he felt a strong temptation. Should I go to the Campione world and slay a god for some authorities? After all, authorities could be nurtured into divine authorities. God slaying, huh? Suta was genuinely interested now. Of course, for now, he still had to focus on gathering faith. If you can't read it, I'll explain. Suta told Kurumi. I've selected the worlds of Akam ga Kill, Black Bullet, No Game No Life 0, and FGO/Absolute Demonic Front, Babylonia. I plan to visit them all, but I haven't decided which one to go to first. After introducing each world, Kurumi frowned slightly. Black Bullet. Isn't that a modern world? It doesn't seem suitable for faith gathering. She believed that modern societies weren't ideal for creating religions. After all, with today's information explosion, feudal superstitions had long since been debunked. If they tried establishing a religion, they might just get reported to the authorities and labeled as criminals. Chapter 90, Mesn, afraid of the sun. A modern society won't work, right? Kurumi asked. No, Suta shook his head. You shouldn't overestimate the intelligence of modern people. Besides, he explained, Black Bullet is a post-apocalyptic world. The young girls there live in utter despair. In such conditions, faith is incredibly easy to manipulate. Young? Easy to manipulate? Kurumi picked up on the keywords and gave him a scrutinizing look. If Suta had any improper tendencies, she would personally correct him. And if that correction failed, she would simply use Bullet 8 to materialize a younger version of herself. No way was she letting him mess around with others. Cough. No, that's not what I meant. Suta quickly rephrased, I mean that the children in that world are discriminated against and live in constant suffering. They are truly pitiful. I want to use my power to help them, but since my strength is limited, I need to gather their faith to convert it into divine power. By helping each other, we can create a better environment for them to live in. Sometimes, how you phrase something completely changes how it is perceived. For example, if you say, the girl I like is lying in another man's arms, people will sympathize with you. But if you say, I like lying in the arms of another man's girl, you're just asking to get punched. Sure enough, Kurumi's expression softened. Gathering faith while saving lives. That's actually a good plan. But for the initial phase, I'd recommend choosing Akam ga Kill instead. After making her suggestion, she elaborated, in Akam ga Kill, there's already an established path of peace religious organization. If we can take over, we won't have to start a new religion from scratch. That would make things a lot easier. That would indeed be more convenient. But there are pros and cons. Akam ga Kill is far more dangerous than Black Bullet, so we need to factor that in. Suta fell into deep thought. No Game No Life and FGO/Absolute Demonic Front were best left for later when he had more power. Between Black Bullet and Akam ga Kill, which one should he start with? Just then, his system phone vibrated. 7th friend invitation sent, 8th friend invitation sent, the system's voice rang in Suta's mind. Kurumi also received the notification. The two exchanged glances before picking up their phones to check the group. 2 new names had appeared on the friend group member list: Chelsea Tanjiro Kamado Tokaizaki Kurumi, Chelsea Tanjiro Kamado. Welcome, newcomers. The system is explained in detail in the group announcement. Any questions you have will likely be answered there, so go take a look. Altair, another 2 invitations at once, huh? Looks like this will be the pattern going forward. Altair, Suta, by the way, weren't you planning to gather faith? How's that going? I'm quite curious about the properties of the divine spark you're trying to convert. Suta, I was still deciding on a location, but now I've made up my mind. Coincidentally, it's related to our new members. Tokaizaki Kurumi, a coincidence? Does this mean it's connected to the newcomers? Altair, oh? Are you heading to the new members' worlds? Suta glanced at Kurumi, a little surprised at her sharp intuition. Sensing his gaze, Kurumi smiled. You recognize the newcomers' identities? Yes, Suta nodded. These 2 likely didn't provide nicknames to the system, so it used their real names. And I happen to recognize both of them. How can you be so sure? Well, how should I put it? Their worlds have low technological development, or rather, their technological trees are a bit skewed. They don't have mobile phones or similar communication tools. Suta explained, if something unfamiliar suddenly appeared and asked for their names, most people wouldn't respond. Tanjiro Kamado was undoubtedly the protagonist of Demon's Lair. The idea that someone from another world just happened to have that name was way too much of a coincidence. Suta didn't believe in such odds. At this moment, he felt a little emotional. Finally, there's another male member in the group. Not that he ever had a problem with it, but it wasn't like he saw the chat group as his personal harem or anything. And Tanjiro was actually someone he respected. Becoming friends with him sounds pretty great, honestly. However, Suta was more focused on Chelsea. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the needle girl from Mangekyō, the one whose severed head was impaled on a pole by Kurum. Of course, since she had been chosen by the system, it meant she was still alive. The only question was which point in time had she been taken from? Suta, Altair. Yep, the newcomer's worlds match my criteria perfectly. Now I won't have to spend points on a traversal card. Suta, Chelsea, have you read the announcement? If you have, please reply. No response. Neither Chelsea nor Tanjiro Kamado said a word. Suta sighed inwardly but quickly shrugged it off. They were probably wary of the system phone. After all, they came from eras without such technology. Being cautious and observing for now was a natural reaction. Rintasaka, so we have more new members now, huh? Rintasaka, by the way, Suta, do you know what's going to happen to me in the upcoming Holy Grail War? Suta, yes. I actually forgot to tell you, the Greater Grail in Fuiuki City has been corrupted by humanity's malice. It's filled with dark magical energy that brings disaster rather than granting wishes. The massive fire that engulfed Fuiuki City? That was caused by the Grail. Rintasaka? Rintasaka, wait. That's extremely important information. Why didn't you say anything earlier? The Holy Grail War is about to start. Suta, I've been busy with missions and completely forgot about it. Rintasaka, can you tell me everything that's going to happen? I'll owe you one. Suta, that's fine, but I don't remember every little detail. How about you come over and see for yourself? Suta, if you come here, I can make a phone for you and download all the information. You can take it back and study it at your own pace. Tokaizaki Kurami. Ilyas V. van Insburn, I want one too. Ilyas V. van Insburn, I want to know what happens in the future too. Suta, oh? Ilya, does that mean you finally believe in the system? Ilyas V. van Insburn, don't underestimate me. After all this time, I've already figured out what's real and what's not. Suta, alright then, why don't you both come together? It'll be more convenient. Rintasaka, no way. I refuse to work alongside an Insburn. Suta, you don't need to be so guarded. Ilya summoned her servant 2 months early. If she wanted to, she could come over and take you out right now. There's no point in being paranoid. Rintasaka. Chapter 91, you just want to hug them, hentai. Rintasaka, wait. She summoned her servant 2 months early. That's totally cheating. At that moment, far away in Fuiuki City, Rintasaka suddenly felt the urge to run. The bounded field around the Tasaka residence couldn't block a servant. However, the Holy Grail War hadn't started yet. All the masters had yet to summon their servants, so logically speaking, no one would be stupid enough to eliminate a member of the 3 founding families before the war even began. Right? Suta, don't worry. Group members can't inflict lethal attacks on each other. Even if they have grudges, the worst they can do is annoy each other, like slapping someone or stripping them and hanging them up for public humiliation or something. Ilyas Veil, eh? That actually sounds kinda fun. Rintasaka. Rintasaka, Suta, if anything happens to me, it's definitely your fault. Suta, I was just joking. Rintasaka, yeah, but she's not taking it as a joke. I bet she's already drafting up a plan. Ilyas Veil, as expected of you, Rin. You figured it out so quickly. Seeing this exchange, Suta scratched his cheek. Wait, is she actually planning something? But why? These two don't even have a grudge against each other. And why is this my fault again? Suta, so, when do you two want to come over? Let me know, and I'll pick you up. Just a heads up, the system requires female group members to hug the group leader in order to cross into the real world. If you don't believe me, ask the system yourself. I'm not making this up just to take advantage of you. Rintasaka, what kind of ridiculous rule is that? Ilyas Veil, Big Brother Aniai-chan, do you want to hug me? Big Brother? You're 18. Why are you still using such a cute voice? Suta roasted her in his mind but, of course, didn't say it out loud. Suta, it's just the rule for crossing worlds. If you're uncomfortable with it, that's fine. I'll look up the information you need and post it in the group chat. Ilyas Veil, a hug is no problem. Big Brother, come over now. Ilyas Veil has invited you to her world. Except. Suta blinked. Wow, this legal lie really doesn't hesitate? Suta, Rintasaka. When do you want to come over? If you're coming too, I'll pick up Ilya first, then head over to find you. Suta, wait. Actually, never mind. I should pick you up one at a time. Rintasaka, huh? Why? Suta, I just remembered Ilia's castle is really far from Fuuki City's downtown area. Even by car, it takes an hour to get there. If I bring her with me to find you, we'd have to walk for hours. Nah, forget it. I'm too lazy to walk that far. Rin Tasaka. Suta, when the time comes, just send me an invitation, and I'll teleport directly to you. After sending the message, Suta suddenly realized something. If two group members were in the same world, who would he be teleported to when traveling there? He asked the system and quickly got an answer. Whoever you're thinking about at the time will determine your arrival point. Rin Tasaka, sending an invite is fine, but... Are you sure Ilyasviel won't attack me? She has a servant that's way too dangerous. Suta, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll protect you. Rin Tasaka, I remember you're not that strong, right? Suta instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the energy coursing through his body. Wait. Am I really seen as the weakest one in the group? That's not okay. I'm the group leader. How can I have no authority? That's just embarrassing. But then again, can I actually fight Ilya's servant, Berserker? According to early interviews, Berserker's strength was roughly on par with lifting a steamroller. But then Archer Emiya, with just a D-rank strength stat, managed to obliterate the Mita residents in one punch. Frankly speaking, the power scaling was all over the place. Suta wasn't entirely sure if his immortality, time manipulation, antimatter creation, and ash-level regeneration would allow him to at least go even with one of the weaker servants. Suta, Kurumi is with me too. You don't have to worry at all. Rin Tasaka, fine. I guess I'll have to meet her sooner or later, so I might as well get it over with. After some thought, Rin decided there was no point in running away. Ilya lived just outside Fuuki City in that massive castle. If she really wanted to make a move, Rin couldn't escape anyway. She'd have to leave the entire city to avoid her. Rin Tasaka has invited you to her world. Accept. The system notification popped up. Unlike friend invitations, world invitations didn't expire, so Suta wasn't in a hurry to accept. Setting his phone down, he reached for his teacup but then he noticed Kurumi staring at him intently. Suta turned his head. What's wrong? I'm wondering about something. What is it? Kurumi gave him a puzzled look. Why don't you just make two phones, download all the information, and send them over? Wouldn't that save you the trouble of bringing them to the real world? Or could it be that you just wanted an excuse to hug them? Damn, why didn't he think of that? Wait a second. Was I subconsciously just looking for an excuse to hug them? Faced with Kurumi's piercing gaze, Suta felt a little awkward. He quickly said, I didn't think of that. I'll tell them now so they don't have to come over. Forget it. Kurumi shook her head, no longer pressing the issue. With a soft smile, she said, we've already agreed on it, and they might want to see the real world anyway. It'd be awkward to change plans now. She was incredibly understanding, gracious, even. It's good for group members to meet in person. Besides, I'd like to see what they're like. Alright. I'll go with your decision. Suta nodded. For some reason, Kurumi seemed especially radiant today. I really want to hug her. Arrival in Fuuki City. This isn't the Innsburn Castle? After the teleportation ended, Suta glanced around. He was standing on an empty road beside a mountain slope covered in tall grass and scattered trees. Ilya isn't at the castle? He muttered to himself. He wasn't worried about danger, so he didn't bring Kurumi along. Even though the Fate world had two major counter-forces, the system's direct insertion method should be able to bypass them. And even if it couldn't, Suta had cellular-level regeneration, ash-level reconstruction, and antimatter manipulation. No matter who the counter-force sent after him, he was confident he could escape back to the real world. Just then, is that you, big brother? A small figure emerged from behind the trees, stepping over fallen leaves. Chapter 92, There are quite a lot of Lilicons in the anime world. Suta turned toward the sound of dry leaves being crushed underfoot. A small figure appeared within his field of vision. It was a young girl with delicate, doll-like features, as if she had stepped out of a painting. She wore a purple dress, and her long silver hair cascaded down naturally. A deep violet hat rested atop her head, adding a sense of dignity to her youthful face. As Suta looked at this childlike figure, he immediately recognized her Ilyasviel van Innsburn. Her appearance was deceptive. No one would ever guess that this little girl was actually 18 years old. Due to numerous unnatural magical modifications made while she was still in the womb, her growth had been severely stunted. In fact, she had completely stopped developing before reaching puberty. As a result, despite being a young woman, her body and appearance had remained frozen at around 9 years old. Is that you, big brother? Ilya asked in a sweet, childlike voice. Yeah. Suta nodded, holding up his system phone. Just call me Suta. By the way, why aren't you at the castle? I was planning to go into town today, Ilya replied casually. Hearing this, Suta suddenly remembered Ilya did have a habit of wandering around Fuiuki City. Besides, Ilya continued, Ulzrit and Sella are back at the castle. If you showed up there, they would definitely attack you. After explaining this, she lifted her skirt slightly with both hands and performed a graceful curtsy, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Her fair, delicate legs were momentarily exposed, drawing Suta's gaze for a few seconds. The young girl then spoke in a refined tone, Nice to meet you, big brother. My name is Ilyas V. Ilvanensburn. Since you already know about me, just call me Ilya. Suta nodded, then glanced behind the little girl but saw nothing. Ilya, did you bring your servant? Berserker is always with me. Why? Ilya instinctively turned to her left in that instant. A towering 2-meter-tall muscular giant suddenly materialized. His dark-toned skin was stretched over a body of chiseled muscle, each section radiating raw, explosive strength. His fierce expression and wildly flowing long hair gave him the aura of a rampaging beast. He was like a feral titan. Suta swallowed hard. This reminded him of the hulking vampire hunter, Dramaturgy, whom he had encountered in the Monogatari world. Both were massive, but this guy was in an entirely different league. Big brother, are you scared? Ilya took a step closer, studying Suta carefully. Ever since she confirmed the system was real, she had been curious about Suta as the group's leader. She wanted to learn more about her future from him. I wouldn't say scared, just a little surprised by his size. Suta quickly calmed down and began examining Berserker curiously. For some reason, a few names suddenly popped into his mind: Accelerator, Kenpachi Zaraki, Gojo Satoru. Hey, can I ask you a question? Ilya suddenly leaned in and asked seriously. Suta nodded. What is it? You already know my wish for participating in the Holy Grail War, right? Yeah. You want revenge on your father. Suta recalled what he knew and continued, but since Giratsugu Emiya is already dead, you've shifted that hatred toward his adopted son Emiya Shiru. You want to kill him instead, right? As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The girl standing before him had a tragic past. The Fourth Holy Grail War had taken her mother's life. At the time, Ilya had waited at home for her parents to return, only to learn that her father had betrayed their family, abandoned her, and taken in a different child. Over time, her longing for her father turned into hatred. And when she finally learned that Giratsugu was dead, she redirected all that resentment and grief toward his adopted son, Emiya Shiru. Wow. You really do know everything. Ilya's delicate features showed a hint of surprise. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, seeing Suta casually reveal her secrets still left her a little shaken. At this point, she had already dematerialized Berserker, and she now asked in a hopeful tone, then, Big brother. Do you know my fate? Did I fulfill my wish in the end? Suta's expression turned awkward. Once we reach the real world, you can see for yourself. I see. So, I failed. Ilya's expression went blank as she made that deduction. Actually, Suta said, you've been misunderstanding something. What? Your father, Giratsugu Emiya, never abandoned you. Suta took a moment to gather his thoughts before explaining. He actually tried to return multiple times to take you away. But because his body had been severely weakened by the curse's erosion, he couldn't break through the Insburn family's barriers. Your grandfather refused to let him see you, and in the end, Giratsugu passed away with that regret in his heart. A shadow passed through Ilya's eyes. What's the point of telling me this now? I just wanted to let you know that things aren't always as simple as they seem. You don't have to see everything in such an extreme light. I don't want to hear it. Ilya suddenly raised her voice, her attitude turning a bit hostile. But Suta wasn't bothered. He had read about her personality before. She hated showing weakness and often used insults and harsh words to cover up her pain, pretending to be strong. Alright then. Suta chuckled, dropping the subject. Let's head to the real world first. Right now? Yeah. Suta tilted his head. Or do you not want to go anymore? Ilya shook her head and explained, let's find Rin first. We're really close to town. Once we meet up with her, we can all go together. Suta glanced into the distance. He could already see the outline of the city. Alright then. Let's go. Blocking Rin's way after school eventually, the two of them arrived in front of the high school gates, waiting for Rin Tasaka to finish school. Both Suta and Ilya were very familiar with her. One had learned about her through media and fan discussions, while the other had gained knowledge from the Holy Grail itself. Wearing a red jacket, Rin Tasaka was walking out of the school building. Even among the crowd, she stood out with her striking beauty. As the reigning #1 beauty of Hamurahira Academy, Rin possessed graceful, well-proportioned features. Her slim yet curvy figure, coupled with her long, elegant legs wrapped in over-the-knee socks, exuded a charming and mature allure. Her outfit looked exactly like how Suta remembered it. Feeling a bit nostalgic, he turned to Ilya. Alright, let's go. Taking the little girl's hand, he walked toward Rin. Chapter 93, Just hug me already, why are you hesitating? As Rin Tasaka walked along the familiar streets toward her home, a young man suddenly stepped in front of her, blocking her way. She instinctively looked up at him, assuming he was trying to hit on her. Immediately, her expression turned cold, though she still maintained proper etiquette. Can I help you? The young man was fairly good-looking, but she despised frivolous guys like this. It's me, Suta. Suta casually pulled out his system phone and waved it, revealing his identity. Huh? Rin's cold expression froze, her eyes widening in shock. Why you? How did you get here so fast? We weren't supposed to meet yet. Ilya happened to be nearby. After picking her up, we decided to come find you together. As Suta spoke, he glanced sideways at Ilya, who was currently examining Rin with a calm, unreadable gaze. The doll-like girl stood on his right side, her expression indifferent. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at her. A girl as adorable as a porcelain doll was a rare sight. However, Rin wasn't in the mood to admire her beauty. She was on high alert and instinctively took several steps back. Why did you bring her here directly? I thought she was your sister at first. Wait, where is her servant? Is he with her? Yeah, he's following her. Suta nodded. Immediately, Rin felt the urge to run. Hey! Do you even have a sense of danger? She scolded him, looking slightly annoyed. You're worrying too much, Suta said casually. At most, Ilya will just strip you naked and humiliate you in public. Anything beyond that, the system won't allow. Hearing this, Ilya's eyes sparkled with interest as she stared at Rin. Rin took a few more steps back, glaring at Suta with pure hostility. You're not actually here to mess with me, are you? Relax, I was just joking. Suta laughed. Come on, let's go to the real world. I'll give you the data you need. I've still got other things to do. Rin hesitated for a long time but ultimately gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Suta first picked up Ilya, since her small stature made it awkward for her to initiate the hug herself. Once she was securely in his arms, the little girl didn't show any resistance, which reassured Suta. Then, he turned around and offered his back to Rin. Alright, your turn. What? Hug me, Suta said matter-of-factly. Didn't you notice I left my back open for you? Rin felt an intense urge to punch him. 2:00 p.m., reality, inside the rented apartment. Suta sat at the dining table, surrounded by 3 girls. On the table were tea prepared earlier by Kurumi and an assortment of fruit and pastries that Suta had created using his materialization ability. Rin scrolled through the Apple phone Suta made for her, her expression filled with awe. This ability of yours is ridiculously convenient. Seeing him casually produce 2 smartphones and various treats, she felt equal parts amazed and jealous. By the way, doesn't the system store have an upload item function? How about selling me your ability? She suggested casually. Suta shot her a side glance and responded flatly, you think you can afford it? You don't even have a single point, you broke girl. I can earn points eventually. I'll just join the next multiplayer mission, won't I? Even if you had points, I still wouldn't sell it. I'm collecting all 4 fundamental elements so I can become an unstoppable one above all. Suta dismissed the topic with a nonsense excuse and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, forget about my abilities. How's your progress with the data? Rin shook her head. There's too messy. No way I can process all of it in just a few days. Same here. Across from Suta, Ilya sat on a chair, having removed her boots. Her bare little feet dangled in the air, unable to reach the floor due to her short stature. She swung them back and forth, occasionally kicking Suta's knee, though she seemed completely unconcerned. Berserker remained in spiritual form, standing silently in a corner of the apartment. Since the system counted him as Ilya's possession, he was able to travel with her to the real world. So, both of you are taking the phones back to check later? Suta asked. Yeah. Rin nodded. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Not at all. I just wanted to remind you to be careful with them, don't break them. Suta recalled Rin's background and added, if I remember correctly, you're kind of a klutz when it comes to technology. Unlike the system phone, the ones I made aren't indestructible. If you break it, I won't have time to make another one for you. I'll be too busy gathering faith. A klutz? Rin's expression stiffened, but she quickly brushed it off. She then straightened up and spoke in a serious tone. Regardless, thanks for all of this. Big brother, thank you too, Ilya added. Once the Holy Grail War is over, I'll prepare a thank you gift for you. Her tone was sincere, making it clear that she truly meant it. However, Suta's expression turned strangely awkward. A thank you gift, huh? Well, after reading through the data, You might not feel so thankful anymore. Rin frowned. What do you mean? Suta just shook his head. He wasn't going to explain right now after all, he had more pressing matters, like collecting faith. The situation with Sakuramoto and everything else could wait. Besides, as long as Kurumi was around, any tragedies could be stopped before they even began. You'll understand after reading through it. Suta smirked and added, if you run into any trouble, just come find me. Once you've learned everything, you might even unlock a wish fulfillment quest. Then we could all earn points together. What exactly is in this data? Rin's curiosity only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Ilya simply stared at the phone screen, staring blankly at the anime version of her mother. After lingering in the apartment for a while, the two girls returned to their own world. Before leaving, Rin handed Suta a few gemstones, saying they were a temporary thank you gift. However, Suta wasn't particularly excited. After all, with his materialization ability, he could create these naturally occurring materials anytime. After Rin and Ilya left, Kurumi, who had been silent this whole time, finally looked up from Suta's Apple phone. She frowned slightly and commented, those two. What they've been through is a bit. You finished reading? Suta asked. Not all of it, but I got the gist. Don't worry, Suta smiled. With you here, anything can be changed. Then, he changed the topic. I'm planning to head to Akamgakil's world now. But the new member hasn't responded yet, right? You can't go over yet. I'll just use a travel card, can't wait around forever. 500 points isn't exactly. Before Suta could finish speaking, his system phone suddenly vibrated. Someone had sent a message. Chelsea, what a magical device. It directly transmits knowledge into my brain. Suta. Great. Now he could save his points. Chapter 94, Trust me, I'm not that kind of guy. Suta, Chelsea. You finally decided to show up. I was waiting so long, I nearly turned into a fossil. Chelsea? Tokaizaki Kurumi, Chelsea. We need to take care of some business in your world. If you send us an invitation, we can save points instead of buying a travel card. Chelsea, wait. You're saying there really are other worlds? Suta, you already acknowledged the system phone, didn't you? You read the announcement, right? Chelsea, I did. But the text in the announcement is in my own language. That doesn't prove it's an otherworldly thing. Tokaizaki Kurumi, the system has a translation function. It automatically translates everything we say into a language you understand. Chelsea, even if that's true, other worlds are still a ridiculous concept. Are you sure this isn't just the Empire's latest ego experiment? Suta rubbed his temples in frustration. In Chelsea's world, strange and dangerous creatures existed. When slain, their bodies were used to craft powerful Tegu 48 kinds of specialized weapons, some capable of space manipulation. So when encountering bizarre occurrences, Chelsea's first instinct was to suspect a Tegu experiment rather than consider the existence of parallel worlds. Suta, the method for making new Tegu was lost ages ago. Where would a new one come from? Rin Tasaka, Suta. I have a suggestion for convincing new members to trust the system more quickly. Suta, you made it home already? Rin Tasaka, yeah, just got back. Rin Tasaka, here's my idea. Suta, you probably have a lot of points, right? Try transferring a few to the newbie, then upload a cheap item to the store and have them buy it. If they can actually purchase something, they won't have any reason to doubt the system anymore. Suta, oh? That's a solid idea. We could use this method to help future new members get over their doubts quickly. Altair, the idea is decent, but unnecessary for everyone. Points aren't free, after all. Since you specifically need Chelsea right now, it makes sense. But for others, just let time do its thing. Tokaizaki Kurumi, Altair has a point. Use this method only when there's a real need. Suta, Chelsea. You've checked out the marketplace function, right? What do you think? Chelsea? Chelsea, also, what's with the nickname Cut Girl? TL note, no nicknames for now, confusing. Suta, just a nickname, don't mind it. So, how about Rin's suggestion? Shall we test it? Chelsea, if you can really do that, then I won't have any choice but to believe you. I'll send the invitation after that. Seeing her agree, Suta felt relieved. Uploading. Instant noodles? Without delay, Suta used his materialization ability to create a bucket of instant noodles. Master Kong spicy beef lo mein noodles with temple-style pickled mustard greens. He uploaded it to the system store. The system automatically priced it at 1 point, apparently the minimum possible. Then, he transferred 1 point to Chelsea. Sitting nearby, Kurumi watched this unfold in stunned silence. Uploading instant noodles. She was honestly impressed by the sheer absurdity of it. Suta, Chelsea. I uploaded a type of food from my world. Use the point I sent you to buy it. If you want to eat it, just open it, add the seasoning packet, and pour in hot water. Wait a few minutes, and it's ready. Rin Tasaka. Altair, I doubt most people would trust random food appearing out of thin air. They probably won't eat it. Suta, eating it isn't the point. As long as the noodles materialize in her world, the system will be proven real. Rin Tasaka, you could have uploaded literally anything. Why instant noodles? Suta, I was hungry and thought of instant noodles first. Just went with it. Rin Tasaka, damn it, that ability of yours is too overpowered. If I had it, I'd save a fortune on buying gemstones. Ilya, Suta. Big brother, I've never had this kind of food before. Can you upload another one? Suta, Ilya, you don't have any points, right? If you want some, ask Rin to take you to a supermarket. Ilya, oh, right. I forgot about that. If Rin refuses, I'll have Berserker kill her. Rin Tasaka? Rin Tasaka, hold on. Suta, you bastard, don't push her onto me. She's got a servant. Are you trying to get me killed? Rin Tasaka, you could have just sent her 1 point. Was that so hard? Even through text, Suta could practically hear Rin freaking out. He smirked, starting to enjoy teasing her. But then, he noticed something. Kurumi was watching him. Her expression was playful, but her eyes held an amused glint, as if seeing through his antics. Suta coughed. Kurumi, are you hungry? Kurumi shook her head and then stood up. I'll go buy groceries and cook for you. No need. I can just create food with my ability. Suta, eating like that lacks soul. Kurumi gave him a knowing look and said, we have an eternity ahead of us. That's why life needs a sense of ritual, otherwise, immortality would just be dull. With that, she walked into his bedroom, took some money from his wallet, and left. Judging by how skilled she was at it, this was definitely not the first time. Noodle delivery, with accidental fan service. Suta, Ilya. Forget the upload. I'll just make a few and send them directly to you. After sending the message, Suta materialized several different flavors of instant noodles, then teleported to Ilya's side, dumped the noodles on her, and instantly teleported back. The two maids in Ilya's castle didn't even have time to react. However, the moment Suta returned to the real world, his expression suddenly stiffened with embarrassment. He had accidentally caught a glimpse of a small, delicate body, milky white skin as smooth as fresh cream, and a chest so flat it couldn't even be called undeveloped. Ilya was taking a bath. Ilya, huh? I think I just saw a shadow flash by. Suta, must have been your imagination. Rin Tasaka, now that I think about it, I realized something. Suta, since you've received invitations from our worlds, doesn't that mean you can visit whenever you want now? Suta, yeah, why? Rin Tasaka, that's the problem. What if you suddenly pop in while I'm bathing or using the bathroom? That'd be way too awkward. Suta felt a chill run down his spine. Rin didn't have clairvoyance or mind-reading abilities, did she? Suta, I'm not that kind of guy. Rin Tasaka, I know, I wasn't accusing you, I just think it's something we should be mindful of. Next time you visit, just give me a heads up first. Suta, got it. Just send me a message when you're about to shower or use the bathroom, and I'll make sure to avoid those times. Rin Tasaka, sounds good. After sending that message, Rin suddenly froze. Something felt off about what she just agreed to. Suddenly, Suta's system phone vibrated. Chelsea has invited you to her world. Accept. Chapter 95, should I just push Kurumi down? So, it's finally happening. Seeing the system notification, Suta picked up the Apple phone he had created and started searching for Akamga kill information online. He had already gone through it once before, but to avoid any potential oversights, he decided to go over it again. Not long after, Kurumi returned from outside and went straight to the kitchen to prepare a meal. She had learned to cook during her time living in the real world. Since she couldn't stand how Suta constantly ordered takeout, she had self-taught herself through online tutorials. By the time the meal was ready, Suta had finished reviewing the background information. Dinner time. Suta, the food is ready. Coming. Suta sat down at the dining table, picking up his chopsticks while saying, Chelsea has sent the invitation. Let's head over once we finish eating. Kurumi nodded. She elegantly sipped her tea, her gentle gaze fixed on Suta, watching him eat with an affectionate smile. Her expression was full of warmth and contentment, as if she could never get enough of watching him. This actually made Suta feel a little self-conscious while eating. Aren't you eating, Kurumi? He asked. Kurumi smiled softly. I already had enough while tasting the food. You just enjoy your meal. Then, as if something suddenly crossed her mind, she gave him a teasing look and suggested, Suta, do you want me to feed you? No need, you already fed me yesterday at your place. Back in the Data Live world, Kurumi had done exactly that right in front of her father. It resulted in Suta getting death stared by the old man, who then proceeded to find various ways to make things difficult for him. Suta still wasn't sure if Kurumi had done it on purpose. Oh? Suta-kun, you're already getting tired of me? Since that's the case, how about we try something new instead? Kurumi suddenly leaned forward, pressing her hands on the table and bringing her face close to Suta's. Suta watched as her delicate tongue licked her lips before she slightly parted her mouth and softly uttered, "Ah!" It was as if she was waiting for him to feed her. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be the one feeding him? Ah! Kurumi gently hummed again, as if urging him on. Suta had no idea what she was trying to do, so he picked up some food and placed it into her mouth. Kurumi chewed a few times, then brushed her hair back behind her ear with her right hand. She didn't swallow the food immediately. Instead, she slowly leaned even closer, her lips inching toward his. Suta's heart skipped a beat. Was she really about to do this? The distance between their lips grew shorter and shorter. Just as they were about to touch, Kurumi suddenly stopped, swallowed the food, and smirked mischievously at him. Did that make your heart race? Suta scratched his head, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Should I have just leaned in? Suta-kun, if you had done that, the consequences would have been very serious. How serious? Serious enough that you wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Kurumi giggled playfully, her tone half joking, half serious. Suta suddenly felt a strong urge to test it out. But just then, his phone vibrated. Chelsea, Suta. Tokizaki Kurumi. When are you guys coming over? Chelsea, I just finished my mission and have some free time. After this, I can't guarantee my schedule. Kurumi saw the message as well and sighed softly in disappointment. Such a shame, she murmured, making Suta feel a little restless. Was she just teasing him, or was she actually serious? Should he just push her down right now and find out? Suta shook off the thought and quickly replied to Chelsea. Suta, we'll be there soon. Wait a moment. Turning back to Kurumi, he asked, by the way, have you read up on Akame ga Kill? Not yet, she replied. I was busy going through Rin and Ilya's background information. Then I'll download the necessary info to your phone before we leave. The Akame ga Kill world is pretty dangerous, so we need to be careful. One particular name came to Suta's mind as Death. Though as Death wasn't a direct threat to him, thanks to his immortal regeneration, he still didn't want to get caught up in unnecessary fights. Even if she froze him solid, he could easily thaw himself out thanks to his half-cold half-hot constitution. And her time-freezing ability lasted only a few seconds, utterly useless against someone like him. In short, I can't beat you, but I can annoy you to death. However, what worried Suta the most was Kurumi's safety if they encountered as Death. After all, Kurumi wasn't immortal like him. Thinking about this, he quickly searched for Asdeath's information on his Apple phone and placed it in front of Kurumi. The biggest threat in the Akame ga Kill world is this woman. Take a look at her profile and be on guard. Asdeath? Yeah. Our main goal is just to gather faith, so we might not run into her. But just in case, be careful of her abilities and avoid getting caught up in a direct fight. While Kurumi studied Asdeath's profile, Suta quickly finished his meal. Once both of them were ready, he held Kurumi in his arms and accepted Chelsea's invitation. In a modest hideout provided by the Revolutionary Army, Chelsea cleaned her blood-stained poison needle with a special solution and stored it inside her beast-skin pouch. Then, the long-haired beauty in a British-style uniform pulled a lollipop from her pocket, placed it in her mouth, and smiled in satisfaction. She always ate candy after an assassination. It helped calm her nerves and wash away the lingering bloodlust. Outside, Imperial guards patrolled the streets, searching for an intruder. From the second-floor window, Chelsea could see their frantic expressions. They were probably terrified that their failure to protect their master would lead to execution by the Empire. Moments ago, Chelsea had assassinated a pig-like noble and escaped in the form of a cat. Once she found a safe hideout, she finally had time to examine a strange phone stuck to her body. She had no idea what it was, but somehow, knowledge of its functions had been implanted in her mind. To be honest, it scared the hell out of her. Back when she transformed into a cat, the phone had stuck to her fur and no matter how hard she tried to shake it off, it wouldn't budge. And yet, no one else could see it. Just then, her phone vibrated again. So, they're coming. Chelsea tensed slightly before glancing at the cup noodles on the wooden table. As curiosity overtook her apprehension, a bright light suddenly filled the room. Chapter 96, Chelsea, you died a horrible death. Hello. Welcome to my world. As soon as Suta and Kurumi appeared in the room, the lively and cheerful Chelsea immediately approached them with a friendly greeting. Of course, despite how naturally she acted, she was actually quite nervous inside. After all, anyone who could create such a mysterious friends group system must be an incredibly powerful figure, right? Being around someone like that who wouldn't be at least a little bit on edge. Suta turned his head toward the voice, and the moment he saw the girl dressed in a British-style uniform with headphones on, he instantly recognized her identity. "Hello, I'm Suta." He flashed a smile and held up his system phone, proving that he was the real deal. The calm and easygoing tone of his voice made Chelsea let out a small sigh of relief. At least he didn't act all high and mighty. He seemed like someone she could get along with easily. "I'm Chelsea." She then turned to Kurumi, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. "And this must be Tokaizaki Kurumi, right?" Kurumi nodded with a warm smile and politely introduced herself. Since Chelsea had already familiarized herself with the nicknames in the group, it didn't take long for her to match their names to their faces. After a few exchanges of small talk, they had already started getting familiar with each other. Chelsea looked at Suta, then said with a bit of surprise, "The group leader is different from what I imagined. Not mysterious enough? Not imposing enough?" "Yeah, I've heard that one before." Suta let out a small sigh of helplessness. "Just to be clear, this system wasn't created by me. If anything, I'm in the same boat as you. I was just randomly chosen." "Huh?" Chelsea was a little surprised. "You didn't create this thing?" "Of course not." Hearing Suta's straightforward denial, Chelsea was caught off guard. So, she had miscalculated. Suta wasn't some powerful mastermind, just an ordinary person like her who happened to get dragged into this system. Chelsea glanced at the system phone, then suddenly asked, "By the way, can you actually see my system phone?" "Yeah, why?" Suta raised an eyebrow. "What makes you ask that?" "Well, I just finished an assassination mission before meeting you guys. You do know I'm an assassin, right? I remember reading in the group announcement that your world has information about us." At first, Chelsea wanted to hide her identity, but then she remembered that the group already knew everything about her, so she dropped the idea. "Anyway," she continued, "right after the assassination, I transformed into a cat to escape, and this system phone just stuck to me. No matter how much I shook it off, it kept sticking back. But what's weird is the guards who saw me didn't react at all. So I was wondering, is the phone invisible to other people?" Suta was surprised by this detail. That was something he had never thought about before. Thinking about it, though, it made sense. Chelsea was an assassin, and if her phone suddenly vibrated or made a sound during a mission, it would be a death sentence. Surely the system wouldn't have such an obvious flaw. However, Suta suddenly recalled something back in the Monogatari world. He had thrown his phone at dramaturgy, and the big guy had dodged it. That meant the phone was visible. Which contradicted what Chelsea just said. Suta mentally asked the system, "Can other people see the system phone?" If a friend's group member actively intends to show the phone, others can perceive its existence. Wait. So if I use it as a weapon to hit someone, does that count as intending to show it? Using the system phone as a weapon will automatically disable its concealment. What about using it as a hidden weapon? Hidden weapons are still weapons. Then what happens when we're using the phone normally, like when we're texting? How do others perceive it? It looks like you're poking at thin air and randomly laughing to yourself like a crazy person. Suta scratched his cheek. That was one hell of a savage response. Luckily, he usually used his phone at home, so no one had ever thought he was crazy. He quickly relayed the system's answer to Chelsea. "So that's how it works," Chelsea mused, curiously fiddling with her phone. "But still, using it as a throwing weapon? That's actually a great idea. Thanks for the tip. That's the only thing you got out of this conversation?" Meanwhile, Kurumi walked over to the window and peeked outside. The buildings in the city mostly had flat square bases with large domed roofs, somewhat reminiscent of Byzantine architecture. "Now this feels like a proper fantasy world," she murmured with mixed emotions. So far, she had traveled to 3 different worlds: Baccano, Dragon Ball, and Altair's world. But every time, her setting was either a ship, a plane, or a modern graveyard. That's not another world at all. "Oh? Kurumi-san, are you interested in this world?" Chelsea moved closer and naturally struck up a conversation. It seemed like she had a knack for getting along with anyone. Kurumi nodded. "For me, this really is an alternate world. The architecture feels fresh and unique. This world isn't all that great, though." Chelsea glanced at the emaciated citizens wandering the streets and shook her head. "Anyway, never mind that. So, what exactly did you guys come here for?" "To gather faith," Kurumi replied. Chelsea blinked in confusion. "Faith?" "Yes. There's already an established religion here called Path of Peace. Our goal is to take control of it." Kurumi then looked at Chelsea and asked, "Do you know where the Path of Peace is located?" "Oh, Path of Peace. Yeah, it's a pretty big religion that started growing recently. The Revolutionary Army has been trying to win them over. As for their location..." Chelsea thought for a moment. I think it's somewhere in the western lands of Jellic, really far from the Empire. Then, she tilted her head and asked, but why do you need faith? You guys are from another world, you can't just start a cult here, can you? Kurumi smiled. We're not creating a cult, we're literally collecting faith. Faith, for those who ignite the divine spark, is something tangible. It can be gathered and transformed into godly power. Suta followed up with a smirk, in other words. As you can see, I'm a god. Chelsea stared at him. You don't look like a god at all. Suta chuckled. Being a god and looking like one aren't the same thing. So, can you take us to Path of Peace? Chelsea shook her head. I have to report back to the Revolutionary Army first. Oh, wait. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Group leader, you know the future of this world, right? You can just call me Suta. You're asking if the Revolutionary Army wins? Yeah. Does the Empire get overthrown? It does. The Revolutionary Army takes over. Suta nodded. But unfortunately, you don't live to see it. Huh? Chelsea frowned. Why not? Because your head gets chopped off and put on a pike. Suta sighed. You died a horrible death. Chelsea? Chapter 97, Keyboard Warrior, absolutely terrifying. Suta didn't bother explaining the entire Akonga kill story to Chelsea. Too troublesome. Instead, he simply pulled out his iPhone, opened the manga he had downloaded, and handed the phone to her. Everything you want to know is right here. Chelsea took the phone and, upon seeing the cute, stylized artwork, was clearly a bit confused. What is this? She asked. Suta explained, the group announcement mentioned it before. In my world, you guys are fictional characters. This is the series where you appear as a character. Am I the protagonist? You think the protagonist would get their head chopped off and stuck on a pike as a public warning? Chelsea suddenly felt like she'd taken a critical hit. So, her future was really that tragic? Am I really just a fictional character? No matter how she looked at it, she found the idea impossible to accept. You don't need to dwell on that too much, Suta reassured her. I asked the system before, your world is real, and each of you are real people, not puppets. So, don't overthink it. Chelsea gazed at the manga on the phone, her emotions complicated. But as an assassin who had spent years taking lives, she quickly calmed herself down and began reading. Beside her, Kurumi, curious about the content, also leaned in to read. Since the manga was in its original language, she helped translate as they went along. Time passed. Before they knew it, night had fallen. By the time the iPhone displayed a low battery warning, Chelsea and Kurumi finally stopped reading, rubbing their dry, tired eyes. Kurumi glanced at Chelsea's head, as if mentally comparing something. That particular look made Chelsea feel extremely uneasy. The scene of her own severed head stuck on a pike just wouldn't leave her mind. She died way too horribly. Well, maybe not the worst death. At least she still had her head intact, unlike Shiel, who got eaten alive and left with no corpse to bury. As Chelsea sat there, her expression a mix of emotions, Suta approached, setting down 2 steaming cups of tea and a few plates of pastries. Here, have some snacks, he said. Chelsea looked surprised. You went outside? No. Then. These snacks? I made them. Suta lifted his right hand, palm open. Watch, I'll make you an apple. The moment he finished speaking, a bright red apple appeared in his hand. A magic trick. Chelsea looked stunned. That sleight of hand was insanely fast. It's not magic. Suta shook his head. It's my matter creation ability. Whatever I want, I can create. Chelsea's shock deepened. Okay, I'm starting to believe you really are a god. Meanwhile, Kurumi took a sip of her tea, her brows furrowing. This world feels wrong. As someone who despised tragedies, it bothered her deeply. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have spent 30 years traveling through time to save people. And the world of Akonga kill, so twisted and corrupt, made her feel a strong sense of disgust. Suta moved closer and gently massaged her forehead, slowly smoothing out her furrowed brows. Kurumi leaned into his palm, rubbing her face against his hand like a pampered cat, her voice soft and sweet. Thank you. No need to thank me. Suta chuckled. Just don't frown so much. Kurumi nodded obediently. Chelsea, watching this unfold, suddenly felt like maybe she should step aside. Suta then turned back to Kurumi and agreed, this world really is twisted. Sure, the Revolutionary Army wins in the end, but they don't exactly seem like the good guys either. Chelsea. As someone working for the Revolutionary Army, she felt obligated to push back. Hold on, the Revolutionary Army overthrew the corrupt empire and made life better for the people. Isn't that a good thing? That's not necessarily true, Suta countered. He tapped into his inner keyboard warrior mode and ripped into the Revolutionary Army's strategy. They collaborated with foreign tribes, Letting them into the empire, that's no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. You know what those tribes are like, right? They raid the borders, slaughter civilians, and commit unspeakable crimes, and the Revolutionary Army thinks it's a good idea to ally with them. This isn't righteous strategy, it's sheer idiocy. They'll soon realize that inviting them in is easy, but getting them to leave will be impossible. Chelsea fell silent. Of course she knew this. She just chose to ignore it. Right now, overthrowing the empire was their top priority, and outside help was necessary. Alright, Suta suddenly smirked, let's drop this topic. We're here to gather faith, not argue politics. Chelsea nodded. Nitrate is already formed, she remarked. Based on the timeline, the story should be starting soon. Are you thinking about helping them? Kurumi asked. If possible. Yeah, Chelsea admitted. But. She sighed, frustrated. Even if I know what's going to happen, without the strength to change it, what can I do? Don't worry about that. Suta reassured her. You're part of the system now. You'll have plenty of chances to get stronger. Then he offered, if you really want to save them, I can help, but I'll need your help first. My help? Chelsea was intrigued. What do you need? Our destination is Path of Peace, Suta reminded her. When we meet their leader, we'll try negotiating first. If he agrees to cooperate, great. But if he refuses, then I'll have to imprison him for a while. And that's where you come in. Me? Chelsea pointed at herself. Yup. If negotiations fail, I need you to disguise yourself as their leader using your Gaia Foundation Tegu. That way, you can keep the believers in line while I handle the rest. Of course, the easiest solution would be to just buy a memory alteration card from Altair, use it on the leader, and brainwash him into submission. But Suta didn't like that idea. That guy was genuinely a good person. Messing with his memories and free will just felt wrong. He wasn't going to compromise his morals just to gain power. Chelsea stared at him. Why do I feel like you're already assuming the negotiations will fail? I'm just planning ahead. Suta smirked. I trust my negotiation skills. Suta Kurumi. She shot him a playful, doubtful look. Suta ignored her gaze and continued persuading Chelsea. Look, you're in the system now. You don't need to keep running errands for the Revolutionary Army. If you really want to change this world, you need to stand at the top. Chelsea hesitated. Suta was essentially asking her to abandon the Revolutionary Army. Give me some time to think about it. Chapter 98, Be careful not to lose your head. Chelsea didn't take long to make her decision. By the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, she had already been successfully recruited by Suta. The conditions of his offer? Simple. He planned to gradually establish a divine kingdom on Earth, aggressively develop religious culture, and launch a crusade against the Empire, essentially a religious takeover from within. Chelsea's eyes lit up at the idea, showing immense interest. She even suggested that once the time was right, Suta should recruit all of Nitrate, have them listen to the divine will and become warriors of God. She herself might even end up as a saintess of the new church. With such a high status, shaping the world to make the people truly happy would become much easier. Sure, she didn't understand politics, but Suta said that in anime worlds, there were tons of brilliant strategists. The system's random selection process meant he couldn't directly choose them, but he could just buy invitation tickets and handpick the right people. Once he saved up enough points, he could invite a political genius to help with nation building. For example, Alauchvi Britannia. So, to hell with both the Revolutionary Army and the Empire. After reading the Akam ga Kill manga, Chelsea had realized the original way of saving the country was absolute garbage. In the end, only Akam and Najunda survived. Everyone else? Dead, crippled, or completely dehumanized. Suta's proposal was a much better alternative. So, after only a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to switch sides, leaving the Revolutionary Army behind. Only a fool would stick to the original, the bad end. After all, she died horribly in the original story. On the road to Jellic, the dry earth was cracked, barren hills stretched far and wide, giving the entire landscape a desolate feel. A merchant caravan moved along the main road, the creaking of wooden wheels and the snorting of horses mixing in the air. At the center of the convoy was a luxurious-looking carriage. Inside it, Suta, Kurumi, and Chelsea sat comfortably. After Chelsea showed Suta the currency of this world, the three of them never had money problems again. With his matter creation ability, Suta could mint perfect replicas of the world's currency. As long as they didn't overdo it, small-scale money creation wouldn't cause inflation or draw suspicion. Hiring a high-class carriage? A piece of cake. Inside the carriage, Chelsea pulled back the curtains, sticking her head out to look. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of a large city was coming into view. Suta glanced at her and suddenly warned, Chelsea, be careful. If you stick your head out too far, You might lose it. Chelsea. Even with her usually cheerful personality, this comment made her face twitch in annoyance. Sitting beside Suta, Kurumi took one look at Chelsea's exposed neck, then covered her mouth and giggled softly. Suta is right, Chelsea-san. You should be more careful. You two are too much. Chelsea sighed in frustration, then yanked the curtain shut and instinctively touched her own neck. Honestly, getting reminded about her beheading so often was starting to mess with her head. She was beginning to develop paranoia, constantly thinking, could this person be planning to decapitate me? Could I get my head chopped off in my sleep? Should I start wearing a neck guard? If you had joined the group earlier, I could have taken you to the Bakano world to drink the immortality elixir. Then you wouldn't have to worry about it, Suta remarked. He pointed to his own head, smiling. For example, I'm completely immune to beheading. Even if I were reduced to dust, I'd still regenerate. You're immortal? Chelsea looked at him in surprise. Yup. Ageless and immortal. Suta then casually suggested, once you save up enough points, you could buy a travel pass and go to Bakano yourself. Chelsea suddenly felt a deep longing. The multiverse was truly fascinating. The idea of achieving eternal youth and life so easily was mind-blowing. Even Suta himself couldn't help but reflect on it. In some worlds, even powerful emperors couldn't live past 10,000 years. Yet in others, a random bystander could gain immortality just by drinking something. Truly, each world was a unique reality, governed by its own set of rules. By the way, Chelsea suddenly spoke up, we're almost at Jellic. At first, Kurumi had offered to use her shadow teleportation to reach the city faster. But Chelsea, unable to navigate within the shadows, would have gotten completely lost. So, they had no choice but to take a regular carriage. Since they weren't in a rush, they didn't mind the extra travel time. Chelsea reviewed her intelligence reports and explained, Path of Peace started in Jellic a few years ago and has completely infiltrated every aspect of the city. At this point, I don't think anyone here doesn't believe in it. A war-torn world is perfect for religious expansion, Suta mused. Of course, it also depends on the era's context. Chelsea glanced at him. Have you finalized your plan to take over this religion? Only a general outline for now, Suta admitted. He then elaborated, the overall doctrine will remain unchanged, but I will become the new divine figure. Once I successfully replace their god, the new faith will naturally flow toward me. Replace a god? Chelsea frowned slightly, analyzing the difficulty of such a task. That seems nearly impossible. Not really, Suta said confidently. All I need to do is display miracles occasionally and have Path of Peace's leader publicly endorse me. Once that happens, their belief will gradually shift. Thinking about it, Suta suddenly felt curious about Path of Peace's current leader. A half-human, half-danger beast hybrid? How exactly was he born? Considering that danger beasts in this world were all monstrous, he couldn't help but wonder. Just how did that reproduction process work? Well, Chelsea admitted, the leader of Path of Peace does have an insane level of influence over his followers. But she looked at Suta suspiciously. Do you really think you can convince him to go along with this? You're basically asking him to lie to his devoted followers. Suta smiled confidently. Don't worry. With my negotiation skills, there's no way I'll fail. Chelsea. Suta pulled open the curtain and gazed at the looming city ahead. Then, he turned to Chelsea and casually asked, by the way, how many people live in Jellic? Chelsea thought for a moment. I'm not sure of the exact number, but it's at least 200,000. 200,000, huh? Suta made a mental comparison. For a pre-industrial era, a city of 200,000 permanent residents was definitely large. Not as massive as the Empire's capital, but still an impressive urban center. His anticipation grew. Chapter 99, pink-haired characters are always dark inside. The caravan soon arrived at Jellic's capital. Unlike the imperial capital, Jellic's architectural style leaned toward Gothic design. Towering spires, pointed arches, flying buttresses, and slender columns stretched toward the heavens, giving the city a light, soaring aesthetic. Both Suta and Kurumi were fascinated by the architecture. After all, in their modern world, such buildings were merely tourist attractions, rarely places filled with life and history. Now, the three of them stood in front of a grand cathedral. The cathedral stood at the city center, surrounded by a half-circle of palace buildings that exuded an air of majesty. Large stained-glass windows displayed religious imagery, shimmering under the sunlight. Chelsea, who had gathered intel from the Revolutionary Army's informants, began explaining, the Lord of Path of Peace spends some time in the cathedral every day. Then, accompanied by his guards and senior clergy, he travels around Jellic preaching, inspecting the city, and attending to the people's needs. Although Chelsea had already defected, the Revolutionary Army didn't know it yet. They assumed she was delayed due to mission complications. Since she still had proof of her identity, The Jellic informants remained unaware of her betrayal. Thus, she had smoothly transitioned into being a double agent. By evening, the Lord returns to the palace behind the cathedral to rest. Chelsea pointed toward one of the opulent palaces. According to our intel, that building over there is his residence. Suta glanced at the ornate palace, nodded, and said, "We'll wait until nightfall." During the day, he's always surrounded by people making it difficult to arrange a private conversation. Then, as if something suddenly struck him, he turned to Chelsea. "Wait. Since you've read the manga, you should know that Path of Peace has a spy planted by the Imperial Minister, right?" Chelsea's expression darkened. "You mean Bullock, the Lord's most trusted assistant?" Even Kurami's face showed undisguised disgust. There was no helping it. This Bullock guy was absolutely vile. Sent by Minister Honest, he abused his position to kidnap countless women from the faith, treating them as playthings for his perverse pleasure. He also brutally crushed most of the armed uprisings organized by Path of Peace. On top of that, he funneled most of the religion's money straight into Minister Honest's pockets. In the manga, he even tried to assault Leon, but was eventually executed by Akam. For Kurami, someone who had dealt with plenty of scum in the date-alive world, Bullock was precisely the type of filth she loathed most. "Yeah, that disgusting pig." Suta nodded at Chelsea. "Has Bullock been sent here yet?" Suta didn't want his soon-to-be-acquired religion to be tainted by this perverted pig. After all, he planned to take over Path of Peace. "He's already here." Chelsea's face twisted in disgust. "But in the manga, didn't the Lord have mind-reading and future-seeing abilities? Why would he trust someone like Bullock?" "Most likely because he feared Minister Honest." Suta thought for a moment and explained, "Path of Peace may have a large following, but they're only a minor concern to the Empire, not a real threat yet. If the Lord eliminated Bullock, the Minister would immediately crush Path of Peace before it grew too strong. And don't forget, Bullock has the 4 Rakshasa demons protecting him. The Lord probably doesn't dare to make a move." Chelsea's disdain deepened. "So, he knows exactly what Bullock is doing?" Realizing this, her respect for the Lord plummeted. TCH. Puts on a righteous act, preaches about caring for his followers but turns a blind eye while his female believers get defiled? What a hypocrite. She didn't care about the Lord's excuses. The fact that he let his followers suffer under Bullock was unforgivable. There were plenty of ways he could have limited Bullock's actions without outright killing him. Yet, he chose to do nothing. Blessed he turned out to be. Suta shrugged. No surprise there. If he were a perfectly righteous person, he never would have climbed to power in the first place. Then, he suddenly smirked. Just like how all pink-haired characters are secretly dark inside. Chelsea blinked. "Huh? What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing. I just mean that the Lord, is a politician, not a pure-hearted saint." Suta rested his chin on one hand, murmuring, "If he's not truly righteous, then he probably won't be too resistant to deceiving his followers." Looking at the massive cathedral, Suta's eyes glowed with anticipation. "All right, let's explore the city for now. We'll return tonight." Nightfall at the palace. The luxurious palace complex behind the cathedral shimmered with torchlight. Night had not dulled Jellic's lively atmosphere. A tall, long-haired man, dressed in pristine white priest robes, entered the palace with his guards. He was none other than the Lord of Path of Peace. Several stunning women approached, gracefully removing his robes to prepare his bath and clothing. These women were carefully chosen from among the most beautiful female followers. Only women of extraordinary beauty were worthy of serving a man who could hear the voice of God. After all, the Lord was the most revered figure in Jellic. His followers worshipped him like a divine being. His food, clothing, and lifestyle were as extravagant as an emperor's. Even the ground he walked on was kissed by his fanatical followers. Meanwhile, within the dimly lit corridors, deep in the shadows of the pillars, a pitch-black pool silently unfolded across the floor. Kurami's shadow space. Inside it, Suta, Kurami, and Chelsea waited patiently. "What a cushy life," Chelsea muttered in disgust. "I wonder how his followers would feel if they knew he let Bullock run wild among them." Suta smirked. "They'd probably just think, why isn't it me?" Chelsea. Soon, the Lord entered his bedroom, his guards standing watch at the door while the maidservants left. Kurami smirked. "Time to go." Suta cracked his knuckles. "Finally a chance to test my negotiation skills." Kurami cast him a knowing look but remained silent. She didn't want to ruin his confidence. After all, if he couldn't convince the Lord, she could always beat the agreement out of him. Chapter 100, This Lord is a Lunatic. The beautiful handmaidens who had just been attending to the Lord quietly exited the bedchamber. Only his guards remained, stationed at the doorway outside. But instead of immediately initiating negotiations, Suta pulled out his system phone and started chatting in the group. Suta, Altair. Altair, you there? I need a favor. A short while later, Altair responded. Altair. Suta? Are you in trouble? Suta, sort of. I remember that one of your holopsicon abilities, representation exposition, can alter the structure of objects. Last time in the Dragon Ball world, you used it to create a vacuum soundproof barrier, right? Altair, yes. Do you need me to create another soundproof barrier? Suta, exactly. Upload a representation exposition usage instance to the shop, and I'll buy it. Altair, that's fine, but if I'm not actively maintaining the ability, the vacuum sound barrier will collapse instantly due to atmospheric pressure. It would be refilled with air in a millisecond. Suta, do you seriously not know this basic physics? Suta. Could Altair be any more blunt? Alright, fine. That was just common sense. Suta had been dealing with so many supernatural abilities lately that he forgot about real-world physics for a moment. Rintasaka, Suta. I know how to make a soundproof barrier too. Why didn't you ask me? Suta, you? I wasn't sure if your world's magic would work in a different world. Rintasaka, excuse me? Are you looking down on me? Do you even know anything about magecraft? Suta, yeah. If I remember correctly, before Solomon established the thaumaturgical foundation, magecraft used to be powered by divine intervention. After that, it relied on the foundation, right? It was pretty straightforward. Magecraft in the Nasuverse wasn't like D&D magic. It wasn't some omnipotent force that could do anything as long as you had mana. If magecraft depended on the planet's ley lines, then logically, it shouldn't function outside Earth. Rintasaka, that's true, but so what? Suta, well, doesn't that mean your magecraft only works on Earth? Outside of it, it shouldn't function. Rintasaka, I actually thought about that too. But remember, the system allows different world mechanics to merge. You've brought this up in the chat multiple times yourself. Suta. Damn. He forgot about that. Considering Kurumi could still use her spatial quakes in other worlds, it made sense that Rin's magecraft would still work in Akam ga Kill's world. Suta, alright, Rin. I'll leave it to you then. Rintasaka, no problem. Consider it a thank you gift for before. Soon, Rin created a soundproof barrier and uploaded it to the system shop. The system set the price at 10 points. As expected from the Tasaka heir, such minor magecraft was child's play for her. Suta, by the way, Rin, how far have you gotten in the story? Have you finished the Fourth Holy Grail War? Rintasaka, the Fourth War? You mean the previous Holy Grail War? No, I'm still analyzing the Fifth War. I haven't looked at the Fourth yet. Suta, no wonder you seem so relaxed. You've still got time to chill in the chat. Rintasaka, what do you mean? Did something happen in the Fourth War? Suta, it's complicated. You should see for yourself. I've got things to do, let's talk later. After sending that message, Suta switched to the shop interface and purchased the soundproof barrier Rin uploaded. A soft white light appeared in his hand, forming a mystic card. Kurumi, seeing this, asked, ready? Yeah, Suta nodded. Let's go. Kurumi then expanded her shadow space into the center of the Lord's chamber. The three of them emerged from the inky darkness, stepping onto the floor. The room was spacious, filled with the scent of soothing incense. The fragrance was designed to calm the mind and induce restful sleep. The Lord lay in his lavish bed, appearing to be asleep. However, the moment Suta and his group appeared, he immediately sat up, exclaiming, "Who's there?" Huh? Suta froze for a moment. This guy's detection ability was insane. Without hesitation, Suta threw the card and activated it mentally. Instantly, a mysterious force enveloped the chamber, forming an invisible soundproof barrier. Seeing the card vanish, Suta sighed in relief. Then, with a friendly smile, he looked at the Lord and said, "Relax. We mean you no harm. We came to discuss something with you." The Lord narrowed his sharp eyes, scrutinizing them. Suta wasn't worried. While the Lord had future vision, it was limited otherwise, the main cast wouldn't have stood a chance in the story. He probably could only glimpse brief future fragments. Sitting up in bed, the Lord spoke calmly, "You haven't attacked me immediately. That means you want to talk. I assume you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves?" "Oh? This might work out after all." Suta maintained his smile. "Our identities are a bit complicated. It depends on whether you believe in the existence of other worlds." The Lord's eyes widened in astonishment. "Otherworldly visitors?" he murmured. "This is quite a surprise." Saying this, he reached toward the side of his bed, as if grabbing a robe to cover himself. "And what exactly do you want?" he asked. "A mutually beneficial deal," Suta replied. We can help you resist pressure from the Empire's minister. In exchange, my apologies." The Lord suddenly interrupted him, smiling. "Regardless of your intentions, I do not appreciate being coerced into agreements." He then added, "You must have some means of blocking sound, or else my guards would have already rushed in." However, his hand, which had appeared to be reaching for a robe, suddenly pressed a switch at the bedside. With a loud bang, the bedroom doors burst open. A squad of sword-wielding guards stormed in. As the situation reversed, the Lord's smile grew more relaxed. In the past, assassins have tried using deafening incense to slip in unnoticed. That's why I installed this little security mechanism. Around 10 elite guards surrounded Tsuda's group. The Lord, now dressed in his long robe, stood calmly before them. "I prefer to be in control," he declared. "Not at the mercy of others." He waved his hand. "Seize them. Be careful not to harm them. I will personally interrogate them later."